610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL network. Wager tape gets betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We're here till 10 a.m. The store is open until 10 a.m. today. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza.
You can speak for yourself, Pendergast. I was miserable yesterday afternoon.
What happened?
You have that void in your life of what the hell? Wait a minute. I'm seeing these articles about World Series odds and things. And I'm like, what? This is still happening?
They're still holding the World Series?
They're still going to do They're still going to do the playoffs?
Yeah, man.
No, that's not how it goes around here.
It is a palpable void. You're right. Yesterday would have been the Monday that we're consuming all the playoff content that we can possibly get. And today would be the day that we pick out which food and drink establishment we would be watching afternoon baseball, I would imagine.
Hell.
I'm not doing that today. I'm not watching afternoon baseball today.
It's always tough after the playoffs are over or after the Astros exit the playoffs. And just to kind of fill that void in your life. And you're like, I don't know. What are you? Friends? Family?
Yeah.
Work?
Yeah.
No.
Well, and we have the perfect job for actually being able to go watch this stuff, in the afternoon.
That's when I'm working hard.
Yeah.
Sitting with my Daisy Dip.
It's still September in their ball.
God, I wish you hadn't framed it that way.
It's September the 30th right now. Yeah.
We can't even be Mr. September.
No.
There's no chance for Lance McCullers to step out there and be Mr. September today.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how intrigued are you?
7.
Okay,
I don't know. What is it?
That feels about right. That was about what my answer was going to be. To hear what Dana Brown and Joe Espada have to say today.
Oh,
I feel like this is the first GM manager. First of all, the dynamic is very interesting because presumably they're going to be sitting next to each other up there. That's how it was portrayed in the press release that the Astros sent out, and they're going to be sitting next to each other while Dana Brown had some very non-committal quotes about Joe Espada's future with the team. So that's fun.
Yeah,
but this is the first general manager after the season press conference, and maybe last year too, but certainly this year with no playoffs, where I feel like they got some splaining to do.
Maybe by the format, maybe by both of them being up there together, that's a good sign for Espada.
Maybe.
Dana Brown doesn't strike me as the kind of cold-hearted sadist that's going to make him sweat it out up there right next to him and then fire him after the press conference.
I agree with you, but is Jim Crane the cold-hearted sadist that would let both guys sit up there and do a press conference and then Thursday this week clean house?
I would say not a sadist, but he's just, I think Crane's probably got a pretty good knack for separating the business side of it from the human side of it.
He can be a detached business person about it. Yeah.
I know it's kind of the point, and yet even as I had no baseball in my life, I'm looking up at ESPN right now and seeing Tua with his street clothes on, but still wearing his eye black that was in the shape of a cross. So I'm guessing he won. I'm gonna say you don't show up to the press conference with your eye black on.
They beat the Jets last night, so
so I didn't. I boycotted football last night.
You did?
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll watch the highlights during the commercial break.
Yeah, no, you didn't miss much. Well, the big story on Monday Night Football, we're kind of jumping around, but that's okay. There was a doubleheader last night. Yeah. The late game, I say the late game, they staggered. The games were largely going on at the same time. The Dolphins-Jets game started an hour earlier than the Broncos-Bengals was an awful watch. 28-3 was the final score. The Bengals didn't cross midfield in the second half, and Jamar Chase looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole because Jake Browning just wasn't throwing him the football. This Jets-Dolphins game was an interesting one because it was two winless teams. So one team was getting off the schneid. It ended up being the Dolphins, who 27-21 was the final score. The score was a little deceptive. The Dolphins kind of carried the day. Tyreek Hill suffered a serious, what looked to be a knee injury.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. And there's Tua. Yeah, there's Tua. Still got the eye black on with a Tommy Bahama shirt. But Tyreek Hill, the strange thing about Tyreek Hill's injury, Seth, was you could tell right away it was bad. He gets carted off the field, and if you watch him getting carted off the field, it looks like he's smiling it looks like he's almost happy to be getting carted off the field.
And then when Earl Thomas got injured.
Is that what happened then?
Well, I think he flipped off. Was that when he flipped the card off?
Yeah, I think it was.
Earl Thomas had already basically made it known that he wasn't happy with the Seahawks.
That's how people are construing the Tyreek Hill thing. Like, he was almost smiling and laughing, and part of me was like, sometimes that's people's defense mechanism when they suffered something serious.
A little bit of denial or something.
Yeah. So,
I wouldn't want to read too much into it, or it can be just kind of like here we go again, whatever like that.
To me, the two biggest things about that, one, who knows what this does to Tyreek Hill's future. I mean, his speed is his superpower. He's going to be out for a long, long time. The other thing is it takes one of the more intriguing trade pieces off of the market here. I mean, we're 4 weeks in, so it means we're only like 4 weeks from the trade deadline, too. Yeah. Tyreek Hill was not afraid to agitate for a trade, and that would have been an interesting one to see if any contenders would have been willing to take a chance on him, because he still has off-the-field stuff going on right now.
Did we? We're gonna have to play the Anthony Weaver audio at some point.
I've got it. I've actually got it in headlines.
Yeah. Yep. So you guys, a former Texan who's now the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins, had a hell of a statement.
That was. You said when you texted it to me, you're like, I had to check and make sure this wasn't AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Weaver's a gentle soul. But it seems like you don't want to get on his dad's side.
No, he's also got no. You know what's funny is Weaver was raised up in Baltimore before he came to Houston, and Baltimore was still like that was when their defense was still really good.
He got drafted.
Psychotic in a lot of ways. Yeah. So the way he views football and the way you play football is different than when you meet him at a cocktail party or something.
Yeah, he even acknowledged that at the beginning of that cut. He's like, I know I get up here and smile with you guys a lot.
Yeah,
but then he basically he chose violence.
My former teammates going against each other: Aaron Glenn versus Anthony Weaver.
How are we feeling about Aaron Glenn being 0-4 right now?
It's a sloppy performance last night.
Yeah.
How many times they ended up turning the ball over? 3 times. I think,
I'm not sure.
Right? Yeah, they. I don't know. I think that. Like, when I've watched, I'll confess to everybody, I haven't watched a complete Jets game so far this year. I don't know if I'm alone in the room in that. But
you're not.
You see the hints of it and the echoes of it, and I would remind Jets fans, because I know we've got legions of Jets fan listeners, that Aaron Glenn, it took him a year or two to really turn around the Lions defense up there. And
it took Dan Campbell 2 years to turn around the Lions.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing he's running a similar playbook.
Yeah, the defense kind of it took a couple years for them to swap out personnel and everything. Yeah. The thing I worry about any Jets coach or Aaron Glenn is that I don't know how you get out in front of that organization. Like, how do you? They've just year after year after year, they've just got some kind of internal issue or curiosity about them that seems to just put a glass ceiling on their potential.
Yep. All right. So Texans yesterday traded Cam Robinson. Here was D'Amico Ryans. If you missed it, it was one of those trades where Cam Robinson and a seventh pick aren't even in the next draft. I think it's 2027. Cam Robinson and a 2027 seventh for a 2027 sixth-round pick. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the Texans trading one of their bigger ticket signings in the offseason, Cam Robinson.
We traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play. Cam wants to play, so it gives him an opportunity to do that, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
The way that D'Amico framed that, it's impossible for me not to think about the way that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was released, in which there was a deluge of information, negative information, about C.J. Gardner-Johnson immediately. Within minutes, it seemed, of C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting released, all kinds of exposés from a tight-lipped organization.
Yeah.
So as D'Amico's talking about how...
This is a lot of information.
When D'Amico's talking about how Cam Robinson had acted professionally and this and that and the other, and they are very respectful in the way they execute the trade, I think that from the get-go, it felt like a prove-it deal for Cam Robinson. At the time, remember... The Texans didn't have Laramie Tunsil on the roster, and they didn't know who they would take in the draft.
That's right.
So you needed somebody to play off at left tackle, presumably, because who knows if you're going to get a guy in the draft or not. And I think this feels to me a little bit like, okay, the team and the player saw the situation for what it was. There was a report that Cam Robinson was, being discussed as for the final cuts. So I think this is the organization just kind of trying to treat it the way decent organizations do, which is, all right, I know we brought you in here. You thought you were going to have a chance to play. We drafted a guy that we like, Ariante Ursery. He's going to end up starting. So, yeah, if we find a better opportunity for you to play and prove it on a prove-it deal, we'll get it to you.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I know.
I don't know how I feel about that because the dollar amount that was reported when Cam got signed was $12 million with a chance to make $14.
Yeah.
I do know that when they started looking at possibly moving him before the season, I went and looked at his salary situation. They had already given him almost $9 million up front.
Yeah.
So at some point, you got to go, okay, what's best for the Texans? By the way, they've now got to void, Cam Robinson, obviously not good enough to start over Ariante Ursery, but what are you going to, so Blake Fisher is your swing tackle now. That's where you are. Blake Fisher, who was a healthy scratch 2 weeks ago, is next man up if something happens to Ursery or Titus Howard. So that's my thing is like, yeah, that's cool. They're doing what's best for Cam Robinson. He's going to get a chance to start in a platform year for him where maybe he can turn that, he can turn 13 games in Cleveland into something more than a one-year deal. That's really nice of them to do. Now the Texans are sitting, like with the cut of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, with this salary cap turd sitting there. Like they've just got this nugget sitting there on the salary cap that's doing nothing for them. These are two moves that have been made in the last week that are costing them 8 figures in salary cap space collectively. As a Texan fan, I'm like, why are we not doing what's best for the team here?
Right. Well, and I think that's the long term versus the short term. It depends. I have no idea what the conversations were like when they signed him or as the process was going on or anything.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, like you got to be. What did they promise? You can't be two-faced as an organization. If that's the discussion that was had, you got to follow through on that, or you end up being like the Bengals.
Yeah.
You end up being a team that nobody wants to play for and nobody respects, and agents don't respect you. So I'm not saying you have to be happy about it, and I'm conflicted about it myself. And it's a little bit of this new age NFL where, man, teams used to be way more comfortable just letting guys on their team be miserable. Like, oh, you're disgruntled. So too bad. See ya. And I was critical of that for a long time, that the teams have gotten soft in that regard. But the potential for stuff to blow up in your face is just so much greater because of social media and everything these days.
Yeah.
That there's no way to say that this was a good signing. It was an insurance policy, though.
No, at the time,
they wanted to get somebody in the building.
Yeah,
but it's an expensive insurance policy. There's like a 28-year-old buying a huge life insurance policy or something, where at a
you're
bad
burning
rate.
Cash. Yeah, you're burning cash.
I'm not saying it's not always a bad idea to buy. Not crapping on life insurance policies.
Right. But just, the actuarial table.
Yeah, spending 25% of your income on a life insurance policy. On a term policy when you're 28 years old.
Yep. All right, let's get the report in the next segment as to what's going on with the Texans' opponent. Hell for the Ravens here. And by the way, football talk, and we'll get to the Astros in the next segment as well. What are we expecting to hear today? Whose seats are hottest as we head into this press conference later on this morning with Espada and Dana Brown? Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
For the first time since 2016, there'll be no playoff baseball in H-Town. The Astros just couldn't overcome a to. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like to pay off on storylines. You know, that's the wrestling fan in me. You know, we need a payoff to the storyline. I was surprised about the number of people, Seth, that were empathetic towards me about my Grape Powerades getting stolen from the refrigerator. And it turns out I'm not crazy. They were taken from me last week. If you missed it, I've got a routine where I bring in X amount of Grape Powerades every day. And 2 days in a row, mysteriously, I go to the fridge and I'm down one Powerade. And I put it out there. The second time, there was only like 8 people up here. It happened early in the morning. The thief admitted to it just now as he was watching me get one out of the fridge. He goes, "Oh, those are yours?" Yeah. And I said, "Yes, Valentin Gallegos from Mega 101. Mm-hmm. They are mine." This is a shock to me. I had said initially, there's no way in hell it's those guys. That's because what I told him. We've been working with, we've been across the hall from them for a decade. Over a decade. As long as you and I have been on the same floor for over a decade. We've never had any issues with those guys. Yeah. And I didn't know what it is right now. No. Can he not afford his own Powerade? His explanation, first of all, if I were power ranking the people up here, that if they were to ask me if they could have one of my Grape Powerades, Valentin would be at the very top of my list. He's a delightful individual. I love Valentin Gallegos. But he said that oftentimes in that fridge that I put them in, that's the one right outside Sarah Fraser's office. Right. She's our boss. And oftentimes she will have community drinks in there. Yeah. So he just, like I told you, he just assumed that, he assumed that that the 2 Grape Powerades in there were community drinks 2 days in a row. Yeah. So do you feel better now about like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't assume the worst of people all the time? And that, no, I'm going to continue to assume the worst. That somebody up here is some diabolical thief. I'm going to continue to assume the worst of people, and I'm a little surprised you're not with me on that. I'm 100% because I've succumbed to this myself, the confusion over knowing what's the community food and what's not. So I just label my stuff. If I forget to label it, I figure like, oh, somebody thought that was plain Greek yogurt left over from a party, I suppose. Yeah. But You did double check. That's a tough one. But very few. I don't know how you think that like plain Greek yogurt is somehow left over from some big shindig. That's one of those foods. But still. Yeah. No, you used proper etiquette this weekend when you were up here this weekend, and you checked with me like, hey, what's the deal with that big chocolate cake in the fridge? Right. Here? Yeah. And I told you it's a community cake. I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't 3 weeks old or something. No. It was a Taquerias Arandas cake. It was delicious. Good. Yeah. A little too much for me. It was a little too rich for me. I'm kind of a wimp when it comes to rich. It was really good, but not my thing. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So a big shout out to all the listeners who came out to Boomer Jack's in Webster on Saturday and actually brought me gigantic bottles of Grape Powerade. I have a whole bag of them. One of our listeners, I talked to him at the pregame show. He brought you like 4 of them, right? He did. And then he had his wife pretend to be a cleaning lady that confessed to stealing them. Yeah. I'm like, all right, I'll let you make that joke. Yeah. All right. John Harbaugh met with the media yesterday. Thank you, everybody, for indulging me in closing the book on the Powerade gate. John Harbaugh, coach of the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens. He's been a coach for a long time. Uniforms that are the same shade of purple as the Grape Powerade that I hold in my hand. John Harbaugh's remained coach of the Ravens through, some dry spells, too. Yes. There were times where it looked like he might have been in Jeff Fisher mode, where he was going to perpetually be a 500 football coach, but then he lifts himself up out of it, and yet perennially disappoints in the playoffs. Now he does, yeah. Between the Super Bowl that he won in 2012 and drafting Lamar Jackson, that latter-day Flacco era was not good. Right. And he survived. A Super Bowl will let you do that. It gives you immunity to a lot of things. But you're right. He might be on a hot seat this year because he's having bad injury luck for one thing. And even before he got hurt, Lamar Jackson was a little bit off. They're not. Yeah, he doesn't quite look himself. I mean, has he been playing through an injury? Is it just that, he's a little bit older now, so it's not. He's still more athletic than every other quarterback in the NFL, and yet still, it doesn't look like peak Lamar Jackson. Nope. So Lamar Jackson is injury. We'll get more clarity on it as the week goes on because they're going to have to put out an injury report here tomorrow. But here was John Harbaugh yesterday being asked not just about Lamar Jackson, but several of the other injuries that the Ravens sustained over the last game or two?
We've got a pretty good feel on all the injuries, with the different guys right now where we're at. Really not commenting on those things today. We'll comment on them later in the week a little bit more. I can't give you information on Broderick and Nnamdi. Nnamdi's going to be out for the year. That's going to be a year-long IR. Brody will not be. It'll be the 4-week.
With Lamar, there was speculation, I guess, yesterday because you had talked about maybe he might go back into the game if it were closer. There was no way he was going to go back into the game. Was that the case? Or if the game was closer, would he have gone back?
No, that was the case. There was no way he was going to go back in the game. The injury precluded it.
Okay, so that was not a waving of the white flag in that game. Like if the Ravens thought they were still in that game, Lamar Jackson couldn't go, according to John Harbaugh.
Yeah, and it's weird. The amount of idiotic speculation I've seen over this hamstring injury is interesting because it's there's going to be speculation and people are going to wonder about it. But
what's the most idiotic thing that you've heard?
Well, one guy yesterday who was genuinely a Ravens fan I saw said it's supposedly a hamstring injury. Then how come he's not icing his hamstring? And they showed a picture of an ice bag that was down. It was wrapped right down at the knee, but still where the hamstring attaches.
Okay.
And he refused anybody's physiology lessons about hey, bro, that is that is the hamstring.
People pointed out these
no, that's knee. No, so there was that. People thought because he was standing there on the sidelines or something that maybe it wasn't that serious. It could be. Yes, it wasn't definitively torn off the bone or anything, but we just don't know. So right now. The line went from immediately after the game, it was still at Ravens as a 9.5-point favorite. It's down to the Ravens as a 4.5-point favorite.
Yeah,
right now.
that is the people making that line are assuming Cooper Rush is going to be playing in this football game. I don't even think that's a line where you're kind of playing the in-between game.
It's almost on a neutral field that makes the Ravens a 1.5-point favorite
with Cooper Rush.
Right.
Yeah.
And you might say, well, aren't the Ravens the worst defense in the NFL right now, statistically at least, in terms of points allowed? Yes, they are, unless one of the games last night changed something, but I don't think it did.
I don't think so.
But the big difference is really the Ravens defense is so hard to figure out. Remember last year when the Texans played the Ravens? I kept seeing all these people say, well, the Ravens defense actually isn't that good this year. The stats didn't look right because they've, in 2 of the last 3 seasons, the previous 3 seasons, they've started out horrendously on defense, but then by the end of the year, they're actually one of the better defenses in the league.
They didn't allow any points to the Texans last year.
Yeah, right around the midpoint, and they scored 2. They're right around the midpoint of the season. They figured out a way to get it going defensively, but right now they've got. I mean, by the end of that last week's game, they had 7 guys injured, 7 starters injured.
Yeah.
He was talking to tackle when he said Nnamdi. That's Nnamdi Madubuike.
Yeah.
Madubuike's out for the year. That helps because, obviously, we saw, Jeffrey Simmons, especially when you don't block him at all.
It turns out.
Yeah. One thing I've always said going into a game plan is that, hey, who's the biggest threat? Okay, it's Jeffrey Simmons. Let's at least attempt to block him every single play.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe
that would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be good. It turns out the plays where you don't block him, he's able to get into the backfield really, really fast.
Okay, so, but the thing is, they've also faced the defense. The Ravens defense statistically is the worst in the league, but they've also been, they've let up a lot of points to Buffalo, Detroit, and then they let up a bunch of points to Kansas City, which that's worse than it used to be.
Yeah.
But it's not the same level of incompetence I think the Texans' offense has shown at times. So
the Texans have no reason to be overconfident going into playing this
I don't think
defense.
anybody is.
Even banged up.
I don't think there's a single person listening right now who's actually put any thought into this who thinks no, the Ravens are all banged up and their defense is awful, so the Texans are going to be just fine. I don't think anybody that's really paid attention over the last few years, and I'm the first guy to say, don't think about the logos on the helmet or the names or anything. I'm the last guy to usually say that. No, I'm saying it now. The Ravens have had your number to an extreme degree. There is no taking it easy this week.
Boy, if Lamar Jackson is out, though, and you can't get off the schneid against the Ravens, and I'm talking about during the DeMeco Ryans era. I mean, they faced the Ravens last 2 years, and it's been a blowout every single time. And the last time you played them was one of the worst blowouts to me, one of the worst blowouts in the history of the team, because it was late in a season where you're fighting for a playoff spot. You're fighting to win your division on Christmas Day in front of the entire nation, and you go out and lose 31-2. Yeah. If you can't use that as some sort of fuel and look at the Ravens with no Lamar Jackson and all of these injuries at every level of the defense, defensive line, they're missing Matabike for the year. Linebackers, they're missing Roquan Smith. Secondary, they're missing what could Humphrey, be missing both of their corners, Wiggins and Humphrey. So, they are banged up. If you can't take last year's game and turn it into some kind of fuel to go beat the Ravens in Baltimore this time around, with Cooper Rush potentially playing quarterback, then it's not going to happen.
I mean, this is where with the Texans offense, I know that, I was listening to the afternoon show yesterday, and I mean, Clint's just dead set on not. I think he specifically was saying, I take no positives from that game, that win. Like,
sounds about
come
right.
on, Clint. I don't want to misquote him or whatever. But I do think there are some positives you can take from beating a team 26-0, even if it's a bad team.
I choose to.
Well, no, and one of the things there, you're at this point with the offense where, all right, you're 4 games into it, and you took until late in the third quarter for things to really click versus a bad defense. But when I watch the offensive line, I mean, it's the good plays look really, really good. Some of the run blocking is awesome. It's textbook at times. But then the bad, horrendously bad. And it does look like, like on that Jeffrey Simmons sack where Jeffrey Simmons was unblocked, it's hilarious to send that to people and have them analyze it, because you can watch it 10 times and realize, oh, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because you try to figure out what was this supposed to look like. And you're like, okay, but that doesn't explain why this guy's not blocking anybody either.
It's like when you rewatch The Sopranos and you see something different every time you rewatch. Like, I didn't notice that the first time.
But if you go back and watch on the TV copy, you can see that CJ's getting up to the line. He's making some checks. They're trying to get into whatever the hell they were trying to run there. And I defy you to explain with certainty exactly what they were doing there, because I think there were 3 different plays being run by 11 different players. Everybody was just, I think there's a chance that CJ checked to a different play, maybe checked from a run to a pass or vice versa, but then also there was miscommunication about which side they were going to do it to. So in effect, you end up having 3 different plays being run. And so you end up with 4 players on the non-Jeffrey Simmons defensive tackle. By the end of the play, you'd actually have 6 players huddled around number 97, the right defensive tackle. Yeah. So anyway, on the bad plays, it's really, really bad.
Yeah.
But when they've got it dialed in and they're running the right play, there have been some really nice examples of the way you're supposed to do it. You just got to tip that teeter-totter over to the positive side.
This has definitely been an improvement along the offensive line compared to last year, right?
Part is that I think CJ's done a good job of getting rid of the ball quickly.
Yep.
I think they're using the short passing game. Like some of those things, just systemically, they've made it easier on the offensive line. And all of this is as Ariante Ursary has struggled a lot himself individually. So they like the other 4 offensive linemen, and I think Juice Scruggs, the whole left side of the line is still a little but they're an improvement over last year. But that's not a very high bar to get up over.
No. But at least it's moving in the right direction. I mean, through the first week of the season, what were we saying? We were saying this looks exactly like last year,
right?
And if it's looking a little less each week, if it looks a little less like last year, that's improvement.
And you caught a huge break here you got a huge break getting the Ravens when you did in the season.
Yeah,
this is
good.
I mean, like, and I'm not sitting here saying it's a slam dunk they're going to win. I'm saying it could be a lot worse if. Every year the Ravens figure it out defensively by the end of the season, you're getting them at their lowest right now.
We just went through the most injured baseball season in the history of the sport, and we lost Fred VanVleet to a torn ACL.
Yeah.
We deserve a little something like this as a city, all right? So thank you, gods. We appreciate that. Now go win, Texans. Speaking of which, Ravens Week is underway. We'll talk about that. In headlines, Dana Brown and Joe Espada meet with the media today. Do either of these guys have a dead man walking feel walking up to the dais for this press conference today? And the Rockets had their media day yesterday, and there was a lot of happiness and joy at the Rockets media day. People excited for the Kevin Durant era. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next.
Are you looking for predictable passive income backed by tech?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines, let's get to it. Ravens week is underway. Here was Ian Rappaport yesterday of the NFL Network with the update on all.
Lamar Jackson was knocked out of that game with a hamstring injury. He's going to have tests today just to determine the severity of this injury, but that is why Cooper Rush was in the game. That is why Lamar Jackson spent the balance of the game on the sideline. John Harbaugh saying this injury and all of the other injuries, which there are more, I'll get to that in a second, none of them are season-ending. Do not seem like any are significant, but certainly you have a player who has a hamstring injury, could potentially miss time. Roquan Smith, their star linebacker, another player knocked out with a hamstring injury. He also is going to have tests today. As important as Lamar is to the offense, Roquan is to the defense. Marlon Humphrey, their star corner, he was knocked out, eventually ruled out with a calf injury. That's another one to watch, another MRI coming. And then Ronnie Stanley, their star tackle, he left with an ankle injury. So, like, talk about Hunger Games, there was a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
Hunger Games. The thing about Lamar Jackson, two things. One is that they said that he's going to undergo testing, which good. You know, I presume they probably have a better MRI machine than the Astros do.
I hope so.
But it's not just a little twinge or a tweak, most likely, but also the fact that the ice pack was down around his knee. Just from my experience with having torn my hamstring tendons before, that might be more of a hamstring injury, hamstring tendon issue, which obviously they're going to have to be a lot more careful about than if it's just a minor muscle tear or something up in the belly of the hamstring. So given that the line has moved as dramatically as it did, I'm guessing that gamble right now on whether or not he plays. I don't think he plays.
I don't think he does either. If there's enough outlets out there that have that thing at Ravens minus 4.5, then it's there's some information.
And I'll say this one thing, man. We don't know how much we should take from that Texans offensive performance versus a bad defense. I know that the Texans defense is A, pretty damn good. B, with perhaps cleaning some things up in the secondary, they have the potential to be outstanding. And versus Cooper Rush and that core of receivers, I think the defense could really, really feast. DeAndre Hopkins might be the guy I'm most worried about, just because they have had an ability.
This is a reunion with D-Hop.
They've had an ability to kind of sneak him into some situations where you just throw up a classic DeAndre Hopkins ball and he figures out a way to come down for it. So the Texans, if they're, they've got to keep it clean on the back end and not make some of these mental errors that they've made in the first few weeks. Because DeAndre Hopkins, this would be the perfect, in a bad way, moment for DeAndre Hopkins to just show up all of a sudden with like that one last performance where, that DeAndre Hopkins.
And symbolically to do it with a backup quarterback. Because what was the thing we said about DeAndre Hopkins all those years with the Texans?
Yeah.
Other than Brock Osweiler,
he was a skeleton key for quarterbacks.
He was a quarterback-proof Hall of Fame wide receiver.
That's how we knew that Brock Osweiler was definitively bad.
He's the only one that could ever shut down DeAndre Hopkins.
He was the only one that DeAndre couldn't figure out the code.
Yep.
Yeah, he shut down DeAndre Hopkins. Yeah, who's the effective cornerback in the league that year?
Yes. Cornerback. Yeah. He was a shutdown quarterback. All right, so, hey, one more here from the Texans. Let's get the update on the Texans side of things with injuries. Keep in mind, we're now into Week 5, so the 4-week minimum for the PUP guys and for the injured reserve designated to return guys, the minimum has now been achieved. We played 4 games. So who's coming back, D'Amico?
Yeah, at this point in time with the PUP guys, I anticipate us opening a window for Autry and for Jay Reed.
Okay. So what that means is opening the window is they've got a 3-week window now where they can practice, and they must make a determination within that 3-week window to activate them. If they don't activate them within the next 3 weeks, they are done for the year.
He was asked twice specifically about Joe Mixon. Yeah. Both times, I don't think D'Amico even said Joe Mixon's name. He just went back to Danico Autry and Reed. Jalen Reed are the two guys coming back. So the most news we have really on it is that Aaron Wilson had reported that according to sources, it's less likely that Joe Mixon comes back this year at all. Yeah. I believe that's how Aaron phrased it. Mm-hmm. Diana Rossini said there'd be clarity by mid-October.
Right.
I'm not. I'm a little. I don't know. I'm on Diana Rossini's reporting on it.
I'm a little on Joe Mixon.
Oh yeah. I don't.
Yeah, whatever the reports are.
No, there's no part of me that's banking on Joe Mixon returning.
That's a good way to put it. Yep.
It'd be awesome if he did, though.
It would. It would. Although it has me excited.
It has me excited, but you know what gets me more excited? The thought of Joe Mixon in combination with Woody Mark.
That did just get me excited. Let me check. Wait. Yep. Yeah. I got excited.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's go to the Astros. Dana Brown and Joe Espada are going to be meeting with the media today at 11 a.m. to talk about the season. 87-75, the big thing for the first time since 2016. There will be no playoff baseball here in Houston. Who has more of a dead man walking feel to you as they walk up to the dais today to address the media? Dana Brown or Joe Espada, or neither, or both? What's your feel on
Joe
these guys?
Espada. I think Crane really. Maybe I'm crazy here. I feel like Crane and Dana Brown are pretty much in alignment for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
It's Joe Espada, and it really comes down to the things that we couldn't see or wouldn't know about. I think in terms of how Espada manages the entire team, motivationally, et cetera, because. On the sum total of it, all right, look, it's baseball, man. You got professional hitters out there that should be hitting better than they are. That's on them, which becomes more of a Dana Brown thing, I suppose. And B, the injuries were extreme. They set a record for injuries this year, and you got to take that into account for a team that was still almost made the playoffs. It didn't feel like they almost made the playoffs. Mathematically, they almost made the playoffs.
It's because they collapsed. That's why. If if it had been like the year before where they were surging throughout the second half, it might have felt a little different.
And that's the part with managing. We can with the lineups and some of the things Espada does, but I think really, do Jim Crane and Dana Brown think that Espada is doing all of the things on the things you can't count? His effect on the entire roster, his effect on the individual players and everything. Do they feel like he's the right guy?
Well, and look, let's just throw another name out there. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers parted ways yesterday. Is Bruce Bochy a better manager than Joe Espada? Yes. He's won World Series with two different organizations. I don't think it's out of the question that Jim Crane sees other managers out there, and I think the quality of the roster has something to do with this too. This is not as good a roster, and it's not. This is the minor league system thing is starting to catch up to them too.
Yeah.
And so the reinforcements aren't on the way. They're up against it, salary wise. They've got some room to spend, but not a ton. And so if you're Jim Crane, you're like, all right, I got to get back to the playoffs. He's not rebuilding. He's got to get back to the playoffs. Can I find a manager where I feel like he can go win me 4 more games this year with his chess moves? You got a guy that wins you 4 more games, you're in the playoffs, compare. So that's my thing with Espada is just if Jim Crane sees a better solution out there, I don't think there's anything marrying him to Joe Espada right now.
No, that's the key, a better solution. So AJ Hinch's name has been brought up a whole lot.
He's a better manager than Joe Espada.
I know the question would be, in my mind, all right, does AJ Hinch, would he want that? And I know he still has 2 homes here in Houston. I don't know why he has 2 homes in the same city.
Well, one's in the Woodlands.
Oh, and then he might have one down near
I bet he's got like
stadium.
A townhome or something near the ballpark when he was out there, that kind of thing.
It's not like he has a home in Bel Air with his summer home in West U or something.
No.
Just move the whole family for 2 months.
What do you do in West U for your vacation? Go to the neighborhood pool, of course.
Yeah.
What other people do on vacation? Be near water.
Yeah. No, I did. That makes sense because I always wondered about him living in the Woodlands. Like, how the hell there's not a chance in hell if I were a manager or a coach of a team in Houston that I would live that far away.
Right, but he has, he's got kids, so the schools are good out there.
Good call. So kids can figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
That's what I've always said.
All right, so Dana Brown and Joe Espada, 11 a.m. today. Rockets met with the media yesterday. We'll get some sound from Rockets Media Day a little later on in the show. That was it's going to be fun, man, basketball season. Monday Night Football real quick last night. Dolphins 27, Jets 21. Bengals lose to the Broncos 28-3. The Bengals, sans Joe Burrow, are an absolute mess. All right, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, he was on the call for the Texans and the Titans here at NRG Stadium this past weekend. We'll get his thoughts on that, looking ahead to the Ravens game as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Ross Tucker up next.
How big was the Texans' 26-0 win over the Titans? WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Well, if it's Tuesday at 7, we know what's going on. Our Odyssey NFL insider is on the line right now. His name is Ross Tucker, and insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Hi, Ross.
I thought it was really good until the side at the end.
Yeah, I kind of took liberties.
Puberty?
No, I kind of took liberties like they do with the national anthem sometimes, where they add like a little extra, lagniappe to it.
Yeah, but your voice broke.
No, it didn't. It didn't work. No, I get it. Okay. It was. No, we're all on the same side of the argument here. I won't do it again, Ross. I promise. How you doing, man? How did you got to rearrange? How did Houston treat you, Ross? How was the trip here?
It was great. Yeah, I love Houston. Friday night we went to the Pit Barbecue, which was absolutely delicious. I ate an insane amount of meat. We had them bringing out I guess they're not half gallons, but they were bringing over Bluebell pints to us too.
Welcome to Texas.
I think I had maybe a whole mint chocolate chip and half of a cookies and cream after I had the brisket, the sausage, the chicken, several of those. I know I posted on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Hopzilla beers, I think. Hopzilla. I don't know. It's like a local IPA. So I did the thing, man. I did the darn thing, and then I had a couple meals at the lovely grocery store near the hotel. It's called Phoenicia Market.
Yeah, Phoenician, right there. The Phoenician right downtown there. Yeah.
Yeah, so I dominated, and it should be noted that the Texans are undefeated in Texans games I call on CBS this year.
Yeah, they're on pace to be shutout artists in all the Ross Tucker games. All right, so let's get to that, Ross. Let's get to the actual football. And I actually want to talk about the offensive side of the ball, which, as you well know, that's been the issue for the Texans all season long. What's the takeaway here? Because we've got half the fan base. As you know, I do the postgame show for the Texans. Half the people calling in are still either disappointed or angry that the offense took 3 quarters to even get into the red zone. And then you got the glass half full that are like, all right, maybe this was finally a breakthrough. Where do you fall on that argument?
No idea. You know what I mean?
That's why we bring you in here.
It's so funny because if you want me to, okay, this is what's so funny. If you want me to, I could make an argument. I would suggest a very compelling argument in either direction. I thought that there were some serious breakdowns by the Titans. I would love to know. I saw one clip where somebody asked him about it after the game, and L'Jarius Sneed just said, "Next question," when he was asked about letting Nico Collins just run right by him on 2nd and 33. I don't understand that at all. So, and then obviously he had other plays. Sneed had another one where he just let Christian Kirk catch a ball. The tackling on Woody Marks left a lot to be desired. On the one hand, I do think the Titans' ineptitude certainly contributed to the Texans' offensive explosion in the fourth quarter. I don't think you can deny that. The flip side is, they did do some really good things. I thought the offensive line took a step forward when they knew who to block. There was still some mental errors I'm not exactly sure about.
Yeah.
They started to hit Higgins, which was encouraging. And I really think they have something in Woody Marks. And it's not just he catches out of the backfield. He gives explosion in the run game. But the blitz pickup where he pancaked Quandre Diggs, that was awesome. And as Seth knows, that'll get him a lot of respect and a lot more playing time. So I think if you're a Texans fan, obviously you're hoping against hope that's the spark they needed and that they'll pick up where they left off. I think the good news is that the Ravens defense hasn't been playing very well.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going up against some juggernaut defense this week. So that gives the Texans the ability to pick up where they left off. And I do think there's something to be said for confidence and momentum and all those things. And that, maybe that was kind of how CJ got his groove back, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and CJ getting his groove back. And I went back and I watched your entire broadcast. I thought you did a great job. But you, like many others at game, especially there was a misfire to Christian Kirk and then the misfire to the wide open Dalton Schultz, where it was very clear that CJ just either with Kirk, I think wasn't on the same page, and then with Schultz just overthrew Dalton Schultz, and which you noted. But then by the end of the game, I felt like that was the closest glimpse we've had of CJ looking really comfortable and more like a ball placement specialist than maybe we've seen since 2023. Was that your read on it?
Yes. And, as you heard me say, I don't know how he misses Dalton Schultz. And honestly, it's not that he missed him, Seth. He missed him by a lot. I mean, it was like 10 yards over his head. And that's the one where I'm scratching my head. Now, I don't watch every snap of every Texans game like you guys do, but I just don't remember that his rookie year. And then it started to pop up more last year. So that was concerning to me. But then he did settle in, and it seemed like he threw much, much better. Give a lot of credit, because I think that's where it's due to Nick Caley for the first touchdown where Marks came under the formation and was wide open. But then again, that's also the flip side of it. It's like, okay, so the first touchdown was after L'Jarius Sneed lost his mind on 2nd and 33, and then they dropped the coverage on Marks on a bootleg underneath the formation. Then, I guess give Caley credit for that. I mean, give Caley credit for all these, but they have Amani Hooker, their safety, trying to man up Jaden Higgins in the slot. That's not a good matchup.
Well, yeah. You know what?
And then the last touchdown, the last touchdown was so easy, it almost looked like they let him score. So I don't know. I think it's like, are you a glass half full or glass half empty person? I don't know whether to give Caley a lot of credit for how much he schemed those things up, or whether to give, just say, wow, the Titans are really bad. It's probably like anything else in life and football, a combination of both.
Well, where I am with that right now is that it helps when you're going against the Titans to get a lot of things right, obviously. But you brought up that Jaden Higgins catch and the look that they were in. CJ described it afterwards, and the really encouraging thing was that he recognized the look that the Titans were giving him, and that he figured that the safety was going to go give some help to Nico Collins over on the other side of the field. And CJ tweaked the routes a little bit and dialed that up, which is what we're hoping for. I guess the other side of it was, the play I sent you and that everybody in Houston noticed was when Jeffrey Simmons had the fastest sack that anybody's ever seen because nobody blocked him. And on that play, CJ came up and made a check at the line of scrimmage as the play clock was winding down. They get the ball snapped at 0 seconds. And it was very clear that the offensive line was there was a man to the offensive line, the tight ends, the running back, pretty much everybody. The best I could figure was that they were running 3 separate plays between the 11 guys on offense there. It was just like that's the other, the pre-snap stuff. There's some glimpses of really good stuff, but then there's some glimpses of, oh man, they've got some work to do.
That post that video that you sent me is hilarious. I mean, poor James Lynch got quintuple teamed. I've never seen it before in NFL history where 5 guys blocked one. I mean, that honestly looked like Bad News Bears stuff.
Yeah.
I think that they're lucky that it happened in that game against the Titans. Now, Simmons obviously is amazing and took advantage of it. But obviously, I think it looked to me like Andrews, the center, went the wrong way.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be like a a counter to the left, because in the moment, all I noticed was they left Simmons unblocked, and Dalton Schultz was coming from the wings. I thought, wow, they're trying to wham Jeffrey Simmons in the A gap between the center and the guard, right at the point of attack. Like, that's a terrible scheme. I actually think the center, just based on the clip you sent me, went the wrong way. But you know how that is.
Titus Howard as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's where Titus Howard went to the left also. So when you got three offensive linemen running one play and two offensive linemen running another one, it was a mess. Yeah.
We're talking to NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs,
Nationwide is on your side.
You guys don't like the way I do it? If you guys don't like the way I do it, then that's what we're going to go with right there, the pro. So, Ross, flipping over to the Texans on the defensive side of the ball, and I know the Titans probably aren't the greatest foil for judging just how good this defense is, but they've been good all year. They're the lowest scoring defense and allowing the least amount of points in the NFL. How good does the offense need to be for the Texans for this defense to be able to carry them to, say, an AFC title game? Does the offense need to be average? Can they be mediocre? Like, what's the ceiling for this team given the caliber of the defense?
Well, I think the defense is going to, obviously they already are, but, getting MJ Stewart out there, a guy that they can count on to do the right thing. He's been there since DeMeco Ryans and Burke have been there, and just gives them someone reliable and steady. As long as they don't have mental errors and they don't lose their mind tackling like they did against Baker Mayfield on the last drive, the defense is elite. And that gives them a chance in every game. I would say the answer is probably just average.
Yeah.
I think if the offense is average, they would have a chance to go to the title game. To do more than that, I think the offense is going to have to play better than that. And you'd have a lot of time between now and then to get there, and you think the offense would be considerably better by then, right? These offensive linemen are all basically new guys in new spots. That takes some time. The stuff with Stroud at the line of scrimmage, he didn't do it his first 2 years, so that takes some time. So the offense should continue to just kind of get better and better. I don't know if they even get Tank Dell back, potentially later in the year. I don't know, maybe Mixon. I have no idea. But they have a chance. And now that Woody Marks is only going to get better. Higgins and Noel are only going to get better. Ursary at left tackle, which I think is one of the benefits of them playing all these young guys. By the end of the season, those guys could all be ready to really roll and be major contributors so that the offense can be better than average.
Hey, Ross, real quick, you mentioned Tank Dell. Your comments about him on the broadcast made a lot of waves here. Did you see him running sprints, or had you heard about him running sprints, or doing football things at practice?
Yeah, so credit Beth Mowens, the play-by-play announcer. She asked DeMeco Ryans if he had any update on Joe Mixon and Tank Dell, and he said, no, not really on Mixon. He's, still trying to work his way back. That Tank Dell was out, on the field, was able to get out and run this week, which, I thought was a real positive. Now, any type of injury like he had, the major issue is really the changing directions, right? So I don't want people to get overly excited, because I've seen this with guys when I was a player. Seth probably has too, where you see them, they're rehabbing and they're out running, they're running sprints straight ahead. And you're like, oh boy, it could still be like 2 months before they're actually able to get out there and play, just because of what's needed to actually change direction at a full rate of speed. That's his game, So I don't know what that means for a timeline, but I think it would be encouraging. I mean, just the fact that he's out there running is very encouraging.
You know, Ross, we've only got a minute left or so. Lamar Jackson, I know that people have said that he hasn't quite looked the same as incredibly fast and explosive all season long, and yet the Ravens are the top 3 scoring offense in the league right now. What have you seen of the Ravens and Lamar Jackson specifically this year?
I think he's been really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no issues with what he did the first 3 games. He had the highest passer rating. You know, I mean, he looked dynamic. They couldn't sack him. That Buffalo game was insane. He's a phenomenal player. Chiefs game after our game Sunday was the worst I've seen him look. Then he has the hamstring, and this was not like they're saying that no matter what the score would have been, he would not have been able to go back in, which, gosh, if he's not able to really run with as explosive as he is, that would be a huge, huge boost for the Texans. And they're getting the Ravens. I mean, Humphrey's out. You know, I don't know what will happen with Ronnie Stanley and Roquan Smith. Nnamdi Madubuike's done for the year. It's rough right now, to say the least, for the Ravens. You know, sometimes it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And this is like the perfect time for the Texans to be playing the Ravens. If they're ever going to beat them, you know, it feels like this is the game.
Yeah, we were just saying that same thing, Ross, in the previous segment, especially considering how they embarrassed the Texans on Christmas Day last year, like 31-2 on Christmas Day. Man, have some pride. The football gods
is bad. 2 is bad.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have 0 than 2.
100%.
2 just looks bad. 2 stands out to you.
Yes.
2 is a bad number.
Yeah, you're on the bad end of a scoregami.
There's a lot of open scoregamis still that involve the numbers 2 or 4.
Yeah.
It's so rare and it's so bad.
One less, thanks to the Texans on Christmas last year. Ross Tucker, he's our Odyssey NFL insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Better?
Yeah.
Better. Okay, good. Ross is saying nothing. He's like, I'm disgusted.
I was letting you. I thought you were going to say goodbye. I will say this. Thank you to everybody that hit me up on social media at Ross Tucker NFL with the kind words about the broadcast. It means more than you guys know. I really, really appreciate it.
One of our most devoted listeners, a retired lawyer friend of ours, who's like, he calls a spade a spade. He said that you are the best color commentator he's ever heard. There you go.
Yeah, well, I know. Actually, I've heard of that guy. He's in Mensa. He's a genius. And he had
dude, he is. In all seriousness, he does not impress easy. The lawyer guy.
Yeah.
So
hey,
good.
Hey, lawyer guy, I love you, dude.
Yeah.
He's an 87-year-old retired lawyer. He's awesome.
All right, Ross, go do that Even Money podcast, bud. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, see ya.
All right, see you.
I have to explain. I never know if my lawyer friend wants his name out there or not. It's not like a fake, like Squinty, my reformatory school friend. It's
that's a fake.
Juvie, not reformatory.
Juvie, yeah.
They kicked me out of. They kicked me out of reform school long before.
Yeah. They
Squinty.
knew you were a lost cause.
They're going to try this kid as an adult.
Squinty.
I was the first 11-year-old ever tried as an adult.
Well,
they threw their hands up, and nobody objected.
That's right. Let's go send me to live with Squinty.
Real quick, and I feel bad. It's a little bit of a buzzkill, but Ross pointed out that just because a guy is running doesn't mean necessarily that he's close to coming back.
Talking about
like
Tank
Dell.
Yeah,
that could be a long ways back. I mean, and that extends on into. Ross was talking about he might not be doing agility drills yet or anything, but it's even then, even after you look awesome running agility drills and everything, then playing actual football is a huge unknown until you actually get up there. So I'd be surprised if Tank Dell comes back this season, but it was good to hear that he's been running.
I'd kind of rather, absolutely. Like anything Tank's doing positively, I'm all for. I'm kind of okay with staying resigned to him coming back full bore 2026.
Quick story. I bilked the Jaguars out of $250,000 at the end of my career because I thought I was coming off of a major knee injury and I was old. I had all kinds of issues, but I was working out and they came in and they worked me out during training camp and they liked what they saw. I knew I was in trouble when and I felt like, I feel good. I'm doing these shuttle drills and everything. I'm fine. Doing football drills. the Jaguars signed me, and they still had all my information from when I had played there my first 5 years. So the equipment manager, Drew, he was like, "Yeah, I'll just give you. I got your uniform, you got your number, everything. We're all set up." I put my game uniform on the first day I was there, and I looked like Milhouse in a football uniform. I could tell. So this is the same size pants I wore when I was playing there in my prime. And they were just baggy as hell.
So you had lost weight.
My legs just weren't, they weren't the same anymore.
Oh, you had atrophied.
It freaked me out a little bit. Yeah. And that's how I played. I played like Milhouse, I think.
So you didn't go into it saying like, I got nothing here, but I'm going to get $250K.
No. But
that would be petty. Yeah, what? I have no desire of playing football, but I remember one time back during a negotiation, my first time here, I felt like I should have made about $250,000 more.
No, I would never do that. But you fool yourself into thinking
that was like the guaranteed money they gave you or whatever?
Yeah, that was a sweet sign.
That happens, man. That's cost of doing business.
Oh, no, No, they didn't lose a lot of sleep over it.
No, that's $250, man. Just coming in and doing some training camp.
It wasn't like Jose Abreu's dead money or something.
No.
No, but it was. I wasn't even sure I was still going to play, but I was rehabbing and everything on my own. And I was, like, first week of training camp that year, Brandy and I took a vacation down to the Keys, and I was sitting on the beach having a drink, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm going back to football. I don't know. Which right there, that should have been it. I should have never.
Yeah, of course.
I should have never accepted that $250,000.
Seems like a job you really need to be into.
But then the Jags come a calling.
Yeah, your old
squad.
Like,
hey, you want to play football?
The Jags and
let's go do it.
The Jags and the Giants came a calling, right?
No, the Giants had been. I had already given them the stiff arm.
Oh, you had?
Yeah, I gave them the stiff arm before they went on to win a Super Bowl. No, and the Giants were going to do it. Coughlin told me, you won't play until week 8. We want you to rehab with the team, everything else and everything. You're not gonna touch the field. And I'm just thinking like, yeah, that sounds all great. And then you get fired in week 2, and I'm out of my keister.
Yeah,
they go on to win a.
They go on to win a Super Bowl.
Coughlin was going to get fired that year if they didn't make the playoffs.
That would have been a fun defensive line room to be in, just from a nostalgic standpoint. I mean, that was the fuel of that team.
Yeah.
That was Michael Strahan and Osi Umenyiora and Justin Tuck.
It was the dumbest decision I've ever made. I really liked their defensive line coach too, my agent, because they didn't want to. The Giants didn't want to give me any guaranteed money. And I was like, all right, they had a new GM, and I'm thinking, all right, I know Coughlin likes me. Jason Bell, an old teammate of mine from the Texans, was on the Giants, and he's calling me up saying, you got to come here. You just got to come here. And everything. We really need you here and everything. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It doesn't feels like an ambush. I don't know. I don't know if I like the smell of this. I'm gonna go ply my wares with the Jaguars instead.
An ambush. He says yes. He gets up there. He walks in the building, and they all start beating the crap out of you. Or something.
The other thing, though, I liked only having played for 2 teams. There was something about it where I felt like, I just want to go back to somewhere. I'm an old man at this point. I don't want to go into some new situation or something. I like being a guy who's only played for 2 teams. And that was worth not winning a Super Bowl.
It is one of the weird things, like when they flash to other training camps, like throughout training camp and the NFL networks bouncing around and stuff. I'm like, man, I bet that is one of the biggest like shock things for a new player, is just like the different vibe and feel of just the venue of a new training camp.
Yeah.
Because where to, like, you've been, you're with a team for 5 years.
Yeah.
It's a routine. You go over you go over the bridge, you come out to practice, you're either working out indoors or outdoors, and then you know where the locker room is. I mean, some of these training facilities, like when the Steelers train up in Latrobe at some college or whatever, and I always look at that, I'm like, man, that's got to be really weird when you go to a new team and it's a totally different training camp environment.
I worked out at the Bills at St. John Fisher College in Rochester. That was pretty sweet. I never got to do a training camp where you stay in the dorms and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I would have... There's a few. I don't know. I think, don't the Steelers still do it?
I know they still do it at the same venue. Nowadays, are they staying in the hotel? Yeah. These youngsters nowadays, all soft.
I want to sleep on a twin bed.
Right.
Wake up with my arm asleep every single morning because I don't fit on the bed.
A bar in my back.
Or not even a twin bed. It's whatever it is. It's smaller than twin.
It's a cot practically. Yeah.
With the wire. It's basically a hammock.
Yes.
It's a metal hammock.
It's a metal hammock.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Hey, Ross Tucker. We thank Ross for joining us each and every week as our Odyssey NFL insider. Talked about Woody Marks. Sound like Ross was impressed with Woody Marks. Was DeMeco Ryans impressed? DeMeco, what did you see from Woody Marks?
It was exciting to see Woody show up the way he showed up, like some of the runs he made, like making guys miss in the hole, playing physical, some of our short yardage runs, him being able to get downhill in the passing game, not just the catching the ball and running, but the protection. He had some really good protection clips as well. I thought just overall, like he had a really outstanding game for a rookie to step in and play the way that he played. Really, really proud of what he did. He sparked a lot of excitement for us offensively, for our team, just seeing him being able to get in the end zone, make a huge play on the third and I think 15 plus, like him to take the screen pass and to convert it, get a first down there, and the next play line up and take a rush into the end zone. So it's a lot of exciting plays, a lot of big plays for us that we're excited to see, how much more he can handle.
I'm glad D'Amico mentioned the screen pass. He got kind of 2 touchdowns, but the play before the second touchdown, the Texans converted a third and 17 on a screen to Woody Marks.
Right. And on that screen, too, there were a couple things I was going to say that without reading too much into a victory versus the Titans, the thing that I liked about it was I think that there were some plays that they ran in the second half that had been set up by things they'd been doing in the first half. But on the screen play, that screen was actually set up in some part by the atrocious screens that they ran against the Jaguars last week. And I think that there were some tendencies.
Good job, Kaylee.
Right. Yeah, because you watch that play, and Jeffrey Simmons read screen, but he read it to his right. And the offensive line did a good job of holding their water, not getting overly eager to get out. And they held the look. They suckered the defense, and then they got out in front of Woody Marks, and they did a good job of it. So I think Kaylee did some things. The touchdown pass to Woody Marks also, that was set up by a lot of the backfield action that you've been seeing all game long. If you look at the defense on that touchdown pass, the linebackers completely bit on the play action. And there was whoever's supposed to be covering Woody Marks was lost in just a discombobulation in the middle of the Titans defense. So that part is good. Now you got to do it against better opponents, but I saw evidence of some things working out the right way.
Here's another one from D'Amico Ryans on Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. Their styles complement.
Different styles, right? I think Woody's just more shifty back, more speed, getting on the edge, just presents different problems. And Chubb, just consistent power, pressing forward, making plays in the run game, making some really tough physical runs. So it's 2 different guys, 2 different styles, and I think they complement each other well.
And when you bring Joe Mixon back in 3 weeks, why couldn't he say that?
3-headed monster.
Yeah. Yep. Why don't you just bring Joe Mixon back and add that to the mix?
That would be sweet. That would be sweet.
Chubb having some success in the second half, that changed how I felt about the game compared to the first half in an extreme way.
Yeah.
In the first half, I think pretty much everybody was screaming, like, don't let Chubb touch the ball at all. Give it to Woody Marks every single time. And again, I know everybody, I get it. It was against a bad defense. There's been evidence now of this offense at times, like, okay, looking like if you stay committed to the run game, things really, it starts to bite and grab hold a little bit later in the game.
Yeah.
That first game versus the Rams, they didn't run the ball much, and it still started to open up a little bit towards the end of the game. I'd just love to, maybe now with some confidence in Woody Marks, they can lean into that more.
Am I reading this correctly, that you've got people that you've seen invoking Arian Foster when talking about Woody Marks?
I've seen a few people in my comments here and there say, like, hey, Arian Foster, listen, I never go down that road. Because I go back to a couple of years ago. Remember when Christian McCaffrey got traded?
Yeah.
You remember?
I do.
And it was a pretty good package.
From the Panthers to the Niners for a bunch of picks.
I tweeted out this plain as day obvious logic. I said, I love Dameon Pierce, but I would take that. Dameon Pierce would be on an airplane the moment I heard that package coming. If somebody wanted to trade that package for Dameon Pierce,
who's having a really good rookie year
season,
at that time. Yeah.
And people were so mad at me. They were so mad at me for having the gall to suggest that we should ever part ways with Dameon Pierce.
I think half of that was Pierce's personality.
Yeah.
I think people just said we grew to like Dameon Pierce. We still like Dameon Pierce. He's just not as productive a football player.
I've got people that still hate me because of me being skeptical in training camp last year about Dameon Pierce being on this football team.
I'll give you a better comp, and I bought this one up on the YouTube show that I do with Reggie and Landry and Cody on Monday nights. This felt to me during training camp, and now feels like it's playing out this way. Back in 2008, when the Texans had Amon Green here, who had been signed, he was great in Green Bay. He signed here, actually signed for a lot more money than Nick Chubb is making right now, but I think was brought in with the same spirit of the signing, which is veteran guy who's probably seen his better days, but he's a veteran guy who we know is going to, he's going to go get us 3 or 4 yards, and, he's going to be a solid vet. And in 2008, they expected that to be Amon Green. They drafted Steve Slayton in the 3rd round out of West Virginia, I think to be kind of what they envisioned Woody Marks being for this team, which is, okay, he can compete to be the 3rd down back. He can get some touches. He's an explosive player. Showed some great things. And Steve Slayton wound up leading the AFC in total yards that year. Like, he wound up being the guy. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be Woody Marks, and he's going to lead the AFC in yards, but I think it's a similar dynamic where you bring in Nick Chubb. He suffered some injuries. We know we're not getting peak Nick Chubb, same way they're not getting peak Amon Green. But you draft Woody Marks in the 4th round like they drafted Slayton in the 3rd round. And then you see in training camp, because I remember that training camp with Slayton, like, okay, I mean, see why he was productive in college. Let's get this guy some touches, and then this is how it's playing out now. That to me is a more accurate. We're trying to find something in Texans history that this looks like. I think it looks a lot like that, where it's like, oh, wow. This guy we drafted in a middle round pick out of a big program is actually ready to contribute in the run and pass game.
No, and it's really nice to see. But I just, I don't like it when people invoke Arian Foster because it's disrespectful to Arian Foster.
Arian Foster, when healthy, is a Hall of Fame level running back. Arian
Foster is our Tom Brady, and that basically. People love thinking like, oh yeah, draft a quarterback in the 6th round. Of course, Graham Mertz could be the next Tom Brady. Like, come on, let's get serious.
Right.
Likewise with any non-marquee running back, just because he shows some hints of promise or potential, like to say like, oh, he could be like Arian Foster, who was an undrafted rookie free agent. It's disrespectful to Arian Foster. He was just an absolute horse.
He was a great running back.
Yeah.
And I don't use great a lot. When he was healthy, he was a great running back. Woody Marks, it's early, but Woody Marks is giving you exactly what this team needs right now, no question.
Do you think Graham Mertz can be the next Tom Brady?
He was drafted in the 6th round. Brady didn't play his rookie year.
Yeah.
Graham Mertz hasn't played in his rookie year yet.
Everything's lining up.
He's off to a pretty good start.
Would you trade Graham Mertz for a 2nd-round pick right now?
Yes.
Yeah. That's how bad the first half was last week.
I'd trade him for a 6th-round pick.
The first half last week had me wondering, especially after CJ's couple of misfires, I'm like, man, if Davis Mills gets in this game, it's going to be...
In the first half?
It's going to be just absolute mayhem. It was so bad in the first half.
Yeah. Yep. Text messages on the running back topic. Woody Marks reminds me of Bucky Irving, somebody says.
Okay.
Is that a good comp? Bucky Irving?
So. Bucky Irving's bigger than him, is he not?
Is he? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Bucky Irving's bigger. He's only 195. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good comp.
That might be a good one.
Yep.
I feel like I've had to remind myself of this like several times that Bucky Irving isn't all that big.
No, he just looked like a hoss in that game.
Because
he was breaking all kinds of tackles in that game.
Yeah, maybe we could go with that comp.
Ross Tucker is immensely entertaining and an easy listen for sure. That's some good feedback for Ross Tucker on the text page.
You know what I run into with Ross sometimes is that he talks pretty slow, and I talk pretty fast.
Yeah.
But then I listen to his podcast on double speed.
Okay.
So when I hear him in person, so I'll listen to his podcast a bunch, and it's always on double speed.
Yeah.
When he gets on here, it feels like Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh,
I'm like, is he all right? What's
all
going on?
slowed down.
Yeah. Is Ross
That's
okay
funny.
this early in the morning?
Double speed, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I do with a TV copy of games a lot of times. I watch it double speed. The game, yeah.
Okay.
If I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch it 1 quarter at a time at double speed. And that way I get a feel for the game. And, I kind of mark down which plays I want to go back and watch.
I wonder what most people, I get wanting to speed it up. I do that with podcasts too.
Yeah.
Anything beyond 1.5 speed for me, it's just, I get caught up in just how fast it is I'm listening, how fast the dialogue is that I'm listening to.
Audiobooks, I can go. I'm trying to remember. I don't do it as much anymore because it affects me badly.
Don't even say
it makes me start to try to keep pace. 4 times speed or so.
Really?
With the right audiobook, yeah, you can do it. It depends on the subject matter and the elocution of the narrator.
I'm getting motion sickness hearing this right now.
You just have to give it a go and try it a few times.
Well, I'm going to dip my toe in the water with double speed first.
What it's good for is anything.
I'm not going to go smoke crack. I'm just going to take.
You know the advice they always give you that I refuse to believe anybody has ever actually followed in school, where they're like, what you should do is read the textbook chapter one time through without taking notes or thinking about it, and then go back and give it a more thorough reading.
That doesn't work.
Nobody's ever done that in the history of students, have they?
Yeah, no, it's a lot. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, but with a podcast or with an audiobook or something, I have success with that. I'll listen to it real fast and get the general theme of things, and then I'll go back and listen.
There you go. Speed. Okay. Yeah. That's a good method, man. You got to do what works for you, So
what about when you're listening to, when you do voiced, when you have like Siri read you an article? Do you ever do that?
I don't do that.
You don't do that?
Nope, I don't do it.
Game changer.
Yeah. No, I realize that's something that especially because I work out like on the elliptical, but I'm mostly like watching stuff on YouTube or watching press conferences or whatever. But I could listen to articles. That's a good call.
It's tricky with baseball because when they get to the box score, that's laborious. Yeah. That's how you're driving and you don't want to look at your phone or anything, but they're going through an entire series, through an entire box score.
4-0, 0-0.
They're not telling you the still like which.
Oh my God! All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. If you missed Ross Tucker, you can go back, rewind, listen to it, or hear it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. Up next, sounds from Rockets Media Day. Big news from Kevin Durant in his first day in the building as a Rocket. We will hear from him and others from Media Day for the Rockets coming up next.
Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There was Kevin Durant earlier this week. The Rockets had their media day yesterday. Their training camp gets started today. And Kevin Durant, something we've speculated about, he's, of course, in the last year of his deal. He wants to sign an extension to remain a Houston Rocket for multiple years.
I do see myself signing a contract extension. I can't tell you exactly when that'll happen, but I do see it happening. And just seeing the quick progression of this franchise from where it was right after that James Harden, Chris Paul era. Seeing when Ime got here and how he turned it around so fast. Then have some connections here within the organization, people I work with around the league. So it just felt organic and natural coming into the gym, getting be a Houston Rocket for the first time. So I always have respect for this coaching staff, this fan base, this state, this city. So it feels right.
Made you want to come play?
So there you go. So
in the end, Houston answers, I think, resoundingly. Let's pump the brakes here.
Well,
Let's listen, tall Tuve. Let's see how it goes. All right.
Yeah. I'm guessing that the extension conversation was had even before the trade was.
They might already have some general ideas of where they're going with it. Yeah.
And they don't have specific numbers. But the Rocket said, we're not going to lowball you. But Kevin Durant has also said, I'm not going to max you out either.
Do you think I've got in between? Do you think I've got a good read on that? Just my knee-jerk reaction with anybody is, especially, look, I'm excited about Kevin Durant, but also very, aware of his age. And that, okay, what kind of an extension? How long? How crippling is it if Kevin Durant ends up just falling off a cliff or getting injured, especially.
I'm more worried about injury than performance. I think his game ages fine.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about injury. And, the guy's had an Achilles tear in his recent career. I say recent, whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago. But independent of that, he's also had other injuries along the way. He's not been this 82-game warrior. Look, he's on a team where they're going to be able to manage this during the regular season.
Yeah. No, as long as it's not an idiotic extension, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised conversation about an extension.
100%.
It all lined up that it looked like, this is where Kevin wanted to go, and there were discussions being had, et cetera, et cetera.
That answer is somebody who has talked about an extension with the team already.
Yeah.
When he said, I'm going to sign an extension, we just don't know when. They've had that conversation. Here was Amen Thompson. I think it was Dorian Finney-Smith. They were talking about shooting with Dorian Finney-Smith, and he's like, man, I just don't give an F. Except he cursed when he talks about shooting. So I'm anxious to watch him be a Rocket. But they asked Amen Thompson about that mentality, and Amen Thompson said, I do that too. I shoot like I don't give an F.
Dorian Finney-Smith just said earlier today that you need to not give an F and shoot it with confidence. Yeah. Do you think you're at a place where you don't give an F and you are shooting with confidence?
I definitely feel like I don't give an F and shoot it with confidence. You know what I mean? Me and Dorian talk about that all the time. So, last year you saw when he played us, he think he airballed the first 2 threes, then he made 5 straight. So, don't give an F, guys.
It's one of the interesting things in sports that you wouldn't necessarily, if you didn't know anything about how people use it or anything, I think your first reaction would be like, what a selfish individual.
Oh, don't give an F.
But it's finding that right amount of not caring, like the detachment to not be worried about your misses or anything else. You just don't want guys that are, the bad version of it is the guys that don't give a bleep but are taking bad shots all the time.
Now, Amen Thompson's not a great shooter.
Right. Yeah.
I would like for him to give some Fs.
Right.
Not for him to just start chucking, right? Or maybe, who knows? He's been working out pretty hard this
my
offseason.
thought was, is he, if he's making the transition to being more of a point guard too, then it's then there's a little bit more of a discretionary part of it.
For sure. Here was, as we go through some sounds from Rockets Media Day yesterday, back to Kevin Durant. This is Steven Adams, who spent a lot of time with Kevin Durant. They were teammates in Oklahoma City. Steven Adams, laid-back Kiwi, asked about what does he think. How's Kevin Durant as a teammate? You like this guy?
Steven, I know you said it's been 10 years, but what do you remember about being a teammate of Kevin and what kind of teammate he was?
No, he was cool, bro. Yeah, just solid dude, good teammate. You know what I mean? He wasn't a dick or anything. Like,
Is that where you're headed with that? You know, what are you asking? Was he a jerk or something?
I'm so glad Steven Adams is back.
I know. No, Steven Adams, especially, obviously on a good team and on a team that's improving. It's a lot of fun to have him. I think the dynamic of, you already saw what they wanted to do with having three big men in the lineup at times last year. You could see the limitations of it. I mean, they had the big man lineup that was just crazy with the plus minuses, but you can only get away with it for so long in the playoffs. I mean, when you make Kevin Durant one of the big men that's on the floor, that's just a whole different. It's not even in the same universe.
Apparently, Ime Udoka intimated that he wants to at some point trot out NBA history at some point, which would have Amen Thompson at point guard. He's 6'7". He'd be the shortest one out there. Durant would be your two guard. Jabari Smith would be your small forward. So those would be your wings, essentially. Yeah. And then you'd have your two bigs, Şengün and Steven Adams, who are all four of them, Durant, Smith, Adams, and Şengün, are listed at 6'11".
Yeah.
So you'd have 4 6'11" dudes and a 6'7" point guard.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see this.
And then bring Jim Boeheim in to run the defense.
A little 2-3 matchup zone.
That sea of arms. Just like an impenetrable
the old
wall.
Zonski,
Is Boeheim still alive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I see enough unpleasant quotes from him on social media. Yes.
Oh, really?
Well, no. He's just such a dour individual.
He's a grumpy guy.
He's been grumpy since before an age where you're allowed to be grumpy.
He was grumpy by old standards.
He was born
when
grumpy.
Everybody was grumpy all the time.
Yes.
Because they smoked so many cigarettes.
Not a big Boeheim guy. No.
I think he's a distant cousin of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a much better demeanor and personality.
I've never run into him at a... there's elements of Boeheim to me.
Other than the 6 a.m. segment, you Boeheim sometimes.
Nah, Boeheim, there's a strong Boeheim bent running through the Payne family.
Is there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on your...
If you can find the negative side of something, be sure you look for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, we need to dig into this. Last one.
Always look on the sunny side of life. Go die.
Yeah.
That's what we reply.
All right. Alperen Şengün. Now, we've not talked yet about Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet went in and got his ACL surgery. It feels like he drove straight to the hospital. Let's fix this up, boys. He wasted no time. This is an interesting cut from Alperen Şengün throughout, especially at the very end here. Take a listen. This is Alperen Şengün talking about finding out about Fred VanVleet's ACL injury. He was traveling back from overseas from the Euro Championships over there.
I was on the plane coming back here when I saw it. That really hurt me. I mean, I was really upset. I think I would have same upset level if I was hurt. Fred is really important for this team. Everybody knows, I know the most, how much he helped me, especially. He's our leader, so it's really was upsetting seeing him like that. I text my guys. I said, probably this is a joke, right? Because I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it until he went to the surgery. I came back here. I saw him. Hopefully it's a meniscus, until last moment. So, but it is what it is. He's still going to be with us. He's already still with us after surgery. He came back another day. Just seeing him around is great for us. Like I said, he's been our leader for the last 2 years, and he's a great guy. He played for the team. And that really hurt me, actually. That hurt the team too. But, we're just going to be strong for him and carry the team until the playoffs and hope for him to come back in the playoffs and help us win the championship.
I saw what you were doing. You were counting the number of months it takes to recover from an ACL. That's my guess.
On average
That's my guess. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah. For NBA players, it's 9 to 13 months on average. It's in June, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the playoffs are still going for the Rockets by then.
How long has it been? Has it been a couple weeks since he tore his ACL?
It was the Monday after that really horrible weekend of losing to the Mariners and losing to the Jags. So, it was about a week ago.
So, in mid-June. Yeah. That would be 9 to 13 months.
He had the surgery last Friday.
Some people have and you had said something. I think you wanted to read into him having the surgery already. That's not atypical for him to have had the surgery.
Yeah.
Usually what happens with an ACL is they wait for the swelling to go down, and then you do it as soon as possible. So that would mean that, there's not anything drastic or anything. And we haven't heard of They haven't had to have a follow-up surgery.
I was trying to. I mean, Alperen's awesome with his English. I think he came over here not speaking any English. He's really good with his English. It sounded like somewhere in there, maybe we'll replay it, that he talked about hoping it was maybe a meniscus. I thought he used the word meniscus in there somewhere towards the end.
Well, the big thing is if there isn't any meniscus damage, that's a really good sign.
Okay, so
the meniscus can really slow the recovery down.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought maybe he was hoping instead of an ACL, it was a meniscus. Because sometimes you can do that meniscus procedure where you shave some of it and you can come back a lot sooner. So I heard him say meniscus in there. That's probably what it was because it's been a torn ACL.
Or if he was hoping that it was a meniscus instead of an
ACL is what I thought maybe he was referring to.
So the average is 9 to 13 months theoretically. I mean, guys have come back faster than that, but it gets dicey, obviously.
Yeah. Obviously, Al P is hoping that Fred can make it back. Are you ready to get petty?
Yeah.
This is a good petty cast.
About my
that's good. Yeah, get your Boeheim on, everybody, this segment. Tuesday Petty Cast is coming up. We've got the Texans causing some petty with their opposition from this past weekend. We've got Michael Irvin petty, which might be some of the best petty that you can possibly find. Mike Francesa is in here. This is a good petty cast. So get your petties ready. Text in 713-572-4610 if you got anything you're petty about. We'll read your texts on the air. Petty cast coming up.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Texter really liked Altuve. Seth, your reference to Kevin Durant.
I don't want it to turn into Altuve. Right. That would be because we were talking about if Durant got a huge extension, a long extension, that and all of a sudden Durant started looking like
how much more time we got left on this thing?
Yeah. Don't be Altuve.
No, do not be.
You know what? I feel even dirty even bringing that up in Altuve in any kind of a negative
in
context.
a disparaging kind of way.
In an insulting way.
Yeah.
I take all of that back.
Okay.
I'd go back in time and not say it again.
You take it back, accept credit for the creativity of it in the first place.
Yeah, but we don't want Durant to be Altuve.
We do not want him to be that. No, we don't want Altuve to be little Tuve. We don't want him to be the version he was at the end of the year with a busted foot.
He's old Tuve.
Yeah,
right now.
We don't want him to be old Tuve. Yes.
Yeah.
Good job, Seth. You're on it. All right, let's get to the Pettycast here.
Get into the illegal stuff this offseason with Altuve. I've always felt like 5 athletes should be exempt from the PED policy. You want to see your legends?
As the fan of an aging baseball team, I am with you on that.
Yeah. I just open up the pharmaceutical floodgates and have at it.
Cabinet open, baby. Yes. All right, let's get to the Pettycast. This was Brian Callahan, coach of the Tennessee Titans, Paul Kuharsky.
Yeah, Paul Kuharsky notably gets into it with every Titans coach.
He's very good at needling the coaches in Tennessee.
Angry New Jersey guy.
Yep. Paul Kuharsky at the press conference following the 26-0 loss to the Texans, Paul Kuharsky asked Titans head coach Brian Callahan if his team is resilient and relentless.
Do you think this is a resilient and relentless football team?
I know what you're doing there, Paul. I know what you're doing. And I'm not going to answer that here right now.
Well, I mean, those are the themes that you've tried to catch.
Yeah.
Football team, you're 20-some games in.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I'm going to just compose myself here before I say something I regret. But, yes, I think this team is resilient. I think it is relentless. We haven't played good enough football, and I think those are two very distinct, different things. We have to execute at a better level. We have to coach better. That's really all I can say.
It is pretty snide. I mean, you could hear the sarcasm dripping in Paul Kuharsky's voice.
I wonder if Callahan must have described his team as that during the week leading up to the game.
Yeah.
And that was like one of those, so do you still think your team is resilient and relentless?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Like, how's that working out for you?
Right. And credit Callahan, who doesn't strike me as the brightest light on the Christmas tree.
Let me compose myself. Well,
see what you're doing there, Paul.
He probably gives himself a pep talk, like you do before any difficult conversation. You remind yourself, like, all right, just breathe through this. I'm not gonna don't get defensive.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Well,
you're also remembering that your team sucks.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. All right, so Petty, the Texans were able to make Brian Callahan petty, or maybe Paul Kuharsky petty, having to cover a team that is probably going to be picking first in the draft again this year. At the very least, maybe firing their coach in the next couple of weeks. I'll be anxious to see if Brian Callahan's the new favorite for first head coach fired. McDaniel got a win last night.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Screw being an NFL head coach.
We'll see what happens.
Honestly, there's so many other jobs I would prefer to that.
I know, but it pays really good.
It changes a man, though, too.
Yeah.
You see these head coaches. It's rare that one spends a lot of... Kubiak's one of the few that can spend a long time as a head coach without turning into just a weird, psychotic dude.
John Harbaugh has aged a lot in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
From what I've been watching here, I'm like, it's a lot more gray.
Mm-hmm.
Seems a lot more. It's kind of getting weird. He sounds a lot more like his brother.
Well,
but Jim can wear it.
But John, I mean, he's an older guy by now. He's been around forever.
Yeah.
How old do you think Harbaugh is?
John Harbaugh?
Yeah.
I would guess he is 63 years old.
63, yeah. I think he's,
Did I get it right?
At some point, it's exactly.
Can I get a
63.
ding, please? Thank you. Ding. Yeah, ding. That's fine.
You're going to go
Thank you very
63 years old. You're going to look 63 at some point.
That's true. All right, let's keep it moving. Pettycast. Michael Irvin, if you guys saw the end of the Dallas Green Bay, it was a great game. Back and forth, overtime, finished in a tie. Screw you, Bill Polian. I'm petty about these tie rules, or these overtime rules, where you shorten overtime 6 years ago, and then 3 years later, you're giving teams more possessions in overtime.
It's stupid.
It's stupid. So, but at the very end of the game, Green Bay, down 3, is in Dallas territory. They're in the red zone, and the clock is running. And Jordan Love comes up to the line of scrimmage. I think it was third down. and runs a play with like 7 seconds left and a running clock.
Yeah.
And he throws an incomplete pass to the back of the end zone where there was 1 second left when the ball was called incomplete. If the clock had run out, Dallas wins the game.
Yeah.
They win 40-37. Instead, clock stops at 1 second. LaFleur trots the field goal team out onto the field. Packers kick a field goal. We get a 40-40 tie. Michael Irvin is livid at the person who is operating the clock at AT&T Stadium.
Start playing like right now the MVP. If they had somehow won that game in Philly and somehow I don't even wait a minute. Let me start with this joker. Who the hell ran that clock last night? If I ever see that joker, I'm going to tap on his head. Are you joking? You let that finger come down slowly to press that clock. Oh, game over? Game over. Ain't nothing you can do about that. We need to find that dude. I need to talk to that dude, and I need to make sure he don't ever clock again. That was absolutely crazy. But I am proud of the fight.
I am with Irvin 100% on this one.
At the very least, make the attempt as a clock operator.
Like make them have to review it, put it on the, because nobody, I watched that play over and over. Like I don't think anybody would have been, at the very least, I don't think anybody would have been surprised if it hit zeros because of the very dynamic that Irvin is asking for in that audio there.
Yeah.
And then make the referees go back and change it. That's part of home field advantage, man.
I'll be honest, are they allowed to, because you can do it for penalties and other things like that on replay or after replay reviews, can you do it specifically just for that moment? Can the official add on?
Just for that moment is a good question. They review clock things all the time, putting time back on the clock and whatever. That's a good question. I think so. I think I've seen it.
I wanted to say yes emphatically, and then I second guessed myself.
I did too, and you second guessing is making me second guess. I'm sure people will text in both correct and incorrect answers on the text page. So that was Michael Irvin, pretty petty about the clock operator. All right, this whole Robert Saleh, Liam Cohen thing. If you missed it, Robert Saleh, the week leading up to the Jags and the Niners game, Robert Saleh, the current 49ers defensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jags, who is part of the McVay tree, which is tangentially part of the Shanahan tree. These trees all blend together. But Robert Saleh had said that the Jags have a really good legal sign-stealing operation over there.
And the staff coming from a couple of guys coming from Minnesota, they've got legally a really advanced signal stealing type system where they always find a way to put themselves in an advantageous situation. They do a great job with it. They formation you to try to find any nugget they can. So we've got to be great with our signals, and we got to be great with our communication, and to combat some of the tells that we might give on the field. So they're almost elite in that regard. That whole entire tree, from Sean to Kevin O'Connell to all those guys, they all do it. So, so there's challenges. They're going to catch us in some situations where they have the advantage, and we just got to play good, sound, fundamental football and do our best to execute them.
Question.
Yeah.
If you were Liam Cohen and you actually listened to that whole quote, how would you have felt?
I would have felt like, that's he knows what the challenge is, and that's what we do. And because
I would have been flattered.
Everything he's describing is exactly what people will talk about on the broadcast all the time, and it's open. Like nobody's trying to. It's just the fact that he said sign stealing. It gave license to all these headline writers to say things like Saleh accuses Cohen of sign stealing or whatever. I think Cohen is too dumb to realize the difference between the headline and what Robert Saleh actually said. Because after the game is over, Cohen I'm not going to spend time really trying to watch all these different videos. Walks past Robert Saleh, says something to the effect of, keep your name out of my mouth. Saleh responds by allegedly saying something like, I will end you. I know they showed a video of it, but then and said that's what he said, but I couldn't hear it in the video. Whatever. Cohen, what the hell's wrong with you, Cohen? Are you this dumb? Are you this stupid to not understand that there was nothing Saleh was saying right there that was any hint of an insult or insinuation or anything? Said you guys use motion really well, and then you figure out what our hand signals are on the field or whatever calls we have to adjust to it. That's just smart football. There's not anything remotely illegal about that.
No, and so Cohen got all upset about it. Did that thing you do where you hide behind some of your players, kind of threatening to fight a guy who could end him. Robert Saleh would turn Liam Cohen into a grease spot.
Yeah.
Here was Kyle Shanahan when it was brought up to him after the game. The whole kerfuffle was pointed out to Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh's boss, basically.
After game, Liam and Saleh were exchanging words. I mean, are you surprised that, I assume over sign stealing, are you surprised that Cohen maybe wasn't thrilled about that?
No, try to clear it up, but I didn't see what happened, so I'm not sure. Don't think you should be that sensitive about it, but it is what it is. Not too worried about it.
Yeah, don't be so sensitive. That's good pettiness by Kyle Shanahan. That was A-list pettiness.
Yeah.
I like that it gives us an opportunity to be petty about Liam Cohen while at the same time acknowledging, man, I don't know. It looks like he really, really might know what he's doing. He did a great job with Tampa last year.
Yep.
We'll see how he does in Jacksonville and whether he flames out or whether you're a nerd version of himself that he looks like.
San Francisco handed them that game, man.
Well, okay, this is the other dynamic of the pettiness, though, that goes into all of this.
Yeah.
People have pointed this out. Robert Saleh might very well be the head coach in Jacksonville right now if Liam Cohen hadn't gone back on his word in Tampa. Remember where he just said he was staying?
Was Saleh about to get that job?
That's the scuttlebutt.
Okay.
So Liam Cohen says he's staying in Tampa, but then Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, comes and just money whips him into taking
he fired
the job.
Trent Baalke.
That's right. He fired Baalke. That was the big thing.
That was the big thing.
Cohen didn't want to go while Trent Baalke was the GM of the Jaguars.
And Saleh was probably willing to because he worked with Baalke in San Francisco.
Yeah,
I would imagine. He was probably there at the same time.
I don't know. But again, that would make sense if Saleh were actually being snarky towards Cohen. He was trying to basically say, yeah, he's a really bright dude.
It's a compliment.
Udinsky or whatever the hell the name, the Wonder Boy offensive coordinator for the Jaguars also. He comes from Minnesota.
Yeah.
They're basically complimenting them for playing smart football, and Cohen somehow takes that as an insult.
Yep. All right, Mike Francesa, longtime New York radio host. This is pretty good. If you thought the Astros had a collapse, they got nothing on the Mets. The Mets had the best record in baseball in the middle of June. They were 45-24, and they have a payroll that is astronomical. Steve Cohen is their owner. They went 38-55 over their final 93 games of the season, 38-55, and collapsed, missed the postseason. Here's Francesa talking about how gutless the Mets are.
This is such a colossal failure. This is one of the great colossal collapses that we have seen from a team with talent in a very long time. There are bad teams. That's not them. They aren't a bad team. They're a gutless bunch of underachievers. That's what they are. Gutless to the core as a group. They should be ashamed of themselves. I never thought they would be this gutless.
Okay, we're good. We heard gutless.
Yeah,
we're good. We're good.
To the core.
To the core. They're gutless to the core. Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, issued an apology to Mets fans everywhere. I owe you an apology. You did your part by showing up and supporting us. We didn't do our part. We will do a postmortem and figure out the obvious and less obvious reasons why this team didn't perform up to yours and my expectations. Thank you to the best fans in sports.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
The Mets are nice because they at least are a reminder that it's not as simple as just spending your way to the top.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Yankees are a yearly reminder of that.
Yeah.
But it's nice that another New York team has done that too. It's been hard for me because I've wanted to pull for the Mets, and it's a beleaguered fan base. You'd like them to do well. There's no skin off our back usually, unless we see them in the World Series. And yet they've been trying to do it by outspending everybody.
No, I got no love lost. All right, so we probably have time for one more. Would you rather listen to Rex Ryan hate on Shedeur Sanders or Mike Elko, head coach of your Texas A&M Aggies, petty about the media coverage of the Aggies?
I got to listen. Let's get some Elko.
A little Elko in our lives? All right.
Especially since we don't talk about the issue. We think somebody in Houston
Top
should.
six teams. All right, here's Mike Elko, petty about the media coverage of the Texas A&M Aggies.
Does anybody want to ask a question about like us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on third down and 0 for 2 on fourth down and you got the return game going again? Like, I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy?
Well, we're only halfway through this.
Yeah. Next one.
Yeah. Was he doing it in kind of a fun and playful manner, or was he genuinely PO'd?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. I mean, I think he was. I think there was some shade being thrown at Brian Kelly a little bit there because Kelly. That's what people are saying. Because remember when Kelly, after they beat,
that's right.
After they had the big win earlier this year, they beat Florida 20-10. And Kelly comes in, does his opening statement, and then I'll open it up to questions.
Yeah.
And the first question after a 20-10 win is, why did you suck so bad on third down?
That's elite if that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Now, that was because Elko got upset because he'd been questioned about the 13 penalties that they had.
Yeah.
Sloppiness on offense.
Right.
The 3rd and 1 play call.
Yeah. Obviously, they won. They're undefeated.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I like if he was taking a shot at Brian Kelly, that's
he used to
elite.
work for Kelly at Notre Dame. He was Kelly's DC.
I wonder if he did
Notre
that.
Dame.
I wonder if he told Kelly he was going to do that.
That's funny.
And just sent him a little clip of it.
That's great.
I'll take that from a number one ranked
Petty
football
and
coach.
funny.
Yes. Good job, Elko.
That's your head coach, Seth. Seth's his Aggie T-shirt on today. For those not
my
watching,
Aggie baseball
on YouTube. On YouTube. Oh, yeah, it's baseball.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's a good baseball program. All right. Payne and Pendergast, that was the Petty Cast. We'll read some of your petties in the next segment. 713-572-4610. All right, statistically, the Texans' offensive line is improving. Do the stats match the eye test? We will ask that question and answer it coming up next.
Statistically, the coolest and most fun fake holiday of the year is coming up.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Our QB's more unprepared than ever. Why did I just say that in that voice? Because Mike Greenberg is ranting about it right now on our television in the studio.
I've got a quote from Tom Brady up there that says, "There's no more college teams. There's just," what do you say? "There's no more programs. There's just teams." Which, I mean, that's true. Like,
Transfer portal.
That's true.
And
I don't know how Tom Brady spends a lot of time whining about how quarterbacks aren't as good as they used to be. And I feel like there's a part of Tom Brady where I want to just maybe say, hey, Tom, I don't think maybe you should be comparing quarterbacks to yourself. Individually. I don't think, honestly, there were a lot of dumb quarterbacks back when you were just starting out too. It wasn't like there was a golden era where everybody was operating at the same level as Tom Brady.
There's never even been a period in the NFL that I can remember as a fan where I've been upset about the quarterback play in the NFL. Like there's always like 12 to 16 good quarterbacks, and there's bad quarterbacks.
Like Tom Brady ran this incredibly intricate, finely tuned machine of an offense.
Yeah.
But he played Jay Cutler. This is not. Are you telling me you need today's kids to play more like Jake Cutler?
No.
That's what we're missing these days.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't think he's come to grips with how good he was. I don't think he realizes that. Well, we do it. Us Gen Xers do it. We always like, oh, these stupid Gen Z. Look at them acting like jackasses. Okay, yeah. As if when we were 21 years old, we looked around and thought, oh, yeah, all my friends really got it together.
Yeah,
they know. These guys, never been as great a generation as this one. There's jackasses abound everywhere and anywhere.
Well put.
Yeah.
All right, Texans offensive line.
Yeah, I had two wit.
All right, so here's a stat for you, all right?
Yeah.
The Texans have had a pressure rate. This is according to Next Gen Stats.
Ooh,
it's got to be true. The Texans have had a pressure rate below 39% for I love that that's the threshold. Just for some context, 39% is what the pressure rate was last year for C.J. Stroud and the Texans. That's the pressure rate that Patrick Mahomes experienced in the Super Bowl when he was running for his life the whole game.
Do you know what the average is by Next Gen Stats?
It's a good question. I don't.
Because these pressure percentages from service to service, very wild.
I don't know the average, but here we're doing some comparative stuff for the Texans. 39. Yeah. Texans have had a pressure rate below 39% now this season for 3 straight weeks, and it's gone down each week. Okay, that's the first time since weeks 3 through 5 of CJ's rookie. Now to go back, weeks 3 through 5 of CJ's rookie season, week 3 was D'Amico's first win as a head coach.
Yeah.
They beat the Jags by 20. Week 4, they beat the Steelers with Austin Deculus playing left tackle.
Yeah.
By 24, they beat them 30-6. And then week 5 was the game in Atlanta where Desmond Ridder went crazy for like 300 yards, and they lost on a last-second field goal. The last 3 weeks, the pressure rate, according to Next Gen Stats, has gone 37%, 33%, 28%.
Yeah.
Does this match the eye test of Seth C. Payne?
Well, it does. A lot of people have pointed out, it's not the offensive line in total that's been an issue at times. It's really been it's been an issue with the left side of the offensive line. And Ariante Ursary playing like a rookie. They've been rotating and, looking like it's going to be Juice Scruggs at left guard now, but they've had some issues there. I think one of the biggest things, though, is just simply CJ getting rid of the ball quickly and just the offense helping the offensive line out in a good way.
Which is what we were clamoring for in the preseason.
Right.
Like, this is how it has to look while you're trying to construct this makeshift offensive line.
Yeah, and it's not like they're doing it like the way a college team would or something where it's just absurd. I think he's making the right decisions of when he's making better decisions more often about when to hold on, when to get rid of it quickly, when to pull it and run, because that's another big part of it. I think CJ really getting a feel for, all right, when do I try to stretch out a player? When do I just run? He's been way quicker to pull the trigger and running. And part of that's by design, too. They run these boots, they just real comfortable saying, all right,
give me this play. Give me these 5 yards.
4 or 5 easy yards, yeah.
The boots have been well executed this year, I think.
Yeah, well, the one that they could have really sprung open a couple weeks ago was Nico Collins got held, just grabbed at the line of scrimmage, which ends up being a penalty, and you get positive yardage on it.
Yep.
Last week they got Nico Collins involved early with a boot.
Yep.
It's good because CJ can utilize it. CJ can, when he can use his legs and just get easy, safe yardage, and it sets other things up too. People always talk about running the ball to, running the zone run because that helps set up the bootleg. The opposite is true as well.
Mm-hmm.
Running the boot does help set up the actual run plays. And they've done some things with misdirection that showed up versus the Titans. The Titans got confused by some of the misdirection in the backfield. They got confused by some of the play action. That was good. Now you just got to be sure you're selling it as well to do it against good defenses.
Yep.
And they're not facing a good defense theoretically this week.
Well, yeah, statistically they're not.
Theoretically.
They're facing a banged-up defense for sure. In the Ravens this weekend. Here was DeMeco Ryans. Seth mentioned Juice Scruggs. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Juice Scruggs. If you weren't following left guard during the game, which if you weren't, I don't blame you, they were doing the flip-flop thing for a little while with Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs that they were doing in Week 3 against the Jags. Eventually in this game, they just settled in on Juice Scruggs being the guy at left guard for the remainder of the game. Here's DeMeco on Juice.
Juice with the rep that he's taken. It's continue. We can all get better up front. Collectively, we still have improvements to make. And so when we're on blocks, you're staying attached, finishing blocks better. We can all improve that in that area and get better. I thought Juice did a good job.
Yeah, the offensive line and the sum total of it, really, at this point, I mean, you look at that Jeffrey Simmons sack. That was a whole offense issue. That was some of the issues that we've seen, that we saw early in the season, where they changed the play as the clock was winding down, and some guys heard it and some guys didn't, or there was confusion. And that's the kind of stuff that's not the individual offensive lineman getting beat. That was just a miscarriage of the entire offense at that point.
Yep.
Juice Scruggs did some things in that game when, again, like everybody else, I'll say on the O-line, when it looked good, it looked really, really good. There's just some other times where they just still look a little bit disjointed. I think that for this early in the season, I am encouraged by the fact that they've shown progress.
Yeah.
I think they have actually just gotten substantially better in a few of the bread and butter type things.
Yep, I would agree with that.
In terms of CJ getting rid of the ball quickly, it was like last year he was the 5th slowest to get rid of the ball in the league. He was at 2.9 something seconds. This year he's 13th fastest. Right about tied with like 11th fastest with Michael Penix. So it's not like he's getting rid of it blisteringly fast, but it's noticeable to the naked eye. I think there's just more instances of like, okay, first read's there, I'm taking it.
Yeah, I feel like the feel on the offense as a whole right now, and granted, I'll admit the recency bias that most of us have with any of this stuff that comes to assessing your football team. You just came off a game where you won 26-0, and your best quarter was the last quarter. So the last evidence of football watching the Texans was a quarter in which they scored 3 touchdowns. I'm acknowledging that, but it does feel like slowly there are fewer and fewer just negative points on this offense that you can point out week to week.
Yeah.
Like there's gradual, it does feel like there's gradual progress being made. I wonder how many weeks of gradual progress it's going to take for Texan fans to trust Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator. I think that's the big question. Because even in the postgame, we got fire Nick Caley calls after they won 26-0. There's going to be, and I suppose there'll always be that faction of a fan base where nothing's ever going to be good enough until you go win a Super Bowl, I suppose. But I feel better. And oddly enough, we're going into a Ravens game where I know you pointed out earlier, it's still the Ravens. You still look at those uniforms and you play in that stadium, and there's an ethos to that whole stadium. You certainly don't want to take them lightly. Obviously, they're the Ravens, but this is an opportunity here for the Texans.
You caught the Ravens at the right time of year. The Ravens defense has done this now in 2 of the last 3 seasons. They started off atrocious on defense in the first half of the season, and then in all 3 of those seasons ended up being a really good defense over the course of the second half of the season. So far this year, with or without the injuries, because they were dealing with Matt Abike and with Kyle Van Noy injuries already, but then they really got banged up this last week. But they've been a bad. It's at some point the Ravens have shown that they can turn it around. I don't know if they can do it with all of these injuries.
Yeah, well, and it's only week 5. You got What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. Just in terms of CJ getting rid of the ball. Like, he's been getting rid of the ball at 2.71 seconds on average this year. Last year, if you take the entire season, that would have made him the 10th fastest to get rid of the ball.
Okay.
So it's been a market area. After being one of the slowest to get rid of the ball last year, he is in that upper third right now of quarterback.
I think he's doing a really good job at some of the things that we had talked throughout the preseason of things he's, A, going to need to do, and B, stuff he's probably being coached to do with, watching all the Brady film or whatever. He's doing a really good job when stuff's not there of taking the check down.
Yeah.
Like, he's gotten much, much better at taking 7 or 8 yards and making it 2nd and 2 or 3rd and 2.
Well, and that's where you can take a positive from the fact that they had those 2 11-play drives in the first half versus a team like the Titans. You want to be punching it in, obviously. But it's evidence of him understand that, all right, if teams are going to take away the deep stuff, I got to just take the easy money, and then take our opportunities. And in terms of your skepticism over whether or not that was working at all, the offense itself would have scored a touchdown if CJ had just hit a wide open Dalton Schultz on an easy throw. That wasn't on the offense. That wasn't on Nick Caley. That one specific play was on CJ Stroud. So I'm trying not to be soft about it or anything, but in analyzing the first half of last week, when I rewatched it, I actually felt better about it than I had immediately after the game.
Yeah.
I could see that, all right, you got to try to forget about those first 3 weeks. How am I just looking at this first half? And it was a lot of the Texans looking like the better football team, but just not quite capitalizing on it.
All right. Top of the hour, we'll do the power ranking of the power rankings. What are the experts saying about the Houston Texans? Was a shutout win over the Titans enough to impress the power rankers to move the Texans up? I'm as curious, too, to see what they think about the Baltimore Ravens and where they fall among all the NFL teams. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Up next, I tried to put together an MVP ballot for the Astros, like MVP of the Astros season. I think it's an easy choice as to who it is. But to put together a classic ballot where you find 10 guys worth talking about, it gets hard after like 2 or 3 guys. And I think that's an indicator of maybe what Dana Brown has in front of him to improve this offseason. We'll go through that exercise coming up next. But first, I got my Prize Picks app open right now. I've not done my lineup.
non-smoking male.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So I went through the exercise, Seth, of putting an MVP ballot together for the Astros for their team. You know, the MVP of each league, writers vote for 10 guys. They rank them 1 through 10. They got a point system. And so I'm like, all right, who are the Astros' most valuable players? And the winner was easy. Like, to me, it is no contest. Mostly because he was the only one that you can put in the bucket of somebody. This person is the only one you can put in both buckets. High performer. Yeah. They got a lot of guys who were high performers, but they were hurt for 6 to 8 weeks at least. They got a lot of guys who stayed healthy all year, but they underachieved. The only guy on the Astros that answered the bell every single time all year and by and large performed at a very high level was Hunter Brown. Mm-hmm. He is easily the most valuable player of this baseball team for the year 2025.
I mean, if you just go by wins above replacement, which I know isn't a perfect stat, but it's nice because it's cumulative and it gives you a whole picture. I mean, nobody got even half of his 5.6 WAR.
So you're on Fangraph. That's the fan. Yeah, I looked. He led on
Baseball Reference.
Oh, Baseball Reference. Okay.
5.6 WAR. The next highest was Yiner Diaz at 2.7.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. So
you didn't even have Yiner in your pool of MVPs. I'm guessing, huh?
He's ninth.
Yeah.
He's ninth.
Despite having the second highest WAR on the team.
Well, it's okay. Well, let's go through my ballot. You can pick it apart for me here because WAR is a cumulative stat. Yeah. Yiner benefits from having played all year long.
I know. I mean, it's one of the biggest differences is that he was available.
He was around.
Yeah.
Now
I was being facetious at you not considering him.
Now Jose Altuve, if you got B WAR up. Jose Altuve, if I'm not mistaken, had a 0.5 B WAR for the season.
B WAR, hold on, I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
Where is he? Did he not qualify?
0.5 B WAR is what I saw. Yeah.
My God.
Yep,
there it is. You know what? For whatever reason, they weren't showing 0.5 B WAR.
0.5. Zach Cole had 0. And Altuve was healthy all year. That's the thing. Like, Altuve... This contract with Altuve gets very interesting over these next few years because he's not a useful player in the field on defense, and he's a nightmare on the base paths. If you're an Astro fan, not if you're a fan of, he stole 60 bases, not that kind of nightmare. A nightmare like he routinely gets thrown out at third base by 10
Michael
feet.
Jackson bad.
Yeah, exactly. My ballot went like this: Hunter Brown number 1. And then the next 3 guys I had were the 3 guys that made the All-Star team in addition to Hunter Brown. And I think I feel good about this. Jeremy Pena, number 2. Josh Hader, number 3. Isaac Paredes, number 4.
Okay.
These were guys who were all banged up for various portions of time, anywhere from, in the case of Hader, like the last month of the season.
Yeah.
Paredes only played 102 games, I think. Pena missed the end of the year and also missed about 6 weeks with a broken rib. But these guys all perform their jobs at a really, really high level.
Yeah, plus back in the golden era of the 2025 season when the bullpen was just doing some stellar things for you, really keeping it together. Well, nothing else was really clicking, yes.
Yep. Number 5, and this is how thin the pool is.
Oh, no.
I have Framber 5th. I mean, as big a collapse as he had the last 2 months of the season, he was the man for about 2 months in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I have him 5th. You seem skeptical about Framber.
No, I'm not. No, I'm kind of. You're exactly right. It was a tale of 2 seasons for him.
It's hard to find people.
It was such a drastic between one. I can't even remember which game it was. It was when they had won 12 straight games, I think, with him as a starter. He didn't have 12 straight wins, but they had won 12
13 straight. Yep.
This was the memory I'm having was just in watching it in my living room and them commenting on it and him coming out of the dugout. And boy, it seems like forever ago.
We were mad that Framber Valdez didn't make the All-Star team. That's how good he was in June and July. He was great.
Yeah.
And we were mad he didn't make the All-Star team. I have Framber 5th. I have Jose Altuve 6th. I'm going to ignore his 0.5 WAR and respect his 20-some-odd home runs and his 70 RBIs.
Right, I mean, just
and that he's our guy.
Remember, it was fun for a little while where like, oh, wait a second, you know what? he's actually playing better at second base than he is at left field. Maybe they can, and then all of a sudden it all evened out, and he was atrocious in both left field and second base.
Well, they're going to have to figure something out. And, I think you had the piece yesterday. We talked about it yesterday. You had pulled it up. Chandler Rome's piece about the 3 things they need to address in the offseason.
Yeah.
The medical staff is one of them. I forget which the second one was, but the third one was because they've traded for Carlos Correa, they've got kind of a positional logjam going on right now if they're going to keep everybody.
Yeah.
If they're going to keep Isaac Paredes, if they're going to keep Christian Walker, if Altuve has to play in the field, all of those things. So that'll get interesting.
I think his first one might have been, what do they do with Espada, but I'm not sure.
It might have been.
I don't know. Espada seems like one of those topics that there's a lot of people claiming, like, if you think they're going to fire Espada, you don't know baseball. Like, all right.
Oh, I've got those bookmarked. Don't worry. I've got the receipt. A lot of them were reply tweet I put out speculating that he could get fired.
Right,
he will.
right. Yeah.
For you to take issue, for anybody to take issue with Espada could get fired.
A team that fired their general manager after he won a World Series, yes.
Yeah, man.
Anything is possible, my friends.
All right, I got the...
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I got the rest of my ballot here.
Yeah.
Number 7, and again, this goes to show you, if we were doing this exercise in the glory years, you would have a hard time. Like, you'd find 10 easily, and you'd have a few that felt like snubs. Brian Abreu is 7th on my Astro MVP ballot for the season. And you know how I feel about Brian Abreu. We have a very complicated relationship, the two of us. But when you get to Brian Abreu at 7, you're like, there's no way, Brian. There's got to be guys that are more valuable than Brian Abreu. I have Jake Myers 8th because Jake was aboard. Look, Jake was in all-star conversation in the first half of the season. I have Yiner 9th. And I put Jason Alexander 10th just for that stretch he had where he was the only good starting pitcher not named Hunter Brown for a while there.
Yeah, Jake Myers might be the one that's most frustrating this year just because, man, it really felt like he had tied it all together and figured it out. And but just is the perfect example of how injuries have decimated this team and just destroyed so much of it.
And he returned from the injury looking like the Jake Myers of not 2025.
Right, which is, again, that's easily might just be because of the lingering injury issues, and yet it's still injuries just tore everything. It's easy to point to the injuries on the pitching side of things, but then on the batting side of things, it's okay or whatever. But how they affected guys like Jake Myers, even when he was playing,
is my biggest snub. The guy who led the team in home runs and RBIs, Christian Walker. I don't have Christian Walker on my 10 most valuable Astros, and here's why. Way too streaky, way too inconsistent, and led the league in strikeouts with guys on base.
Yeah, the amount of times it's... You know what? Christian Walker is, in a little bit, I'm not calling him like Laramie Tunsil exactly, but there's an emotional element to when the stats don't tell the whole story. It's that you got to live through it. You got to see him.
It's a great analogy.
Flaming out with guys on base. Same way with Laramie Tunsil. People love to act like, oh, it's only a 5-yard penalty. No, you have to live through it and see how many times it happened in critical situations that it knocked them out of field goal position. All of these little things. You really don't understand it because it doesn't translate on paper the same way it feels
he
in
led
real
the
life.
team in homers and RBIs.
Yeah.
If this were 1985. He would be getting actual MVP votes for the American League.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And yet, if you I think you put it great. Like if you live through it, if you know, you know. You know the old IYKYK. If you know, you know. If you look at my MVP ballot and see that Christian Walker is not on there, if you know, you know. You watched him make that slow, mopey walk back to the dugout 177 times. Not an exaggeration.
Right.
177 times, and God knows how many of those were with guys on second and third base.
I'll tell you that's the difference between him and Laramie Tunsil is that he at least looked upset with himself.
Despondent.
after one of his strikeouts and blaming somebody. Laramie Tunsil he would be blaming the ump after he swung and missed on the third strike.
And what do you think of my autographed cleats?
Yeah.
Beyonce,
Going through, as I was going down through just all the players that played for the Astros this year, John Singleton is the one that seems like the faintest dream that may have never happened. Like, did I dream that? Did I dream that he was in the best shape of his life in spring training?
We could honestly play a game with some of the names on the list.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, is this a Houston Astro or a U.S. Senator or something like that? You know what I mean? Like there are some randos that played for the Astros this year. My favorite's Kennedy Corona. I just like his name. Kennedy Corona. His whole family was there when he played like 3 games for the Astros.
Yeah.
Kennedy Corona. So, a lot of random guys.
And all those guys get missed the playoff rings. They get that. As long as you contribute at all, you get a ring.
Choke collars. You get a choke collar.
You get a gimp suit.
You get a gimp suit.
Uh-huh.
Yep. You get a customized gimp suit for missing the playoffs. All right, so there you go. Hunter Brown, easily the MVP of this baseball team. Good year, Hunter. Top 3 Cy Young. That's my prediction. All right, power rank the power rankings. What are the experts thinking of the Texans following a shutout win over the Titans? Has the opinion changed? Have they gone up? Or maybe have some people even just pushed them down a little bit? We will see. We power rank the power rankings 9 o'clock every Tuesday. We do it coming up next.
The Texans needed a win over the Titans, and they got one in decisive fashion.
The Titans will not snap it again on 4th down. This baby have done it. They've won their first of 2025, knocking off Tennessee 26-0 with 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns.
Can they do it again next week in Baltimore?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. This traffic report is brought to you by Moderna. Stop and go traffic continues over on the East 6 Freeway.
For more. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to power rank the power rankings. Before we do that, text message. Jeez.
What?
You guys are killing me. I will die soon. Nobody cares about the Astros anymore. They are pitiful.
I will die. How literal is that person being with that? Like, are you going to die in the sense that, hey,
okay, so let's take
what
a step
what
back.
is 20 years in the grand scheme of things?
Okay.
It's pretty soon. Or are you actually terminally ill?
Good point. First and foremost, just in case, thoughts and prayers to this guy.
Yes.
Just in case.
That's the most I can do as a human in 2025.
This guy's like, I got
offer you
maybe
my thoughts and prayers.
3 hours left in my life, and you're wasting time talking about Framber Valdez as the fifth most valuable guy on the team.
The best thing about saying thoughts and prayers, by the way, is that, like, the vast majority of the time people say that, there's never a single thought or prayer afterwards.
No.
Like, afterwards. It's like the most minimal thing you can do.
Merely saying those three
Hope
words.
you get some thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. Seek them out. As far as nobody cares about the Astros anymore, sir, right after having sympathy of your terminal illness, I would say that one of the pet peeves I think I can speak for both of us here. One of the pet peeves of Payne and Pendergast is when people say things for the collective.
Like, nobody cares.
With you speaking for everybody else. That is untrue.
Yeah.
There are people.
Yes, own it. Own that, no, you're thinking about you yourself.
Right.
You don't care about it.
Or when they speak in the plural first person, like, we don't care about this. Like, no, you don't care about this, but others do care about this. And the season just ended 2 days ago. And by the way,
you narcissistic prick.
Thank you.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't revolve around you.
He's going to die soon. Just give it to him right now. Tell him right now.
It's classic narcissist behavior there. Like, I'm dying.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on my deathbed.
Yeah.
Listen, there are other people out there, okay?
Right.
All right. Good luck with your journey into the afterlife. There's other people. Get out.
Get out of this world.
If you are indeed dying, then I retract everything that I just said.
Thoughts
but seriously,
and prayers.
work on the narcissism a little bit before you go.
A little bit. Man, there's a void right now. Like every other year since 2016, we've been getting ready. Actually, some years we haven't been getting ready this week because they've been good enough to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But
we were getting ready. When did the COVID playoffs start?
2020.
No, I know that. What?
It was like July.
July.
The
playoffs.
No, they started normal.
They started normally.
Yeah, they started normal. Yeah. 2020. I don't even remember that. That was the right answer.
It was a fever dream that season was.
It was the right answer. When did they start?
Yeah.
2020.
When's that guy going to die? Sometime probably this decade,
2025.
Yeah.
All right, power ranking the power rankings. Here we go. Let's do this. We take 5 of the power rankings out there. What are they saying about the Texans? And we power rank them. Keep in mind, this is all coming after a win, a shutout win, granted over possibly the worst team in football, but a shutout win, 26-0. They took care of their business. By and large, the Texans found themselves last week in anywhere from the bottom third to quartile of the league, in that 21 to 27 range.
In the Athletic, for instance, they were 27th.
27th in the Athletic last week. So let's get started here. The Athletic is again ranked 5th in the power ranking of the power rankings. But good news, the Texans are up 3 big notches this week, Seth.
Ooh!
From 27 to 24. And the category on the Athletic that they talk about with each team for a paragraph is a good one for the Texans this week. Rookie Spotlight. And the rookie spotlight is on, predictably, Woody Marks. The 4th-round running back had a breakout game Sunday, carrying 17 times for 69 yards and a touchdown, catching 4 passes for 50 yards and another touchdown. He'll take over the starting job until Joe Mixon comes back. 2nd-round wide receiver Jaden Higgins also had a touchdown. 2nd-round offensive tackle Ariante Ursary has started every game but has struggled. Do you think when the depth chart comes out this week that Woody Marks, I know it's just cosmetic, do you think he's listed as the first-string running back when the depth chart comes out this week?
That's a good question. No, I think it's going to be Nick Chubb.
I do too.
I think it's too simple and easy to just have, veteran guy, then change of pace guy, Woody Marks, and then there you go.
I do think that we're going to see the touches distributed more like we saw this week, where Woody got Chubb like 15 or something like that. I could see that being the case. Or maybe it's a hot hand situation. You ride the hot hand because they're different stylistically, that kind of thing. But safe to say, Woody Marks was a revelation, I think, on Sunday against the Titans. So 24th in the Athletic Power Rankings. Number 4 on our power ranking of the power rankings we do each week is SI.com, where they've got the Texans up from 24 to 23. They say this: the NFL immediately ejecting. Okay, I can't wait to see where they're going with this. The NFL immediately ejecting Jalen Carter for spitting on someone's uniform.
Oh, I know where they're going.
But being generally okay with Azeez Al-Shaair punching a rookie quarterback in the face amid an otherwise sleepy Texans-Titans game shows the ultimate power of the primetime stage.
People are angry about that.
That said, I would guess Tuesday won't be the best day for the Houston defensive captain. Okay, that last sentence is interesting.
I was wondering, I meant to text you about this last night, is whether we should be talking about, there are a lot of people really upset about the fact that Azeez Al-Shaair got away with hitting a rookie quarterback, not just with one hand, but two hands on a play.
In the head.
And not getting flagged with it. This is the difference, though, is that it was, it should have been flagged, yes. Should have been an unsportsmanlike or an unnecessary roughness, yes. But it wasn't a violent collision in the same way of targeting with your helmet or something like that the league really gets worked up about. Like Jalen Carter in the Super Bowl when he got away with hitting Pat Mahomes in the face.
Yep.
But it was as he was trying to get his hands up into the throwing lane. I think that Azeez might end up getting fined for it, but I'll be surprised if he gets suspended. I agree. Because I was going to ask you, I was like, should we really, is this going to be a thing? If it is a thing, we'll find out by way of just an announcement at some point randomly when they announce all this stuff.
Soon, yeah, it might be today.
I think he might get fined, but I'd be real surprised if it was a suspension.
Boy, what would we be saying tomorrow? I mean, what's an appropriate suspension for a guy who got suspended 3 games last year?
It was, the whole thing was, too. How did they phrase it? Punching him in the face?
I'll read it again.
Shut
With
up.
Azeez Al-Shaair punching a rookie quarterback in the face.
Yeah, whatever. Man,
shows the power of the primetime stage, and what they're referring
Who is
to.
this ass clown?
What they're referring to there with Jalen Carter is he did that before there was even an offensive snap in the season opener for the NFL.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the Texans and Titans are playing. They're buried on a regional game on CBS.
Yeah, there's Connor Orr wrote that no, he didn't punch him in the face. He hit him in the helmet.
Right.
He's wearing a helmet and a face mask. I don't know if
Connor Orr's never been in a fight.
Goes. Yeah.
Because when you punch,
to call that
a clenched fist.
He doesn't even know what a punch. Well, yeah, but if you ever watched boxing or anything,
this is on me. Connor Orr 5th in the power ranking of the power rankings.
Yeah.
The Athletic is now 4th. I'm changing my ballot because of that idiotic paragraph about Azeez Al-Shaair.
It's ironic because when he had tweeted about it, he said if this happened to Patrick Mahomes, there would be a congressional inquiry and at least 9 arrests. That's pretty much what Jalen Carter did to him in the Super Bowl and got him. And I don't remember there being, for the most part, everybody was like, take that, Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we were all like, I wish he hit him harder. Yeah. All right. Number 3, power ranking of the power rankings, ESPN.com, which has the Texans paging down, 22nd, down 1 spot from last week. So not only was a 26-0 win not enough to rise in the ESPN.com power rankings, they actually fell a spot. Biggest issue on offense is their category this week, Seth. DJ Bieneme writes, 3rd down efficiency is their biggest issue on offense. The Texans have converted 29.2% of 3rd down opportunities, which ranks 30th. I will say this is me talking, not DJ. They were 40% against Tennessee. They were 6 for 15. One of the biggest reasons for the low rate, this is again DJ Bieneme, is the 24 3rd and 7 or longer situations faced by C.J. Stroud, 8th most per NFL Next Gen stats. 3rd and longs are hard to consistently overcome, as Stroud has only 5 first downs in those scenarios. That's part of why Houston is averaging 16 points per game. Hey, it's up 3 points from last week. Even against the Titans, the Texans went 6 of 15 on 3rd down, which I will say was a big improvement. They converted a 3rd and 17 with Woody Marks on a screen pass. The pass to Nico wasn't a 3rd down, but it was a horrible down and distance situation at 2nd and 33. Maybe we're getting back to the days where C.J. Stroud in the offense is at least a little bit dangerous in these 3rd and long situations.
I think right now vault himself up into the 4th worst scoring offense in football.
Yes!
There you go. 16 points per game, baby.
So what you're telling me is that we awoke this morning with 3 teams that have scored fewer points than the Texans this year.
Yes.
That's
exactly what I'm telling you.
Sorry.
Tennessee's dead last in scoring offense.
Okay. Well,
dead last.
Shutouts don't help. And the Texans are first in scoring defense.
And the Ravens, it is. I'm glad we talked to Ross talking about this real quick before we get back to the power rankings.
Yeah.
You face, if let's say Lamar Jackson were completely healthy, which I don't expect him to be, there's this whole conversation going on about whether he's, if he's just a little bit off or if he's been injured the entire time or what have you. And I look up and Baltimore is still the 3rd highest scoring offense in football.
He's had a good year.
He's number 1 in QBR right now. Yeah, great. A slightly diminished physical version of Lamar Jackson is still the most athletic and scary quarterback, aside from his actual passing. But people are talking about whether he's running as well or not.
Well, that's what I would be curious about. I'm asking rhetorically. If you have it in front of you, great. I would be curious what the rushing numbers look like for Lamar Jackson.
Compared to
Well, I just know the one game against Cleveland, he and Derrick Henry only had 36 rushing yards combined in that game.
I think there's definitely something to that. There's might be something a little bit missing when he's running.
Yeah.
That he's been dealing with an injury this whole time or something.
Yeah.
I guess though, but it doesn't. But people talk about it almost as if, like, what's wrong with the Ravens? It hasn't been the offense.
No.
It's been, other than their normal issues of, like, not being able to or close out games and everything. Yeah. It's been, like if he's not the A++ version of himself, he's still one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league.
Yep. All right, next one. Number 2, power ranking of the power rankings. CBSSports.com. Pete Prisco has the Texans 21. Up 5 big notches. So Prisco was impressed by the Texans against the Titans, at least enough to move them up from 26 to 21. Here's what he says. The offense showed some life against the Titans, but it's the defense that continues to be the strong part of this team. Getting the first victory could get this team going now.
Okay, so again, since we're facing the Ravens this week, we love to talk about historically great teams that were led by their defense, even if the offense couldn't get it going. The Baltimore Ravens in 2000 were one of them.
Absolutely.
They held teams to 10 points per game on the season.
What are the Texans at
Texans
right
are at, I want to say, 11.7 points per game
that
or
sounds
something
about right.
absurdly
they're
good.
like 51 points, I think.
They
were 51 through 3 games, so they're still at 51.
But like if you adjust for the era and everything where teams are scoring a point or 2 more per game, it's been pretty damn good so far.
Yeah.
And with still some room for upside, I think. But like the Texans shouldn't have to be like the 2000 Ravens.
Right.
The offense should be able to be better than those guys. But like the defense can carry this team, but only for so long. They got to snap it together.
They've only forced 3 turnovers this year so far.
Yeah, that's one of the big things.
They've got 2 picks. Stingley and Petrie have Azeez Shire's forced fumble in the opener against the Rams. So Pete Prisco has them at 21, the Houston Texans. Finally, number 1 power ranking of the power rankings, USA Today. They also have the Texans at 21st. They had them at 21st last week as well. So no movement for the Texans with USA Today. And here's what they say: they've allowed 16 fewer points than any other team through 4 games. So they lead the league in scoring defense by 4 games by a mile.
Yeah, they're Houston's at 12.8 points per game. Denver at 16.8 points per game.
Yeah. Now Denver, Denver, that's right. Yeah, they gave up 3 points last night to Cincinnati. Yeah, their losses coming to squads with an aggregate 9-3 record don't bury Houston yet. So they've lost to the Rams, who I believe are 3-1. The Buccaneers, who are 3-1, and the Jags, who are 3-1.
You should really say that those teams are 6-1 when not facing the Texans.
6-0. They've all beaten the Texans.
Right. So their record is 9-3 when not facing the Texans.
6-6.
So 6-3 when not facing.
6-3. You said 6-1. That's why
I did.
Yes.
6-3 when not facing.
6-3.
Yeah. But then you were wrong too.
I was wrong too. Yeah.
6-3. Apologies.
6-3. Yep.
When not facing the Texans, which is still pretty good.
Still pretty good. Yep. All right. So there's your power ranking of the power rankings. For what it's worth, the Ravens, the Texans' opponent, this is probably as far down as the stock has been on the Ravens. Certainly, we've been looking at power rankings as closely as we look at them for a segment every week. They are 13th in SI.com. They're 15th in The Athletic and ESPN, and they're 16th with CBS and USA Today.
Yeah.
So they're barely, in the eyes of the experts, barely an upper half of the league team right now.
It's weird.
Injuries
they've faced a tougher schedule, but the defense has just been atrocious for the Ravens.
Yep.
And the Ravens have a recent history of being bad defensively and then figuring it out midway through the season, but they haven't been quite this bad in the first part of the season. I don't think, with or without Lamar Jackson, but especially if Lamar Jackson plays, I would guess there's not a single Texans fan that's going to feel cocky about this game. Whether,
cocky, no. But if Lamar Jackson doesn't play, I'll be very disappointed if they don't win if Cooper Rush is a starting quarterback.
If Cooper Rush is starting quarterback,
you got to have this game if Cooper Rush is starting.
The biggest thing that concerns me, even if Cooper Rush is starting, is that in Baltimore, some of the issues that the Texans had at home in a quiet stadium last week, some of the miscommunications, some of those mental errors, it's hard. Whether Lamar Jackson is playing or not, it's going to be loud in Baltimore.
I'm anxious to see if Cooper Rush starts this game, does this turn into a Derrick Henry in his last year in Tennessee versus the Texans situation?
Right, where the Texans really shut down Derrick Henry with prejudice in those games here, the Texans that year.
In 2023, does it turn into that? Because how much, we may get our first taste, Seth, of how much of Derrick Henry's continued dominance has to do with Lamar Jackson being on the field with him.
And he hasn't been dominant this year. He had that game versus the Bills, and he's been held to fewer than 50 yards per game in the ensuing 3 games.
Yep. People weighing in on Azeez. Should be suspended, period. Okay. He didn't punch him in the head. It was just an unnecessary roughness penalty. That's it. That wasn't called, by the way.
Right, yeah.
They didn't call it.
No, and that's where I think
should have been called.
It's in a different vein than like a reckless hit on a quarterback. But it's because of his history, et cetera, et cetera. I think I would be surprised if he doesn't get fined. I think anybody would get fined. He might get a hefty fine, but I don't think he's going to get suspended.
I thought the second we saw the replay of it, I'm like, he's getting fined.
Yeah.
I think he's getting fined for sure. I never thought for a minute he'd get suspended. So we'll see what happens. If you're just tuning in, nothing has happened with Azeez Al-Shaair due to that hit that didn't get called or the hands to the head that didn't get called against for him hitting Cam Ward in the head. But I think Tuesday is the day they adjudicate and announce all this stuff. So we'll see what happens. I'm guessing fine, and I'm going to predict it's always these weird dollar amounts now. I'm going to predict $22,814. That's my prediction. $22,814.
I think it's 50,000.
Is it 50,000?
Okay. I think it is.
Okay, well, I came in under. I predict $52,114. There you go. Cost of living increase.
6 and 3.
Football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 5 matchup between our Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Hey, football season is in full swing, and Underdog is
Payne and by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick text message. Someone said this. We were talking about Azeez Al-Shaair possibly getting fined for the hands to the face.
We have no word that he will be or anything. It's just a lot that he will.
Yeah.
Or they've angrily demanded that he get fined or suspended. An unprecedented suspension, one person said.
So just to clear one thing up here, someone says if he gets fined, is that because it didn't get called on the field?
Yeah.
If he gets fined, does that mean that every single roughing the passer or illegal hands to the face will get fined now? That's a ridiculous fine if he gets one.
No,
sir,
they do it all the
sir
time.
Or ma'am, they do fine for those penalties.
They fine for plays that weren't. Azeez Al-Shaair wasn't flagged for the hit on Trevor Lawrence,
right?
And he ended up suspended for that.
Yeah.
So no, they do this all the time. It's very, very.
But
common.
they do fine for calls on the field.
Yeah, you get fined for unsportsmanlike and unnecessary.
Did you ever get fined for one?
No, never. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I got fined for a preseason game because I've told you the story before. It was a preseason game. Ricky Williams got tackled, but the ball came out of his hands as he hit the ground. And we had just watched a video by the officials saying that a point of emphasis that year, way back when, was going to be leaving the ball where it is at the end of a play, either or handing it to an official instead of like spiking it or throwing it or whatever. So they wanted to crack down on that. So Ricky's on his back. The ball had popped out of his hands, and I just kind of scarfed it up. And I'm like on one knee above him, and I look to my left and right. There's no officials. And I'm like, all right, so I drop it on Ricky's chest.
On top of Ricky Williams.
And I honestly meant nothing at all about it. But the way it looked on television was, because I heard people say this on this radio station, somebody called in and told Lance and John this, was that I had sneakily looked to my left and right and
on TV
and taunted poor Ricky Williams. Yeah. Oh, and Ricky was hot. Ricky was hot.
He was angry.
He got up and got in my face and everything, and I was like, lovable Ricky.
Yeah.
Aren't
you supposed to be stoned?
I really
right
did.
now?
I was like, I couldn't even get angry at him for being hot at me. I was like, Ricky, I didn't mean it.
Yeah. Really? Okay, that didn't help then. It was a preseason game?
Yeah. No, it was awesome too because it was I think we would have gotten off the field, but we didn't. So I ended up, and it was like in a 2-minute situation. So I go to the bench because they're out there in nickel or dime or whatever. I'm not a pass rusher. And meanwhile, all my defensive line buddies end up having like a 10-play drive out there.
So you got called for a penalty on the play or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
and then I got fined. Yeah.
I wasn't sure it was something they saw afterwards.
No,
and they gave you
I got flagged and fined.
You did? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And then you hung your teammates out to dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they benched you. You got
Have
a
fun
blow.
with your preseason workout. I'm gonna have some Gatorade.
10 plays, 82 yards. Yes.
Do you have any of the? I would like the lemon lime Gatorade, please.
Mm-hmm.
How much you get fined for that?
How much did you get?
I don't know.
Oh.
Probably like $5,000.
That sounds about right. Back
$5,023.17.
That's what I would predict. Yes. All right. Let's get to the Texans defensively, and we talked about this earlier. Matt Burke calling plays. Is this going to be a thing now? He's on pace.
I think at 100. It's been weird the way that this, the way that Jonathan Alexander reported it. He didn't say when or why the change was made or anything, just that Matt Burke was calling plays for the first time for the Texans.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice anything, definitively different in the way it was called or anything. He and D'Amico have been working together for over 2 years now.
Yep.
D'Amico's still involved in the entire process, but I think that in terms of where D'Amico can focus his attention during the game, and if he needs to be more hands-on in the offense, we saw in training camp he was way more hands-on with the offense this year.
Way more.
That it's a good thing. I think it's a really good thing as long as the defense. I mean, they're the number one scoring defense in the league right now.
Yeah, and and by the way, I'm totally cool with it. When I say is this going to be a thing, I'm not saying it disparagingly. If Matt Burke's now calling the plays and D'Amico can be more CEO style, looking at every facet of the team, I think it's a strong phase in the evolution of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach. He was asked about it at his press conference yesterday. Did Matt Burke call the plays on Sunday against the Titans?
Yeah, Burke called plays on Sunday, and for me, Burke has called plays before as well. We all collectively put the game plan together and work it well. He did a good job of calling it on Sunday.
Okay.
Usually the way the way people call plays a lot of the times it is by committee almost, and on offense there will be a guy that's responsible for short yardage, a guy that's responsible for third downs or whatever, with ultimately the one guy that's making the final call on everything. And I think that it's not like D'Amico is probably not having intensive conversations with Matt Burke throughout the game, but it does free D'Amico up to go over and talk to CJ or talk to the offensive line.
Absolutely.
Or somebody like that.
Yeah, if you can get good at delegating and you can trust the guys and you're delegating to good coaches, most importantly.
Well, and remember, too, we've had some game management hiccups this year, and a lot more. They seem to have gone backwards last year in game management because D'Amico's rookie year, I thought it was incredible for a rookie defensive-minded head coach to be as clean from a game management standpoint as they were. I felt like they took a step backwards last year, had a couple hiccups this year, and maybe that was part of it.
I could see that. Here's D'Amico. There's a little bit more about Matt Burke calling plays this past Sunday.
I wouldn't say it's easier. I mean, we were still talking through what plays we're running, calling, so we worked work well in tandem doing that, and just Burke did a really nice job. Just overall, everybody, just our sideline, our entire operation worked really well.
I was thinking about 2 weeks ago remember CJ spiked the ball on first down?
Yes, on the 2-minute drive.
They still had 3 timeouts.
Yep.
And you could argue, I think most people by and large think like, well, no, don't be spiking there. You could argue either side of it, but I
hated it.
But I know. I just always know that there's somebody like super smart dude with the analytics out there that's like, well, actually, anyway, regardless, like that is the kind of stuff that, man, with your rookie play caller especially, that you don't want him. You need to be sure that like what you're going to be doing and what the situation is on the next play. You want to be sure that there's clarity all the time and that he can focus on selecting the next play, whereas D'Amico perhaps can be in control of the overseeing. So I don't know if that specifically was one thing that led to D'Amico finally ceding the play calling, but it's the exact opposite of Brian Callahan losing his play calling. Brian Callahan supposedly willingly relinquished his play calling. People in Tennessee are not buying that. They think that he got a directive that, no, you're not calling plays anymore.
Yeah. Can I tell you something that's on the TV in our studio right now that I do not like one single tiny little bit?
I know you don't like this. Yeah.
I hate this. The question on First Take right now, big bold letters at the bottom of the screen, are the Ravens' Super Bowl hopes over? You know, this is the opposite of reading your press clippings. You know how they say, like, you read your press clippings, you get it all amped up and gassed up during the week when you win a game and everybody's telling you how great you are. The opposite can be true as well. When people tell you a traditionally great football organization and team that's been right in the thick of things the last few years, and now they're looking up saying, are Ravens' Super Bowl hopes over?
Yeah.
Don't need that.
I don't need
Texans.
that at all. I don't need that at all. But that's not going to do anything for their injury situation. I think also, we talked earlier about whether maybe John Harbaugh might be a little bit on the ropes this year if this goes south in a big way for the Ravens. I try not to read too much into this type of stuff, but for whatever it's worth, somebody from Baltimore noted that after the game, after last week's loss, Kyle Hamilton was seeming like the only notable Ravens defensive player that was available to talk to the media. And he had to go to the podium. Yeah. Nobody else was around at all. My first thought was like, all right, sometimes people make too much of that out there and they're not, and things are getting really dicey. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like how many healthy, you take Kyle Hamilton away, there's only 3 healthy defensive starters.
People even
team,
care about
right?
hearing from them.
Yeah. But it is, I mean, that's where they are right now. Their backs are 100% against the wall. And I don't think that it makes me nervous as hell. I'm with you where the ideal situation would be for the Ravens to have all these same injury issues, but to be 2-3 right now.
Yeah,
2-2 instead of
Because 1-4. I mean, if the Texans lose this game, then we'll be blasted in the face with all the numbers of how 1-4 teams have done in getting to the postseason through the years. I don't want that. I want to come in next Monday and feel good going into the bye week for a couple of weeks.
I got lucky this morning, Sean.
What happened?
I like to do the dishes in there. And
in our lounge over
in
here.
Relative anonymity, because nobody ever really sees it. Usually the dishes are clean by the time any of the actual working folk get here.
Yeah.
The people that wear suits and everything.
Yeah.
Erin Kappner, the woman who takes care of everything for us around here, she snapped a photo of me doing the dishes.
Oh, look at that.
Sent it to our boss, Sarah Frazier.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Someone's getting a raise. She's a stickler for that dish area over there, Sarah, and rightfully so, because we have some real slobs around this place. I will say that.
Oh, God, is that what I look like? I gotta get
sexy as hell, man. Yeah,
I gotta work out.
Yeah,
I was doing like
those are big. You just won.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. That's what it's all about. That's why I've been doing it.
Yeah.
Toiling in anonymity. Well, I'm mentioning it on the radio every now
I
and
was
then.
going to say, all of Houston knows about it now. But
I'm going to be like the offensive lineman when they finally got that award for Offensive Lineman of the Year.
Deion Dawkins.
And all these offensive linemen are, yes, finally we get rewarded for being unselfish and not seeking out fame and not seeking out recognition. Finally, we get recognized for not seeking out recognition.
Very ironic.
Go die, fatties.
Very ironic.
Bunch of oafish, failed defensive linemen is what you are.
All of this from you just washing a few coffee mugs, huh?
I couldn't be a defensive lineman. I'm slow and white. Yeah, I didn't use it as an excuse.
You turned it into fuel. Slow and white. What's your superpower? Slow and white? Of course.
I turned my weakness into a strength.
That's it. Oh, what a great answer that is on any job interview.
What's that?
What's your biggest weakness? Well, it's actually my strength.
Yeah, my weakness is I work too much and I have to tell myself to tamp it down. Sometimes I find myself helping my coworkers to the point where they're not developing the skills they need themselves. Right. Yes.
Care a little too much about the company.
Yes.
And clean dishes. Yeah. Yes.
There's one thing I hate about myself. It's that I always do the jobs that nobody else wants to do.
That's
sometimes I fear that hurts the organizational stability. Yeah.
There you go. All right, we'll hear from John Harbaugh in the final segment, an update of sorts on the Baltimore injuries, and from D'Amico Ryans, preparing for a team with this many injuries for a head coach. That was on the coaches show last night. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and John Harbaugh, the coaches of the game this Sunday, coming up next.
Well, I'll tell you what, you don't want to be toiling in anonymity when it comes to your retirement.
benefits.
Live from the Motor Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop when they get in here in just a few minutes for Crosstalk. So we'll talk to them in just a little bit. We were mentioning the Ravens game a little bit earlier. Don't like seeing up on TV all the talking heads questioning the Ravens Super Bowl creds. Don't like that at all.
It's been Ravens heavy on ESPN this morning.
Yeah, I don't like that. This is all of a sudden becoming a game that is a high focal point. Well, it's a focal point. CBS has Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt on this game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We get J.J.
Yeah, we get J.J. Jage, as they like to call him, on the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah.
So here was John Harbaugh yesterday when asked for updates on the long list of injured Baltimore Ravens.
We've got a pretty good feel on all the injuries, with the different guys right now where we're at. Really not commenting on those things today. We'll comment on them later in the week a little bit more. I can't give you information on Broderick and Nnamdi. Nnamdi's going to be out for the year. That's going to be a year-long IR. Brody will not be. It'll be the 4-week.
With Lamar, there was speculation, I guess, yesterday because you had talked about maybe he might go back into the game if it were closer. There was no way he was going to go back into the game. Was that the case? Or if the game was closer, would he have gone back?
No, that was the case. There was no way he was going to go back in the game. That would the injury.
Okay. That answer is sort of a sign that there was a degree of severity to the injury.
Right.
Like regardless of the score, he was not coming back in that football.
And it was the ice pack was down near his knee, so it might be a hamstring tendon thing or something, which would be worse than if it was up in the belly usually. So I don't think they're going to be messing around with this, and yet they're also. I think this is classically one of those situations where I bet Lamar Jackson really wants to play come hell or high water, given where the team is right now.
They're 1-3. Yeah, it's desperation time.
And they got to figure out. So in normal circumstances, I would probably say there's not a chance in hell he plays. But this situation, they might say, you know what, we got to roll the dice, and you might not feel awesome, but let's go and see what it is. And which I don't. Seeing a hobbled Lamar Jackson, who, as we know, I think there's still probably some Bill Polians out there or something that refuse to acknowledge that he's a really, really good passer.
Really good passer, man.
If it were
very
enough,
precise.
If it were enough for them to tweak their game plan to where they can't lean into his running as much and the threat of his running, but they tweak their game plan to where it's something you're not quite ready for, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that by a long shot.
Yeah. Hamstring is the only thing that makes me a little bit dubious that they would risk something like that.
Right. As Andrew Perloff would claim that a hamstring is no big deal.
Now I'm hardcore claiming there's no way he plays if it's a hamstring.
I don't know if Colin's able to get that previous worst take of the week winner or not. But Andrew Perloff who claimed that Steph Curry is no big
deal.
He's the only person on earth.
He just got to shoot the basketball.
He's the only person on earth that thinks a hamstring is no big deal.
For a shooting guard in the NBA, yeah.
I right now, if I had to gamble money on whether or not Lamar Jackson plays, I would guess no.
I would guess no also.
And I think I'd be right. I'd feel comfortable with that bet because the line has gone from 9.5 down to 4.5.
100%.
I mean, it was 6.5. When we got off the air yesterday, I checked it at 8 a.m. It was at 6.5.
Okay.
And then within a couple hours, it was down to 4.5.
And then 6.5 is one of those lines that's kind of in the middle, so whatever direction it goes from there is kind of which way the wind is blowing on the injury.
Yeah.
Seems like the wind is blowing towards Cooper Rush right now.
Okay, if I were going to get super conspiratorial on this, if Vegas really feels like Lamar Jackson isn't going to play, but the fact they even have a line out there on it at all right now, makes it. Do they actually favor the Texans in this? But I don't know.
My betting outlet that I use for this type of stuff does not have the game up yet.
Yeah. Okay.
But they are typically very conservative about anything. There's any chance a quarterback is missing a game, they wait until like Saturday or Sunday to put that game up.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But if it's 4.5 in a lot of outlets that know things, like that, I'm with you. All signs seem to point to Cooper Rush right now. Look, by tomorrow, we'll know because they've got to put an injury report out, and they're going to practice tomorrow.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson is either going to do something or not do something tomorrow, practice-wise. So we'll see.
I gotta start getting devious. I'm gonna dig for some info. Yeah. 4.5 is big. If I knew for sure that Lamar Jackson wasn't gonna play, I don't feel like the Texans should be much better on the road than plus 4.5.
The only thing that gives me pause is the spate of injuries on the defensive side of things, but I'm still with you. Like
the Texans are, if you're looking at it as objectively as possible, you can't look at this offense and think, oh yeah, they're going to capitalize on that Ravens defense being as bad and banged up as they've been.
Yep. Like that's the only thing that makes me pause, and then I pause and go, nope. Ravens should still be favored. The Texans are 1-3. They've not been good offensively.
I think the biggest X factor outside of Lamar Jackson in this, I think, is just all right. What is the deal with Derrick Henry necessarily? How much of it is just a fluke that not only has he gone for 50 or fewer yards in each of the last 3 games, he's also fumbled the ball 3 times this year, which is very, very unlike Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
that's just it's a weird, strange thing. He didn't fumble last week, but he also only carried the ball 6 to 9 times. I can't remember how many.
8 times.
8 times,
42 yards. Yep, 8 times. Here's D'Amico Ryans on preparing for a Ravens team that has this many injuries going on right now.
That's the only way to prepare in my mind, Mark, because you go assuming, oh, this guy's out, that guy's out. You don't know until until game day, right? The ball is kicked off, who's going to be out there. So my preparation through this week would be whoever is up. If they're not on IR and we know they're out, we're assuming that they're playing. Specifically Lamar Jackson, I'm assuming that he is playing because he is the X factor for their team. He's been the guy since he's been at the helm. He changes the game for them, right, for their entire team. And so when he's on the field, it's a completely different set of problems, right? Because he can gut you in multiple ways. Throwing the football, he's improved as a passer, and then everyone knows his capability as a runner, right? When the things aren't there, whether it's zone read plays or it's just scramble plays, right? He's an outstanding player. He's been an MVP in this league for should have been multiple times, but he's that guy for a reason. So we have our hands full this week, and you can't talk about Lamar without the other 2 backs. You got Derrick Henry and Hill. So we got to do an outstanding job of stopping the run. That's going to be our emphasis, I know, this week. And then on offense, we got to do an outstanding job of running the ball versus their defense.
I know that D'Amico said he should have been MVP multiple times. I think this is where D'Amico threw some low-key shade at Josh Allen last year. Because I remember when they faced Lamar Jackson, he said he's the best quarterback we've faced by far.
Yeah.
And then also, Lamar, maybe D'Amico meant he should have been a 3-time
because he's won multiple MVPs.
Right, but he hasn't won it 3 times.
Yeah.
Was the controversy there. So this is why, though, too, and I don't fault D'Amico for any of what he just said. I think that's how you have to prepare for Lamar Jackson. The problem is that you're going to spend a whole lot more time getting ready for zone read and like RPO quarterback run type stuff, designed quarterback runs, everything. This when facing Lamar Jackson than you would with Cooper Rush.
Oh yeah,
he of the 4.9 340.
So
yeah, I mean like Cooper Rush. There is a time when you might look at a 4.9 340 time for a quarterback and say like, oh, that's pretty athletic.
All right.
Pretty athletic, but still, like now it just looks like you might as well be a run-stuffing nose tackle.
Oh, yeah, 4.93, pushing 5 seconds. All right, so that's the 2 head coaches. We're going to break this matchup down. It'll be easier to break down once we see what the injury report looks like for the Baltimore Ravens. We should mention that D'Amico yesterday said that they are opening the practice window off of the PUP list and injured reserve for Danico Autry and Jalen Reed, safety.
He was asked twice about Joe Mixon specifically, and he responded by saying, these are the 2 guys we're elevating that we're going to enter the practice window. And he said nothing about Joe Mixon.
Nothing. Not a word. Okay, this was good. You sent this audio. I like when you send audio to me, and the text is, I wasn't sure if this was AI or not.
Yeah. Oh, I did. I had no idea, and I bet Reginald knows who we're talking about here. I thought for sure this was AI, but it came from Jeff Darlington, and I had to triple confirm it, including an unanswered. I sent a text to Anthony Weaver himself. Yep. This is Anthony Weaver, whose team, the Dolphins, have they've kind of taken one on the chin as of late until last night. This is Anthony Weaver talking about how they're going to fix the defense.
Like, I'm old school. I may sit up here, I'm a nice guy, I smile, I do all those things, but all of our problems that we need to solve can be solved through violence. Yeah, they want to legislate it out of the game, but we play defensive football. And in defensive football, at some point, you draw a line in the sand and you say, I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to stick my helmet under this guy's chin, and I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to violently take the ball away. And that's what we need to do. With resolve, with resiliency, and we're going to stop people. And I'm determined, we're all determined for that to happen.
You can hear it. You can hear in the way he's breathing.
Yeah,
there,
he's
man.
worked up. All the problems we have can be solved
through violence. Yeah, man.
That's epic. That was
That's
awesome.
a Notre Dame education right
so
there,
when
man.
he's talking about hitting guys up under the chin, so Anthony and I played together when we had one of the all-time crustiest position coach in the history of any sport, Bob Karmelowitz. This old, angry dude. But his whole technique was taking your helmet and with your hairline of your helmet there, popping the offensive lineman up underneath his chin with your helmet, turning him into a Pez dispenser.
Yeah.
And it's, when done properly, no can defend.
No can defend.
Yeah, it is. Like, you just, when you pop that dude up under his chin with your helmet, it's brutal. And I was visualizing it exactly as Anthony was talking about it.
I'll tell you what, I don't think this was Anthony Weaver's purpose for putting that out there, that cut out there. But he was in line. He was in the pool of candidates for a handful of head coaching jobs last year. That will sell. That 37 seconds will sell a couple of owners on seriously considering him for a head coaching job someday.
Yeah. Well, and the biggest thing was, the reason he didn't respond to my text, I realized after I sent it, was like, oh, they're probably out warming up on the field right now.
Oh,
I got it yesterday afternoon. Yeah. That's the only possible reason he wouldn't reply to my text, Sean.
Yes.
Everybody, that's the only excuse.
Tell himself that.
No, but the big thing was, I was like, man, that's an awesome speech, but they gotta fix things, because if they don't, it goes into one of the all-time.
Well, they won last
People will
night.
mock it relentlessly.
They won last night. And the only bad play that I saw from that game was Justin Fields got loose for about a 43-yard touchdown. Other than that, it looked okay from what I was watching. So, good job, Anthony Weaver.
Reginald, did you know that was the clip I was talking about when I was saying I didn't know if it was AI or not?
No, and there was something about that made me question, why does Seth think I know exactly what this clip is?
I don't know. You laughed. You gave like a knowing laugh.
Okay.
It did. It sounded like that's like a Quentin Tarantino character.
Yes.
That's like some guy that walks in. That's like the wolf walking in and laying out how it's going to be. Oh. Saying there's no problem we have that can't be solved with violence.
That was Marcellus Wallace holding the gun, getting ready to shoot Zed.
Say what again?
I'm pretty bleeping far from okay.
Anthony, okay, now try it with an Irish accent, Anthony.
I will say the only reason I laughed was just like the inability to know whether it's AI or not. Just like that dilemma is fun. But I do appreciate, and people might not think this because I might be viewed as some bleeding heart, whatever. The notion that, no, we can fix the problems of violence. I'm like, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
I am all for that. Like, the idea that,
acceptance society.
Violence is never the answer. Never. We want to get to that extreme.
The right people are on the other end of it.
Go ahead and solve all the problems.
That's it, man.
One of my low is when someone is talking, and then at the very end they do that low whisper, like they get into that low, like they're really serious.
Yeah,
man.
they're into it.
Like that's what he did there.
They're into it. How we doing today, boys? We doing
terrific.
Good? That's good.
Terrific.
Tired.
Last
what
Danish is mine.
Yes.
When it works.
When you end your point with a low whisper.
Yeah, I'm not touching that Danish.
I am afraid.
I might go buy another Danish.
I'm afraid of that person.
I bring him a box.
I am fearful.
What's the? Oh, by the way, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day today, fellas?
Well, Rockets Media Day was yesterday, and Kevin Durant and Jeff Green were both a little put out by being asked about playing for Seattle.
The Jeff Green one was funny as hell.
That's right.
It's not as great audio. Are you guys going to play the Jeff Green one? Okay, good. Yeah, like I close my eyes and listen to it. I'm like, it's pretty good audio. He's like, damn. Like someone said, you've been in the league for 2 decades. Damn.
So that was a sign.
Yeah.
What was your first sign? And even Reggie can participate in this, even though he's younger.
Yeah.
What was your first sign?
I'm realizing, not that young, right? Like, not that young.
Wait, first sign of what?
I'm getting old.
That you realize.
Okay.
In fact, I had one of those.
I'm old enough to remember. I'm old enough to remember Seattle.
Not quite my first time, but I don't know if it was last Friday or the Friday before, I went out to a nice little bar in Montrose just to kind of go catch some jazz. And I was talking at the bar, just with a nice young lady. And at some point, A just came up. And she's like, I'm 26. And I was like, oh, we're at like border.
You're
of,
a baby.
We're at border of is this creepy? Right? I was like, oh shoot, I have not had to have those considerations nearly one.
Mine is always one of my go-tos is always a typewriter.
Yeah.
Typewriter.
Turning papers in, turning stories in, columns. And then having to like do the edit marks and all that.
Did you ever have a genuine manual typewriter, not an electric?
It was a hand-me-down. I just liked.
My grandma had one that I had to use sometimes. It was just a manual typewriter.
I had it for fun, but the ones I used was like the IBM. Remember those? Yeah.
I remember my brother got a word processor, and that was a big deal.
Who's the famous person that does Tom Hanks? There's a famous person that collects typewriters.
We talked about this, didn't we?
Yeah. There's a famous person that collects typewriters.
Tough collection to carry.
I think it is Tom Hanks.
I think it is Tom Hanks too. Celebrity who collects typewriters. I'm going to ask.
This is a wise use of our time.
It is.
Okay,
it is Tom
I'll
Hanks.
answer your question.
It is Tom Hanks.
It is Tom Hanks. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So the question is things that made you realize, I'm getting older.
Especially if you could find the earliest one.
Like I'm old enough to remember Seattle. I'm old enough to remember.
Okay. The two that pop into my mind, and these are maybe a little later than kind of what is your time. The first time you get referred to as Mr. by somebody that's younger than you, and you're like, this isn't even ironic anymore. Like you're like they're supposed to call me Mr. Pendergast, right?
Yeah.
I can't make the joke, Mr. Pendergast is my dad. You can call me Sean. I'm like, no, they should be called. This is the one that pops into my head though immediately.
I just thought of a great comeback to like Mr. Pendergast is my dad. Is he still with us? God, that would hit you right in the chest.
Really good. He is.
If I wanted to be a jerk.
Yeah. When I saw Notre Dame recruiting children of people,
yes,
like so Anthony Barr, the former linebacker in the NFL, he is the son of Tony Brooks, who was my year at Notre Dame. He was a running back at Notre Dame, and I saw the recruiting lists. I forget when it was. It was in like the early 2000s, and they're probably mid 2000s, whatever it was.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my God, that's Tony Brooks' kid, and that's who's getting recruited. Like now all these ones, like Jerome Bettis Jr. goes there now, Plexico Burris Jr. is going there now. But the very first time they were recruiting a kid of someone I went to school with, I'm like, damn, I'm a generation removed.
I went to visit my sister last year. Oh, no, you know what? It was at the wedding there in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At my son's wedding.
At your son's wedding. But so I was visiting her. She lives in New Jersey, and I told him, hey, I'll go out and where do you guys like to eat? I'll get dinner for us. And it was one of these places they do bowls and is like a whole complex ordering process and everything. And I didn't know what the hell was going on. And I got up and it was clear to the woman working behind the counter, the young lady working behind the counter, that I didn't know what was going on. She started to talk me through it. And as if I was her grandpa. And I was like, I felt so old and stupid because I realized immediately, I hadn't realized that I was screwing up the process until she started to almost like take me by the arm in a very non-suggestive, flirty way. Just kind of like, well, this is what you do and everything. Like, oh, crap.
That is a really good one.
Does it make you guys feel old that turntables and vinyl are back like a second go around? I was in Best Buy yesterday. I had to buy something at Best Buy, and they sell turntables, and they have a whole section of vinyl records now. Like they were gone for 30 years, and now they're back.
It doesn't make me feel old because never in my music purchasing life was vinyl the big thing. They're down like from the time I started buying things, it was cassette
It was
tapes.
cassette. See, I was vinyl. I was vinyl. I was in that in between.
Yeah,
I was in that transitional vinyl to cassette.
I'm
phase.
old enough to remember 8 tracks. That was my first car.
See, I'm not.
8-track player in it.
Okay.
Middle of the song
Lopez
goes
is older
click,
than me.
click, click, click. Oh my gosh!
And then you couldn't. The fast forward, it would just jump you to another part of the song.
Track. It was 4 tracks.
Okay.
Or I guess it was 8 tracks. But I remember 4 clicks. Anyway.
Yeah, man.
And it would like in the middle of the song, it'd be singing, then click, click, and then song would pick up in the next track.
Man, that was the Doobie Brothers on 8-track. Yeah. Boston on 8-track.
Yes,
it's good stuff. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, a lot of stuff going on. Looking forward to listening to In the Loop today. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you. Nobody touches Sean Pendergast's Grape
Powerade.
Oh, yeah.
I'm terrified. When you do that, I'm scared.
Yeah, that's scary. Someone asked on the text page, did we find the culprit who stole my Grape Powerades? We did. It was Valentine. Gallegos.
Oh, wow.
He thought that they were community Powerades because Sarah Fraser brings in a lot of drinks and stuff. So he saw me.
Cultural differences.
He saw me.
It was a language barrier.
I told him I was going to talk about it on the radio.
John's people tend to think that,
That was Seth saying that.
It's all ours.
This morning, muy buenos días, Houston.
I told Valentine, I said, if I had just known, if I were to power rank all the people that were up here at the time that it got taken, you would have been top of my list. I said, sure, take one, Valentine. He's the nicest person ever.
He really is a nice fellow.
He's a nice dude. Yeah. So it was an accident.
He just skipped that part of it. He's like, it's fine.
He didn't steal it. It was a misunderstanding. So that's what it was.
Okay.
Why do you take that tone with me, John? It was a misunderstanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anthony Weaver replied to my text. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right,
I don't have to go home and cry.
Now we
Seth didn't say that the reply was, who dis?
He said, thanks, bro. You don't call somebody bro unless you really care about them, okay?
Or unless it's a number that you don't have in your phone.
Yeah.
Or if you want to establish violence, you know what I mean?
When Anthony took the job in Miami, I knew that he had taken a job, but I wasn't really thinking about it. In my mind, he had taken a job in Jacksonville. And I sent him like this list of places that he would like and everything. He was like, hey, thanks, Seth. I actually took the job in Miami.
It's 700 miles away.
Another time I felt old. Yeah.
Not knowing how far towns
Is that far from Jacksonville?
You'll take a weekend trip.
All right, boys. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Boy, I got that in just under the wire.
I was very proud of it.
Man, Crosstalk also brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn right. We start now. You're in the loop on this. We're in. Happy Tuesday to you. Appreciate you rocking with us. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Back in the saddle, baby. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm happy to be back.
Yeah.
We're happy to have you back, if for no other reason than I am not the person that should be playing in the mixtape. You are the person that should be playing in the mixtape.
Oh, you can do it, man.
It goes a lot smoother that way.
No offense.
Brother, I was the one who brought it up. If I took offense, then I would have to I'd have to be more willing to do that more often. And you know what? I'm not. Get involved with the program, as we always want you to, obviously a few different ways. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. That's always available to you. And we always have to thank the Mo Kiram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And all right, we're still in the game where we have a victory on the board for the Texans. We have what is looking more and more like a more I keep wanting to say winnable, and I'm like, I don't want to step into that space just yet, but that's the only word that's coming to mind, so sue me. A more winnable looking game than we had previously thought coming up on this Sunday. We'll talk about that. By the way, I think I sent this to you guys. Ravens -3.5?
Yeah, it started out at 6.5.
Okay.
3 full points on the road.
Okay.
On the road.
So I think it's fair to say things are starting to look up a little bit for this Texans.
Manageable.
What'd you say?
Manageable.
Okay,
Yes.
that's the way we'll handle this while we try and manage our expectations. However, just because you got a victory. Actually, no, we're going there later. But with this team, we still have some things to look at, including a level of competition that was the kind of conversation for this team going into camp. Even this weekend, we saw a continued rotation at left guard.
Yeah.
So with all the competition, what did Sunday's game tell us about who should and will be getting more reps on this roster?
Yeah, look, that is the mantra for this squad since minicamp, since OTAs. It's all about competition. We're going to give these guys a chance to compete. We'll see how it plays out, and it'll clear itself up. All right, so we've had all of camp, all the preseason. We're 4 games in. Who should be getting the reps based on what we've seen? Because I think we're getting some clarity here. And to be fair, I think we've often talked about it. It'll take 4, 5, 6 games for this offense to really establish itself. So I'm not necessarily saying that it's bad, but we should know now, right? We should know who is playing. Let's start at the most obvious one. Who's playing left guard?
Oh, I thought you were going to start the most obvious one. Who should be running back 1? Joe Quavius.
Well,
Woody
that's
Marks.
obvious too. Yeah,
like that one. I think that one might be. Although I hear what you're saying, left guard right now.
Because they were literally rotating.
They were literally rotating, and the rotation became very clear when you saw Laken Tomlinson has some misses. I will say that there's still some good reps in there, but that's not the standard on the offensive line. The standard is, can you stay to where we don't even have to look at you? And it feels like we've had significantly more of that with one Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
If you get to a place where size ends up becoming an issue for him, however, he seemed to play big enough at this point.
Was size that big of an issue on Sunday?
Well, no, but also that's not a team that I look at as a size issue. Now, the Ravens aren't a team that I look at as a size issue. I'm trying to think about, the Seahawks got some size on the interior. The Niners, I'm trying to remember their defensive line. There's going to be instances where during the season there's going to be size that comes up for you. But as of right now, without even considering size, who looks like they can be competent and help you give C.J. Stroud the clean pocket and the foundation to go and do the things that we know that he's capable of doing, and it seems like he's doing a little bit better moving forward? It's Juice Scruggs, and you have to make that decision. Now, I don't think that means that Laken Tomlinson is entirely out of the picture, and I do wonder how much of this is managing Laken Tomlinson as a free agent that you brought in, clearly, ostensibly to start. Managing the personality of Laken Tomlinson, although that seems wild considering he seems to be like just the best dude and understands the league. But if you're just talking about who should be out there, I think it's Juice, with the understanding that, hey, Laken, we're going to need you at some point if we have to go to it, because he's your next best guard.
Well, it depends on how you interpret it, because I frankly do think Laken Tomlinson is out of the picture as a starter, as an every down player. Now, if there's an injury, of course. I think that's what you're referencing. We're going to need you. And there could be somebody nicked up, et cetera. But in terms of trotting a guy out there, and that's why I wanted to start at guard, because, frankly, I think Nick Chubb will probably start again on Sunday, but the vast majority of reps are going to go to at guard position. Juice Scruggs starts. Juice Scruggs gets all the reps. Juice Scruggs does not need to be looking over his shoulder. Like that argument is done. It's over. Juice Scruggs is your left guard.
I hear you to some degree, the idea that he doesn't need to be looking over his shoulder sometimes, and maybe this is a very soccer, international and European soccer approach, where, sometimes that person behind you gives you lights of fire under your ass to some degree.
But Juice Scruggs was that guy.
Yeah, and now Laken Tomlinson is that on the other way end, right? Like I do look, because again, the standard or you don't have much margin for error or when it comes to the talent on this roster. So everybody's got to be playing at the tip top, and if you aren't, well, sure, we can cycle into that next cap.
But I just think that we know what Laken Tomlinson is. We've had 4 games in the preseason to find that out. So that's why I'm there with Juice Scruggs.
I think I'm largely there. We're picking nits, and we're really disagreeing on probably like the last 5% of this particular decision, I think.
Now, let's get to running back, because I think that is, as you said, just as important. I could see Nick Chubb starting. Respect, veteran, brought him in, all that stuff. He had a good run called back.
Sure.
I just don't think he has, and we were talking about this in the press box, and I was the biggest Nick Chubb fan, from the get-go.
That's right.
But you could see it. You could see it on Sunday. The burst is just not what it used to be. It's not awful. Like I said, he's had some good runs, had one called back, but when you compare and contrast Woody Marks, what he brings at the line of scrimmage and the cutbacks and the burst versus Nick Chubb, I think Woody Marks should get 15 to 20 touches.
Yeah, and I mean I don't even know. Yeah, the touches absolutely should be there. It was interesting seeing that Woody Marks did indeed have 40 snaps where he's on the field compared to the 30 for Nick Chubb. I think that you were right to stop this down a little bit and say that this might be situational, because I do wonder, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and even going into this, that Tennessee Titans defense, their edges, their edge rushers, and being able to stop the run, putrid, just terrible. Like that's one of the things that you benefited from in what ended up being a get-right game, hopefully, against the Tennessee Titans, is that you could look at a clear weakness and say that is something that we can attack. And Woody Marks probably gave you the better opportunity to attack that in particular. I do wonder if there are circumstances, like maybe against the Baltimore Ravens, where the middle of their defense is one of those things that you can really attack. Does that then transition back to maybe splitting the load a little bit more towards
I don't know.
Nick
Woody
Chubb
Marks
as battering ram? Because Woody Marks can run up the middle.
He runs in the between the tackles.
And I'm not trying to be that guy. I was like, he's little or he can't run in the middle. I think he can run between the tackles. That's a little bit different than the Nick Chubb battering ram. So I do wonder if that, like situationally, that ends up being the place. But it does feel like, at least in a vacuum and in a general sense, Woody Marks does seem to have the most juice. Seems to be picking up things to the point where you could put him out there on every down that you need to, because he picks up those pass protection instances. So I do feel like in most cases, and in a generic sense, it's Woody Marks, with maybe a small caveat with if there's an instance you might need to have the battering ram where Nick Chubb gives body blows to the defense. That might be the way that you change it.
Now, here's where it gets most interesting, to me anyway. The biggest reason I wanted to bring this up, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. These two guys, keep in mind, we've heard it multiple times now. This is an offense that everything has to go perfect. You have to pick your spots. They're going to be underneath until they're not, until C.J. Stroud sees something that he can exploit. And this is what made up my mind. Could Xavier Hutchinson have made that play that Jaden Higgins did? Could Higgins have done? Could Xavier Hutchinson have done that? And I'm not sure. I think that the speed and the athleticism of Higgins and Noel, I think those two guys need to get a lot more reps. And that's not a slight at Xavier Hutchinson. I think he's playing like what we've seen him play for 3 years now. And that's not what's going to really make this offense click,
Yeah, it's interesting because Jaden Higgins has pretty much the same snap share that he's had early on. It just feels like when they utilize him, they utilize him for a very particular thing. Remember I was telling you when I asked Texans Cap to do a little digging on Jaden Higgins and the ways in which, the certain routes or whatever that he's been effective at. In breakers he'd been below average. Some of those other things. It was really mostly where he'd been effective and above average at that. Go routes, things towards the outside, out-breaking type things like fades or corners. And that's exactly what that route was. Yeah. So I do wonder if it's even more of a share, or if it's just situationally like, all right, we're in the red zone, we need to put up a jump ball. This guy has that particular skill set. Because there is still something to be said about over the middle types of things. He does get open in this way, so I don't want to take that away from Jaden Higgins. The interesting thing for me is Jalen Noel. Because even when he was on the field, it felt like he was more utilized as kind of that almost scat back, with lack of a better term, like the guy who does those types of things with his speed. And because also, if we're looking at this as a depth chart way, he is behind Christian Kirk, who early on, I don't know what to make of Christian Kirk here, because it doesn't feel like he's been as impactful. He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been outstanding. Right, he hasn't been as impactful as I might have imagined him to be coming into this. So I go, if he has not been super impactful, why have we not given Jalen Noel a little bit more opportunity to show us what his impact could be, especially with what we saw in training camp with him getting open very well?
I agree, but I do want to get back to your point on Jaden Higgins versus Xavier Hutchinson. Let's keep this in mind. The big play that he made was called at the line of scrimmage. So yes, you can use him more in the red zone. Yes, you can use him as that type of talent. But if Xavier Hutchinson is on the field in that situation, do you feel as confident with him with the play call change, or Jaden Higgins? That's why I think Higgins needs to get more reps, because it's going to happen. It's pick, 1,000 cut. Cut. Oh, we got press coverage and no safety over the top. I'm going to switch to this, and he did. I don't know if that's why I think he needs more reps.
And I think that's a fair point to make, right? If he's on the field at any given time, if you need to take a shot, that ends up being an option. And I think also to buttress your point, it's not like it's just, hey, when it's time to throw the jump ball. That dude was in there blocking.
Yes, big.
Not even just blocking, because it's one thing to just say blocking. I want to qualify this. He was getting up to his level with, a level of enthusiasm. He was attaching and he was sustaining a block. And I think that sometimes that gets lost, especially for wide receivers who that blocking is not their calling card. It's not the thing that inherently gets guys on the field as a wide receiver. Not only going and attaching, but if you sustain a block, that extra half second that you might stay on a block might be the difference between, this running back got to the second level and then got, shoelace tackled, or this running back's into space. Like, that's where it gets interesting. So I do think that it's fair to talk about it that way. There's definitely some evaluation that needs to happen from this Texans team on how they utilize some of these players, but it does feel like they're moving in the right direction at the very least. We'll be interested to see what it looks like on Sunday versus the Ravens. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, the season is over technically for the Astros, but that doesn't mean that they don't have decisions to make of their own. 713-572-4610. What's the best path forward for these Astros? Let's talk about the next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans. Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on a Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people. John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. On the Wednesday and Tuesday, and you get involved in the number of ways that you got for you. The text line is 713-5. Shout out to Steven. I see you saying good morning. Good morning to you as well.
Good morning, Steven.
On the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and of course, there's always the Twitch chat 610 Houston. The Texans have made a signing. And the signing is, of course, I forgot his name as soon
you want
as
the
I
breaking news?
No. I think
hype it up. I think he just indicated by that pause that we don't need the breaking news.
It is. Goodness gracious, where did it go?
The Texans signed Antonio Brown.
No, they did not. Absolutely not. It's offensive lineman Jarrett Kingston. He was on the Panthers practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a guy who's played tackle. I think he was a 2024, came out in that draft class. Should be interesting to kind of just add another guy. 6th-round pick in 2024 to the Niners, mind you. Played college at USC in Washington State. So, that's the early indications. I don't know.
2 thumbs up.
Is that anything that makes that's not anything that makes any noise for you or anything that means any. It just feels like, okay, now you have a little bit, you add to the depth when it comes to tackles.
He's the guy that replaced Cam Robinson.
About to say, is that your new swing tackle?
No,
I doubt. I think Blake Fisher is the guy that they trust as a swing tackle. Which I saw the way your eyes got big as saucers. I get it. I didn't say you trusted him. I just said that's the guy that they will have to trust in these instances. But I imagine more than anything, the guy that they actually trust is Arion Taylor-Street. And then on the other side, Titus Howard. Make sure y'all don't get hurt is the way that goes. So, yeah, that's the addition that the Texans have made on today. All right. But the Astros season is over as of the weekend, obviously. Baseball continues time since 2016. You got postseason baseball starting at noon today, in fact. So if you are just a baseball junkie and you're excited to watch that you will have that. But for the Astros, they got to go immediately into thinking about what 2026 looks like. Mm-hmm. And that begins by kind of figuring out in rough, broad strokes what's the path forward for the Astros. And so that's the question. What's the best path forward for these Stros?
Well, I think, people always say there's going to have to be some difficult discussions made. You're going to have a hard look at this or that.
How often do people actually have those hard discussions? They're like, we're going to have some tough discussions. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Or how often do you go into a meeting and say, all right, we're going to have a difficult discussion now. Oh, really? Okay.
Just imagine the Minnesota Twins. Oh, we got to have a hard discussion about peace.
But the Astros truly do. And I have some tough decisions. That's another one. Okay, we're going to make some tough decisions that the Astros are going to have to make. I have some candidates that I think they're going to need to make some tough decisions on.
Okay.
But I buried the lead, and I was talking with Sean.
Isn't that something you're not supposed to do?
I know, of me, of all people. But he just came in to the studio and said, hey, do you think the Astros are going to fire Joe Espada? And I really kind of had to think about it. And so that's the first one that I didn't even put down when we were talking about this before the show. Let's start there. Joe Espada, yes or no? Not what you think they're going to do.
I would imagine that they go no. But I would have to think a little bit stronger about who are the potential managers out there. Because I feel like it's not always the case. Well, who are you going to get instead?
Mm-hmm.
And there's oftentimes when you're talking about whether or not to fire somebody where that actually isn't the question that's asked. Yeah. I think that would be the question that you ask in this instance. Like, who would be
A.J. Hinch?
Who would be the manager? If A.J. Hinch becomes available, I could easily see the reason why you go there. Would someone I'm going to throw out some potential managers, and you tell me if these are guys that sound or that pique your interest. Does Brad Ausmus pique your interest?
Not in the least bit.
Okay. Does someone like a Jace Tingler?
Jace Tingler
former Padres manager.
Oh yeah. Not really.
Someone like a Skip Schumacher.
Yes.
I think it really depends on
Bruce Bochy?
I don't know if Bruce Bochy. I believe the Rangers are no longer going to have him as the manager of their club. I believe that's the end of his contract. He's going to step into a front office role.
Well, maybe the Giants have an opening.
I have a hard time believing Bruce Bochy, after getting off the couch once, is going to go the Terry Francona route where he just keeps avoiding going to the crib.
Hey, sometimes money, I don't want to say money talk, but sometimes I feel like these managers, if they want to coach or they want to manage, they going to manage, man.
What did Dusty do? Went to San Francisco. Look,
Dusty still needed a ring, though. Not that was exactly the reason why.
No, after the Astros.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
After the Astros. But here's the other thing, and it goes back to my whole thing about nothing is ever mutually agreed upon when you part ways. That even Bruce Bochy, if ever there was going to be one, I think he might be one. But I still don't think 5 minutes after they mutually agreed to part ways, was he already mentioned as with the Giants and he's going to be back in baseball and all that. So that's neither here nor there. Where I'm going with this is, if you just forget age and where he is in his career and all that, Bruce Bochy is a better manager than Joe Espada. He is. He just is.
Yeah.
So my answer, by the way, was no as well. I don't think the Astros are going to part ways with Joe Espada. But if they did, and if Jim Crane, who is prone to get a wild hair here and there, has a wild hair, you never know.
That might need to be tamped down because the wild hairs have actually been...
They're not working.
They've been problematic. So that actually, if that is the reasoning that this might happen, I would probably move against it just because of the reasoning. All right, so that's one of the decisions that clearly needs to be made, is whether or not to retain Joe Espada. I think that we are in agreement that he probably remains as the manager of the club.
Figgy, what do you think?
All right.
Yeah, I think it's no question, to be honest, because I feel like just off. I hate that we got to go the injury route, but this team suffered a lot of injuries, man. I think he did the best he could. I'm surprised they got this far.
I think that's what saves him.
Yeah, I think so too.
I really do.
Yeah, he had a lot record-setting injuries.
Let me give you guys 3 names that, spoiler alert, I would move on from all 3 of them. Christian Walker.
I'm with you. The question I ask is how? Mm-hmm. How does that? Do you manage to find a landing spot for him?
Yeah.
Like if you can manage to find that, but then also how do you sweeten that deal for the other side, or is there a team that's just like, we believe?
Take on some of them.
I guess there's a way that you could do it.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I then come to is someone like maybe Isaac Paredes somebody that you could put at first base?
That's what I was thinking.
He's played first base in spurts. A number of years, I think between 2022 and last year, he's had some instances where he's played a little bit of first base. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the preferred position to have him. However, you are already in a place now where going into next season, you have to find a way to figure out the logjam at third base. Could that be an answer, especially for guys that you feel more comfortable swinging the bat
It's a crowded infield, man. It is at third base is really crowded.
Yeah, I think the good thing is the Astros showed that they're willing to kind of move people around with this season, trying to move Altuve in the outfield and all that stuff. So
I would much rather have Paredes at first base on a regular basis, semi-regular basis, than Jose Altuve playing more second base. That's that. Let me throw another name out at you. Lance McCullers Jr. I would move on.
I mean,
all due respect, love that guy. I would move on.
Yeah, I think the question marks that he's inevitably going to be and bring at any point are ones that I don't think this team can afford. You need to figure out your rotation right now anyways. Fromber's no longer going to be here. Is it going to be
Luis Garcia's gone.
Luis Garcia, is it going to be Miguel Uyola time? Like, is that what you're going to see as a starter that then comes up and helps? But you need to find 2 to 3 guys that you can depend on consistently, because you can't go through life like you did last year, even if you were waiting for injuries to resolve themselves. Regardless, you need to confidence on. And I don't know that I want another question mark in Lance McCullers.
Do they got to go out and sign some starting pitchers?
Oh, for sure. We were talking about it last year. Yeah, they absolutely do. But I just feel like if you separate Lance McCullers from your pitching need, I think you have to make that tough decision.
Yeah, I will have to have a long talk with Lance and see, hey, we don't feel comfortable enough to have you as our starting pitcher. Would you like to come out of the bullpen.
Maybe
if he feel like he don't, not there yet, then I will probably try to move on from him, give him a fresh start somewhere else.
Which is fair because your bullpen. I mean, as much as you had guys step up, we came in. I remember in training camp feeling uneasy about that. Like if you have him as a guy that you feel comfortable, maybe as an innings eater or whatever in the pen, I could then get back in it. But then I guess the question becomes, if he becomes valuable, is there also a negative side to that where at any point if he's valuable, anything can happen that takes him to the IL, because it's happened consistently with him as a player.
All right, this one I am also ready to move on from and make that tough decision. You guys, I'm interested in what you think, because I don't know where you fall on this. The accomplice, Yainer Diaz, as I call him, the accomplice. I know you don't expect a lot of offense from your catcher, and his numbers for a catcher were decent. 256, 701 OPS, 20 home runs. You think, all right, we can keep him. Brother, his defense, his defense, his throwing out, they run.
He started throwing the dudes out a little bit more.
A little bit base. You have the green light. I can't get over that. I just can't get over that.
And his offense not good enough to just kind of look past that, too. It'd be one thing if he was one of the best hitting catchers in the league as far as like a high percentage and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But, man.
Where are you?
I think you remain with Yainer Diaz, unless you're going like, hey, we're really leaning into the Victor Caratini of it all. But I think you remain with Yainer Diaz, and you hope for a continued progression in Walter Janet, because it might just be one more season before Walter Janet is in.
That's the
majors.
guy I was thinking about.
But he's at high A.
He's at high
this
A.
past year.
He might get an invite. He might get an invite.
I don't think that he's ready.
I don't know.
Especially considering how difficult catcher is as a position.
They love him.
They do, and rightfully so. But I think that you also could get to a place. You just yesterday talked about maybe Spo was right about not bringing up Cam Smith early.
It's a tough one.
Don't bring Walter Janik up early at a spot that is really difficult in catcher. I think that it's one more year at least of Yainer Diaz to give Walter Janik a chance to get to the majors.
He's one of the more frustrating players I've ever watched.
Yainer?
Yeah. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, and the thing about it is it's easy for us to right here say, oh, get rid of this, get rid of that. Those are not easy things to make happen. And I don't say like easy on an emotional scale. It's not easy to turn the whole thing over in the way that it seems like we all want to just because they didn't make the postseason. But that's the reason why these are going to be difficult decisions that Dana Brown is going to have to make with this organization. And, of course, yes, the obvious one is return to baseball staff, like medical staff has to.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even
get some changes. That one was without.
That's almost a given.
Well, they made some changes.
They went from a place where they were like, we don't make our medical staff available, to at the end of the season saying we will evaluate this. There will be changes made, right? Like I don't think that they, as an organization, knowing them, make that acknowledgement without knowing something, even if it's small, changes with the way.
Yeah, I didn't know if their mindset was this was just bad luck this year with all the injuries and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, they're awful. They are awful. Sorry. But you are.
And you can't remain that. You can't remain that going into the next season, especially now that you're trying to you're trying to scrape more out of the barrel considerably, considering the way that you're built. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, shout out to the Rockets. Media Day 2025 happened yesterday, and coming out of that was a moment that made a couple of dudes feel kind of old. So that got us going here. Question of the day. What was your first or maybe the funniest sign that you had that you were getting old? 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
How big was SportsRadio.com/radio. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to fight the urge to just spew out the stats that I was looking at about Yair Diaz in the break, and we will move on to the question of the day. What was your first sign that you were getting old? 713-572-4610, because I feel like there definitely wasn't the first sign. There was a couple of signs if you were able to take in any of Rockets Media Day, man. Rocket season starts here in this upcoming month. They will get going on the road versus the Oklahoma City Thunder to start the regular games that will have leading up to that. And, of course, there's a lot of excitement, man. There's this roster is very good. They've made it significantly better. There's high expectations. I think Jabari Smith Jr. was like, look, man, it's championship. Like, I don't know how you could say anything different. So the expectations are there. But there's the interesting wrench that was thrown at this Rockets team, which is Fred VanVleet's injury. We'll talk more about some of the highlights that at least I picked up and some of the ones that you guys got from Media Day. But one of the things that I caught in Media Day, which was kind of funny, was Uncle Jeff Green, going into his 19th season in the 18th, actually. Was it 18th? 19th? One of those. My bad. A lot of seasons in the National Basketball Association. And he was obviously seated for Media Day answering questions. And he got this question, which if you listen closely, I don't know how much Jeff enjoyed getting this one.
Jeff, you and Kevin have been in the league for almost 2 decades now. For the first, sorry.
All right, man. Go ahead.
But
that was the setup. In fact, I didn't even get to the question. And the funny thing for me is, if you watch the entirety of it, Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle had asked the previous question. Her setup was, well, you and KD have been in the league for a long time, dating back to the Seattle Supersonics, right? So then the next question being about how damn old he was. I want to make it clear, that wasn't a damn like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that. I was like, damn, like, come on, man.
Yeah, so stop it.
Is every question going to be like, so I know you're old as hell. So how do you like playing basketball? Like, I didn't.
He could have well said that. I mean, it's accurate, but the question could have been, okay, so you and Kevin Durant are really old. That being said,
what are y'all going to do in the absence of Fred VanVleet? Wait, why does this have to be the starting point for everything? I get it.
But he was sitting there also going, damn, not just at the question, but damn, man, I played for Seattle. I played for Seattle.
Yeah.
How many of these young NBA fans even remember, know about the Seattle
I think
Supersonics?
very few.
I don't know. I feel like people know because it's one of those things. It's one of those things that basketball fans are like, well, Seattle got to get a team.
But you got to think about it from this point. It's a lot of Rockets fans that became Rockets fans because of James Harden being in Houston.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying that they have an intimate knowledge with those Seattle Supersonics and they can tell you about Sean Kemp playing out there or Gary Payton or nothing like that. But I think people know about the Supersonics. Shout out to Ice Cube. But then also, just the notion of that's the team that everybody goes, oh, man, it's a problem that the NBA took their team. In fact, Jeff Green made that mention at some point during Media Day. So I think people know about it. I don't think that people
know about it.
They don't know for real. But that's part of being old, right? When you start talking to telling youngins about, man, what you know about that song, man? See, I was back in middle school when definitely feel old.
They don't know about that. They don't know about the Vancouver Grizzlies and stuff like that.
So what was your first sign, or another way to put it, you're old enough to remember the Seattle Supersonics in this case. For me, similar to their answer in terms of their work. When I hit, so I started working professionally out of college on May the 5th, 1984. 1 day after graduation, I started my first full-time job. I realized last year, I actually tweeted it and it hurt me. That's 40 years, now 41. 40. When I hit 40 years in the business, I went, damn.
Yeah, big round numbers to do it to you, won't it?
Damn. That's a lot. I don't feel like it's been 40 years. Sometimes I do, but I don't feel like it's been 40 years. And then the other one is when you say something and people look at you like you have two heads, kind of like a young basketball player. If you talk, the Seattle Supersonics, they're like, who? I remember very vividly, talking about teams that no longer exist, not just the Supersonics, but just like, telling people about like the Brooklyn Dodgers, not that the Brooklyn Dodgers were before my time, but I mean, I'm
the
familiar.
Montreal Expos.
Expos is a good one. I watched the first Major League game I ever watched as a kid. Larry Durker was pitching. He was pitching for the Astros against the Montreal Expos. If I told that to someone even your age, Reggie, these days, like I remember when they played the Expos. The who? The who?
Yeah, it's similar to that is like when you try and make a joke about something that at one point was popular knowledge, and now you go, oh, wow, that's been like 13 years. And the reason why I use 13 years specifically is we'll talk about it, I believe, in college football on a Tuesday. Hey, man, you know why it's so funny that Bobby Petrino's back as the head coach of Arkansas, and some people I imagine are like, no, I don't. Please tell me. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I thought we all knew about that when he fell off that motorcycle.
Years?
Brother.
13 years?
Yes.
Man. You feeling worse?
You're welcome. You're welcome. So from the 832, I'm old enough to remember when NBA games weren't live. Yeah, that will do it.
I do remember that.
This
delay.
This is a great answer, by the way. And I was like, because I have not gotten there, but I felt it. So I can only imagine how you feel it when it happens from the 832. The first time you realize that you're older than your doctor.
Oh, boy. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah. That's
yeah. I kind of get that way with the players, like the NFL players being around is like, man, I'm old compared to them. These guys are like 22, 23.
No, it's not the 22 and 23-year-olds. It's like I went down to locker room after the Titans game just to kind of get a little bit of audio, whatever, and kind of hear what some of the guys were talking about. People are talking to Daniil like he's the old head. I'm like, I think I'm like,
you're a year older than him.
Yeah. Like, oh man, you grizzled veteran Daniil Hunter. I'm like, well,
hey, Grandpa, wait a minute.
Hold on.
That's how I felt about Jerry Hughes. Remember Jerry Hughes was here? Yeah. It's like he was old fart walking around, barely can walk. I'm like, damn, we the same age. He like 36. I actually have a sports one, and this one popped up, I want to say last week. I think Adam Shep, somebody tweeted this, but remember old Ike Hilliard?
Oh,
the receiver used to play for the Giants and all that stuff.
Yep.
I saw a tweet saying he was fired as receivers coach for the Atlanta Falcons, and TJ Yates is taking over his duties.
I forgot about mentioning that. That's right.
I felt old seeing that. I'm like, damn. I didn't even know Ike Hilliard was coaching. And I'm like, damn, both of these players, I could pull up Madden.
It is the dudes on their second careers, right? Like the dudes, and it's funny because it's the guys that used to play name a football player with, or name a basketball player. Just random. Brian Hartline gets me every single time. They talking about Brian Hartline going to become somebody's head coach soon. I'm like, I used to just laugh about, hey, look at this kid play, this dude playing. I remember him playing. Dolphins.
I remember him playing at Ohio State.
I bet you do. Somebody said my knees hurt before it rains. Well, yeah, that's going to win every time, right? All the noises that you make inadvertently without trying. Especially when somebody points it out to you, right? When you're just thinking about it yourself, you're like, I'm getting old. When someone points out your mortality to you, you're like, wait, hold on. You can see it too?
The basketball one, well, it's actually all sports, but the basketball one is I'm thinking about when you talk to somebody about like a coach, let's say Doc Rivers, all right? That's the one I was thinking of. Because I guess a while back I told somebody, yeah, he was a hell of a player. And I got to look like, he played? like he played? Yes, he played a long time and was really good. I thought he just coached. Oh God.
Yep. When you start sounding like somebody that you remember vividly, that being that child saying you sound old, and you're like, oh no, I sound like that person now. When you're like, you don't know about.
There's some that
no, you don't understand. Like that dude that's out of shape. I used to see him be, and you're
Charles
like, oh
Barkley
man,
used to play.
No, the one
I sound like I'm talking about Jim Brown.
I bet you a lot of kids don't really. Well, some. Jason Kidd.
Oh, Jason Kidd was a menace.
Yeah.
He was a stud. And I bet you there's some like, oh, you mean the coach? No, he was a player.
Well, I think that's a good one, but even better are the ones that like, because we know this about sports. There's some member because they had accolades or their stats were great. And then there's the guys that were like, no, you just had to be there because you don't understand it. You had to be there. And that you had to be there, guys, because like, again, people that come in later that love sports, they find a way to attach. And I'm speaking about myself to some degree. It's like those are the type of guys that are going to be falling to the wayside when I'm like, oh, well, this is the statistical argument for why this guy was great. And you're like, no, you don't understand. Allen Iverson was incredible. I understand that he did not shoot efficiently.
He ain't better than Ja Morant.
Yeah.
It's like, hold on, wait a minute, man.
My guy like that, and I know we're going on a little tangent, is Larry Bird. Like, everybody knows Larry Bird was great. I think he was one of the greatest, maybe the greatest with Magic and Kareem.
That's such a good point
of his time.
Just the slippage that happens because people are like, "Oh, Larry Bird is like the greatest," and now people are like, "Oh yeah, he's pretty good." Like, no. No, you don't understand. You could argue he was the best in the game,
And people are like, no, but look at his numbers, Reggie. I'm like,
I'm on your side.
You had
Why
to
am I
be there.
taking shots?
Same thing with Magic.
Yeah, you had to be there. You had to see him play.
Kellen Moore being a head coach, good one. Old enough to remember MTV and BET actually showing music videos, good one.
That's a great one.
This one will hit you right in the chest, 409. September 11th is in my daughter's history book.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What about the random like pop culture stuff, like people not realizing Whoopi Goldberg used to actually act in movies and stuff like that?
Well, yes.
They only see her on whatever that show is. What is The View?
I believe it's The View.
Well, the other one,
they only see her on there, and they didn't realize she used to be a comedian.
The relevant one now, and it's become a pop culture classic, so a lot of kids know about it, but some don't. I hesitate sometimes when I make a Seinfeld reference because people are like, what?
Oh, yeah, no. I know that they don't know. And you know what? This is where I get into my old man bag. Deal with it. Go learn about it. Get some culture. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where putrid Monday Night Football games. So let's do a quarter season mark awards check-in. We'll do that next.
For the first time since
Visit T-Mobile.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop. It seems like we are just spending a lot more time than I thought we would. Just enjoying realizing when we decided that, we're getting up there.
We old.
We're getting to various different levels. Like somebody mentioning that the N64 is 29 years old, and that someone said that they saw they said that they saw a PS1 in a museum, and that hit them. And I was like,
good Lord.
That would do it for you. Seeing athletes on TV shows like Johnny Manziel on Specialist. They made a pop culture reference like Miss Jackson, Outcast, to a 24-year-old, and they didn't get the reference. That one hit them in the chest. And then, of course, a good one, trying to tell these kids about how Mike Vick was cold. Yeah.
That's a really good one.
And then my favorite one, maybe that came in from the 8-2. I remember when the Astros missed in the playoffs was normal, sadly. And I started doing the math, and I was like, there's probably like 18-year-olds that not only just don't fully understand like the Astros missing the playoffs, but then also
or just the Astros being bad at one
That's what I
point.
was saying. The next level of that was bad isn't the right word. Terrible. Right? Like there was a point in time where in this city you really didn't talk about the Astros because why would you?
I ain't gonna lie. So I moved here in 2016. I can't even relate to that. I got here in 2016.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So this is the first time since I've been here, they not in the postseason.
And they're not even there, right? They're not even to that place where they were at one point. And so just being able to understand that as an Astros fan is a different level of that feeling as well.
Some really good text coming.
Very good. Keep them coming in. I'll try and sprinkle them in. However, we need to go around the NFL where Monday Night Football. See, this is the reason why we don't do doubleheaders in my book. Like, I get the ideas. Well, there's two chances of being good. What happens if they're both awful? What happens if that's the case? Because that's what it felt like last night as you got a Jets-Dolphins game, the second battle of the defeateds of the weekend. The Dolphins end up being victorious in this one, 27-21. A Pyrrhic victory for them, though, as Tyreek Hill ends up tearing all the CLs, like you could
all
see
the
it.
L's.
You could see it in the game where it was like your knee is not supposed to bend that way.
Yeah.
And he seems like almost celebratory. Interestingly enough, he told Teron Armstead, a friend of his, that he was just kind of being happy, being celebratory to try and keep himself from crying or whatever.
He had, excruciation. That was a very similar injury to, the one that Tank Dell suffered, and we know the excruciating situation that was for him and those around him.
This happens in week 4, and the Dolphins were already in a bad place. Like that one now that they have, and they're 1-3. That's not doing much when you consider now that one of your deep threats, one of the talented players that you have to maybe make defenses to dictate to the defenses is now gone.
31 years old
season.
again.
I thought he was going to be trade bait, to be honest.
Well, I think he was.
Good point.
Yeah,
I think he was.
I thought somebody like Kansas City might have been keeping the eye on him or something like that.
No, I think he absolutely was. Already having surgery today, and as Dr. Chow, the medical orthopedic surgeon that I follow religiously, pointed out, much like Tank Dell, at least a couple more to come of operations, surgeries. Yeah, so 31 years old, based on his wheels, who knows? It's going to be a long road back, man.
So that was one of the...
Oh, just real quick.
Yeah.
Were y'all like me when I was watching this? I was like, man, was it this bad watching Texans-Titans? For those that were not plugged in like
For the first 3 quarters, I am certain.
Yeah.
I am certain.
Like, I was watching this like, this is awful. And then I went... That's probably what people in like Nebraska were saying about like this game.
I feel like Texans Titans was worse.
Might have been.
Yeah,
might have been.
Or like Reggie, it was rough.
I mean, I will not be able to get out of my head the image of the Texans going up 19-0 and the stadium empty.
Yeah.
I was like, goodness gracious. Yeah. Even the people that were like, I will buy a ticket, I will show up. We're like, all right, I'm good. I've seen enough. So yes, I imagine that was the case, except ours wasn't an island game. Ours wasn't a primetime game. And juxtaposed against that was Broncos-Bengals, a game in which Bo Nix didn't look good. I think it was 23 yards was the number for one Jamar Chase, one of the best wide receivers in football. boy, this Jake Browning thing looks terrible.
It is awful. It was an ugly, ugly game, and really both games. You could tell that all these coaches involved were just lost. Aaron Glenn apparently went off on the team afterward. Did you see all those reports?
I did.
Like you could hear it through the walls.
Yes, and like the press conference room. I don't know how close it is to the locker room. However, they could hear Aaron Glenn shouting in the press conference room from
That's bad.
Yeah, I imagine that they're not feeling good. How do you power rank? I think there's two things to power rank between these four teams. How do you feel about their quarterbacks? But really, more importantly, how do you feel about these teams in their coaching situations?
I actually, and you're getting a lot of Jets, fans that are just miserable, saying, "Oh, here we go again." And I saw
this team is pathetic.
I can't see Aaron Glenn standing for this, and it had nothing to do with the screaming.
It sounds like he wasn't standing for this.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that.
He's trying to set a culture.
He is the words right out of my mouth. I mean, he is here for the long haul. I don't think he's going to be fired in a year, and I think Aaron Glenn has got something going. I obviously have a lot of confidence in Sean Payton, so I would put those two guys at the top in terms of figuring it out. Obviously, Sean Payton sooner rather than later. It was a good win for them. I mean, they needed it.
They did need it. They absolutely did need it. They'll go to 2-2. The Bengals fall to 2-2. The Bengals are screwed until they get Joe Burrow back, and even at that point, you wonder how much can he carry.
Do they need to try to find another quarterback? They can't keep rolling with Jake Brownlee like this.
Maybe
because their season over.
What are you saying about Davis Mills, man?
Hey, I ain't saying.
I'm not doing that today. But yeah, that was the games that we had. I hope that you were able to find some good to do with your evening.
Or try to get Russell Wilson or something, man.
Find some enjoyment within that.
Yeah, there you
Ooh,
go.
boy.
They got to do something.
Did you watch the Giants play this weekend? The Giants seemed happy just to have Jackson Dart on the field.
Oh, for sure.
And I know some of that has to be the excitement that comes with new things and with someone who has only up to go from where they are in Jackson Dart. How far up is a question, obviously, that you can't know until you try and get there. But I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge that some of that enjoyment and that feeling is we not playing with that guy anymore.
Absolutely.
And when I say that guy, I mean the guy that is standing on the same sideline as you right now.
Yeah. No, 100%. You could tell they were just in a better place. They were just Jackson. And by the way, Jackson Dart looked pretty dang good.
They got a victory against the Chargers team that I did not think was going to be one that was available to them.
Give you a chance.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is going to be like a supreme turnaround or anything, but hey, they had some vibes. And you know what? Sometimes all you need is vibes, and it's worth considering. When was the last time the Giants had like a quarterback that was fun?
Yes, that's a great point.
Do you want to go back through them?
There was an energy around that team, and maybe that's what you're talking. It all ties together.
Yeah.
Sideline and the watching it and a little anticipation, giving your team a chance. And it's a cliche, and we hear D'Amico talk about it all the time. We're close, but they truly are in a spot where you think Jackson Dart can keep them close, can keep them in a game.
So we're a quarter way through the season here in the NFL, and I guess I should mention that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 5 matchup between these Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So we continue around the NFL with a check-in as 4 weeks in means roughly a quarter of the way through the season. A lot of teams will be doing self-scouts and such. And so I got the latest odds on end-of-season awards, which, of course, are not named now. But if they were to be named now, I'm interested in who you see at these places. MVP feels pretty evident, does it not?
Who do you have as MVP?
I mean, it's Josh Allen.
Well, it's got to be Josh Allen, right? I was trying to think if there was anybody else.
I know y'all going to throw a curveball.
It has the second best odds. So you, Mr. Betting Man, tell me if this is good. Josh Allen is a -105. Justin Herbert is a +550 at second place, second best odds.
I might put something on Justin Herbert if he gets hot and starts carrying that team, wins the division.
If his team is the best team in the league, I can see it happening.
Josh Allen, I mean, it's almost like he's toying with fools right now.
And not only that.
Yeah, he is just toying with fools.
Let's talk about this from like a 30,000-foot view. Is that the only team that we know is good in the NFL right now? The Buffalo Bills? Because some of the other teams that we talked about in this way, the Baltimore Ravens, look damn bad right now and obviously deeply injured. The Kansas City Chiefs, they got Xavier Worthy back. They started seeing some things come together, but I'm not willing to call it yet. The Eagles, interesting enough, I know that they came out with the tush-push curveball, which, why did you bring that out this early in the season?
Yeah,
I feel like that's one that you keep in the back of your pocket to some degree. But they're 4-0. But I don't know how it feels to you, but it doesn't feel to the same way. But maybe you go, all right, I feel decent about that, although you have their number one wide receiver out here posting cryptic tweets as if to say, get me the football, and he's right.
Yeah.
Who else would you put up here? The Lions have looked good.
The Lions, after that first week, the Lions, I feel, I would make those two, like the teams are good.
Two and a probable.
Packers?
Buddy. The way that the Cowboys went up and down on them and on defense after the previous week defensively, you had some questions.
I think they're good, but it's a big drop off between the Bills and the Lions.
Yeah, but my larger point is I think you're right. The larger point is there's a little bit more of a shelf between the top class of teams right now, as of what we can talk about right now. Defensive Player of the Year. Who would you think that it is?
Right now, just about a quarter of the way in Defensive Player of the Year. Not T.J. Watt. Who?
It is not T.J. Watt. The best odds as of right now per Bet Online, Aiden Hutchinson. He's got a plus 275 odds right now. Micah Parsons, 3-1, still in that space. You have to creep down a little bit after Myles Garrett, Nick Benito, Jared Verse to get to Will Anderson Jr. at 18-1. How have you felt about Will at this early stage?
I think he's progressing terrifically well. I expect maybe 14, 15 sacks.
Yeah, I mean, he's on pace to be in that general area. The one thing that I think Will maybe needs to take on as a challenge is it feels like you're seeing teams be able to climb the pocket and have their quarterbacks escape on his side. And I don't know how much that's Will himself being able to kind of be cognizant of not getting too deep on his rushes and how much that is the tackles being able to kind of fill that space nicely. But I do wonder if, him being able to help contain a little bit better might be something that is on his plate. Regardless, he is in that short list. Coach of the Year feels easy, too.
Who's Coach of the Year?
Coach of the Year as of right now, there's a couple of guys that you may mention of, but the leader in the clubhouse is, in division.
Oh, of course.
Shane Steichen.
Shane Steichen at a plus 450. I mean, I'm surprised that it's really, at that point, it feels like he should be more of a prohibitive favorite at this moment.
Offensive Player of the Year, I think, is a slam dunk, right?
I would imagine so, too. Who are you thinking?
Puka.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, leads the league in catches.
He's got 40 catches.
Are you sure it's 40? Is it not 50?
It might be more. Let's see.
Is it not 50? Like, he has a crazy amount of, and he is the favorite. He's past Jonathan Taylor for Offensive Player of the Year.
42.
42. I mean, he has been fantastic.
That's a joke. He's
been absolutely fantastic thus far this season. Puka Nacua looks really good. So, yeah, I wanted to mention those things on the quarter season. Comeback Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey at this point. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Emeka Egbuka is the leader in the clubhouse there for those. And then Defensive Rookie of the Year would be Abdul Carter, who leads in that. Some other things around the NFL worth noting. The Ravens haven't really given an update on Lamar Jackson's status, so we're kind of watching the space there to see what it looks like. But I mean, the injuries are really piling up for that team, as Roquan Smith is going to be out. I mean, we mentioned yesterday that Marlon Humphrey is not going to play. They ruled him out on Monday, like before we even get into.
Practice doesn't start till tomorrow.
They were like, yeah, you're not going to be able to play. So there's some things that are opening up.
Man, look at
for
this
this
list
Texas
of injured Ravens players. I mean, it's crazy. It's dang near 10 players that are dealing with injuries right now.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It really is indeed wild to see the number of injuries that the Ravens are dealing with. Do you have Jim Harbaugh? Because Jim Harbaugh was talking, and I found this to be kind of funny, so I would like you to hear. But this was Jim Harbaugh and how he opened up his media. John Harbaugh, damn it. How he opened up his media availability.
Texans game on Sunday, be at home, and we're going to look at all the things we need to do to be the best we can be in that game. And there's a lot of factors, a lot of things we're dealing with, for sure, like a lot of teams are, I'm sure. But that'll be our opportunity to get to get going and get our momentum going a little bit. And that's a really good team. I've just been watching them on tape. The Texans defense is playing at a high level. Very aggressive, very fast, very well coached. A lot of good players, a lot of good pass rushers, good coverage guys, playing good football. Then offensively, obviously, a young quarterback, working to find their way in a little bit, running the ball, good backs, trying to play complementary football with their defense. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Well, they got a good defense.
Yep.
They've got a really good defense.
He was like, I got all the accolades in the offense.
They're working.
I mean, obviously we do this thing, and I doubt that the team ever ends up really in this place too much. That felt a little bit like bulletin board material if you wanted to squint and look.
Maybe.
He didn't even say good quarterback. Young quarterback.
Young quarterback.
Trying to run the football, a couple good backs.
I like what you just said. They're working on it.
Hey, look, they're trying.
They're efforting.
they are efforting.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're clearly looking at this as a get right game.
Yeah.
They are looking at this as a get right game.
Oh, there's no question. That's what they're doing.
Which I found to be kind of interesting. And then did you see that Ashton Genty, who is a favorite at least on this program for me in particular, I believe for you as well, he got back to better ways after starting the season really poorly, running the football. Like, he just looked like, is this going to be a bust? He had over 100 yards rushing.
He had 3 touchdowns?
Was it 3?
I think it was 3.
Goodness gracious, He looked really good. Did you see like the big change that happened?
What's that?
It went from the first 3 weeks where the yards before contact that he averaged was 0.1.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Like, he was getting hit at the line of scrimmage with how bad they were. Week 4 improved to 0.7 yards before contact.
That's all he needed.
All he needed was a little bit.
Give me 3/4 of a yard.
He ended up with 21 carries, 138 yards, a touchdown on the ground, and then 2 catches for 2 touchdowns.
Yikes.
It's like all that. Just block a little bit for Ashton Genty.
3/4 of a yard is what I need.
That's right. Just give me 3/4 of the yard. I can make chicken salad out of you know what. But there you go. A little around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of people coming to the defense of the Eagles on being good. Fair enough. It's always, and it is right that A.J. Brown does this every year where he complains. He's not wrong, and they're not throwing the football. And what's interesting is it doesn't feel like they're like super explosive running the ball necessarily, but they're getting it done as of right now. We'll see what the Eagles continue to look like as we go along. All right, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We come back. Let's talk a little bit more about these Texans. We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about Bronze Roofing.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We haven't gotten any insight on this just yet on what the duration of the decision that DeMeco Ryans made to allow Matt Burke to call the defense as the defensive coordinator. Should it remain like that? 713-572-4610. That's what we're going to talk about here in a second. I see you folks were like, look, Reg, you got to know we're going to defend the Eagles because they got the Houston homie out there in Jalen Hurts, which fair. I just want to make this note, and I saw this from Deontay Lee of The Athletic, fantastic football writer. The Eagles have the highest rate of drives ending in 3-and-outs.
Ouch.
That's the thing. It's like you can see things like that and go, there's some issues under there, right?
Channel's views on.
Hey, man.
I ain't trying to say nothing about Jalen Hurts. Don't take it that way. I'm
over
just
here
saying.
Throwing for 99 yards a game.
Dang.
I'm just saying. Look, the 4-0, shout out to y'all. Way to get that.
Doesn't matter what it looked like, Brian.
There's some things underneath the water. So obviously another Nick Sirianni job is necessary of trying to get those figured out as they go through the season. But I imagine that you'd feel a lot better being the Eagles 4-0, trying to figure out your issues than at least where currently the Texans stand now. They got to get some things figured out, and it felt like they played a significantly better brand of football in this game, obviously aided by a huge fourth quarter offensively. But it feels like a decent amount of that, but there's definitely a non-zero percentage of that is the decision that DeMeco Ryans made to kind of be more head coach than defensive play caller in this game versus the Titans. And I'm interested because first and foremost, like how much impact did that make? But really the bigger thing is, should this remain the case? Does this feel like it needs to remain like this in order for you to continue that kind of success or keep seeing that value? Or does this feel like this is one of those you
fixed it?
You get a veteran teacher in, right? Yeah. When you have a young teacher in their class is acting up, you get a veteran teacher in to just scowl at the kids for a little bit, get them to sit in their seats and then go back to their class. Like I do wonder which of those is it and which of those would be preferable for the Texans right now.
I don't think you change it this week. I mean, it worked. We heard from him yesterday. He was on the coach's show and addressed it as well. You do not change it this week. And I frankly think he might be – I mentioned this yesterday. I think of all the things that they were looking at and DeMeco was looking at and Nick Caserio was looking at, I thought the most important thing was the mirror when it came to DeMeco Ryans. I think he looked at himself like maybe it's too much to just call – and to be fair, he still does – he's the sounding board. He still has some influence, makes suggestions, but he's not like – nose in the play sheet completely. And so maybe he looked at himself and said, we got a lot of issues that we need to fix. Maybe that's one of them. That I need to do.
This was a game in which you didn't see a lot of those penalties. You saw like a lot cleaner operation. And I had a theory, and I was talking this out with our boss after the show yesterday. I feel like is it possible that DeMeco Ryans, in addition to making sure like just all the team in general is on their P's and Q's, is it possible that some of this decision was, hey, Nick Cayley, you're struggling, right? Let's be honest, you're struggling. Not saying that you can't do the job, but an experienced coordinator would maybe be able to do all of these things at the same time, and we need to pare this back. So I, as somebody who has been a head coach and been a play caller, I'll take away some of the executive functions, like some of the things that an experienced play caller can balance at the same time and keep all those plates spinning. I'll take a few of those plates off of you, and I'll handle some of those so that you can do that. And I do wonder if that's part of why you were able to see an offense be more effective, if that's not something that has to continue for a number of weeks, at least, if not the rest of the season, for you to have a continued success.
Maybe when it comes to process, I don't think DeMeco Ryans went in there and said, let me tell you about offense.
No, I don't think that's not what I'm saying. But
I think the processes, I think the way that the things on their plates.
Hey, all right. So in this circumstance, we need to get the ball here, right? You can figure out what the plays are to get the ball here, or all right. Some of this is probably just like generally head coaches anyways. Yeah. Like, all right, this circumstance, what we want to do is we want to run the ball here and then maybe pass next, right? And so maybe that would be infringing on what an offensive coordinator would have, but it seems like it might be a lot for Nick Cayley at this moment. And this is all speculation, but I want to take you to the coach's show yesterday, and this is DeMeco Ryans, not quite talking about this specifically, but talking about his evolution as a head coach.
Process of evolving, and I talked about it a lot during training camp and off season, just of delegating more, giving guys more opportunity, relinquishing more trust in guys, and Burke was able to call a defense this game, and just for me, just having more eyes open, being able to talk to the offense more, talking to everybody more. It just felt like I could manage the game better. I really liked how everybody handled themselves. Thought we were in a really good spot. Just being able to just talk about offensive plays, talk about defensive plays, make those corrections, and still having the mindset to be there defense. Hey, what do we like here in this situation? And be able to talk about calls, get corrections. So it felt really good to be in that spot, just to manage the team in a much better way throughout the entire week, not just on the game, but throughout the week, being able to pop into meetings with the offense, quarterbacks, special teams, defense, has felt much better.
I think that's got to stay. Like I said, for sure this week and maybe beyond. And you know what? Look across the field on Sunday. I mean, John Harbaugh. That's a guy that has mastered, sort of a hand in everything.
Hell, he's never been a schematic guy.
Never, ever.
Like, he came up as a special teams guy, and I mean, with all due respect to special teams guys, like the schematics of that is significantly less than what we're talking about, calling offense and defense. But he's found a way to be a very successful coach, even if he might be embattled right now with how he decides to go about things. He's been an incredibly successful coach because he can get his hands in everything and make sure to be kind of a quality control guy all the way across what the team does.
And he mentioned it there as well. It's important. Like he scouting, so to speak, evolving. He used that word. It's hard for a guy that was a linebacker, a coach, a defensive coordinator, and then the defensive play caller as the head coach to just say, you know what, I'm going to step back. And you got to give him a lot of respect, number one, but that's part of evolving as well.
Yeah, I always thought that was very important, even when he first got here and you say he was going to call the defensive plays and stuff like that. I just always thought it was difficult as a head coach calling the plays, period. There's only a few that's really elite at doing it, the Andy Reid's and maybe the Sean McVays and stuff like that. But I always thought the head coach should kind of focus on the head coaching stuff, especially as a first-time head coach.
Yeah,
and we're seeing it more and more, especially as head coach becomes a way to make sure that you can keep a great play caller and that they won't go become a head coach somewhere else, so you just make them the head coach at the place that you are. And we're seeing a lot of like play callers also being the head coach. But I think in particular, if you're going to do that, that's when you have to know on the other side that you have somebody that can be the head coach of the defense or be the head coach of the offense. And it's very clear that that's not the case. I hate to then take something that seems like they found a little bit of something, admittedly, against the Titans team that we knew wasn't good and that had real problems with their coaching situation. But it feels like you knew those factors coming in. I'm kind of surprised that this was not something that was started before we even got to week 4 and making that change.
Well, he talked about it and talked about it there, in training camp, trying to do more of that. I think it's just hard to let go. And I think he wanted the defense. He wanted his hands on the defense. He wanted he knew what he wanted. And then when you start, what am I doing wrong here? And to his credit, again, he always kept saying, I know it's cliche as well, but I believed it. It starts with me, is what he was saying. And how am I going to do that? Then there's the other side of it. What does it do for a young coordinator like Nick Caley? Here's a guy, I said it last week, he seemed to have a lot of plays, but not really have the direction or the vision, of the feel of the game and such. Well, now he can maybe focus that on a little bit more. And when D'Amico was talking about going into the offensive room, going into the quarterback room, I don't think, again, his ego would be too huge, and he's just not this guy, to where he would say, we need to call this, we need to do this on offense. Let me tell you about offense. I think what he was doing is, what do you think, Jerry Saplinski? What do you think, Gerard? What do you think, Nick? And then sort of giving his input or feedback on that.
It's quite possible. Yeah. Like I was just kind of hypothesizing, but this is a fair text that comes in from the 281. One of the best managers I've had used to ask when I was overwhelmed, what are 1 or 2 things that I can take off your plate to help you?
Yes.
And it does feel like that. I can think of a moment or two where it's like, okay, you're clearly having some issues. What can we do to take it off your plate? And it does feel like that is some of what happened here. And because of the way that D'Amico even talked about the evolution and that feeling of, oh, I like the way that this works, this has to remain the case. It has to remain, especially when you have a defensive coordinator that is so familiar with the way that this works. He's been with you all this time. He clearly can operate this. I think this is the optimal way that this team needs to work right now.
And oh, by the way, D'Amico, if you will, was better on Sunday. Went for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
Had a real feel for the game, what the offense was doing. Wasn't worried about the next series on defense in that moment. All the penalties were almost all gone. The operation, as they like to say, was cleaner. So D'Amico benefits from this too as a head coach. Just as the overseer.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. Obviously, shout out to Mark and John having D'Amico on at the coaches show on Texans All Access last night. But I thought that was very interesting, and it's right. It just has to remain this way because it seemed like you're able to smooth some things out that were much needed. And we'll see if that continues to remain smooth when they go on the road to Baltimore this week. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to what's popping, including we're getting some word out of the Astros in their exit interviews on how they're handling the early portions of the decisions that need to be made. We'll give you an update on that and more next.
How big?
U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, what's poppin' here on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 is, for the first time since 2016, postseason baseball gets going today without your Houston Astros. We got baseball starting as early as, was it 12:08 first pitch, I believe, is when we get going with I think 12:08 is technically, it's billed as 12 o'clock on ESPN. Tigers, Guardians. Is there a team that you're rooting for more between there? Is that A.J. Hinch connection still there, or is the Tigers basically getting you out of the playoffs in two different seasons, back-to-back years? Obviously, wild card last year, this year being the one of the final nails in putting you out of contention. Does that take you away from wanting to root for them?
I kind of like the Guardian story. Just
clawing their way back.
The way they came back, the unlikeliness of it all. I kind of like the Guardian story. All due respect to A.J. Hinch, of course.
I imagine baseball's got to be super excited about these matchups. Tigers, Guardians, obviously, you end up in that Central Division, and I do wonder how much the national public is in. The Guardians are a good story that I think they can latch onto. You got Padres, Cubs, where Cubs is a huge national brand that people latch onto. You got Subway Series, or you got Red Sox, Yankees. So that's going to be a fun series just based off of that.
Who are you pulling for, Red Sox, Yankees?
I am pulling for somehow that series to be vacated and them just deciding to skip over it. And then you got Reds, Dodgers, and so that's just Dodgers baseball wild card. Like, there's a really fun, just from a national baseball perspective, series that are on tap.
Y'all ain't rooting for Alex Bregman?
I'm rooting for the Red Sox just because I don't want the Yankees to win. So I guess Alex Bregman by extension, yes.
Yeah, I guess you would be rooting for Alex Bregman if you decided to. They did their job, man. They were out there beating up on the Tigers to give you an opportunity to try and get in there.
He tried to look out for the city.
He tried. He did try and help. So shout out to Bregman there. So that's starting today. But also what's starting today is kind of the extra interviews of sorts with your Astros. And so we're getting insight into some of the things that are happening there. It seems like one of the big things that you've latched onto here, Lopez, as Dana Brown was talking to the assembled media. He was asked about his contract, and I don't know that he gave like something that was a response that was super glowing necessarily. He said that he doesn't want to talk about his contract, but he said, quote, I will tell you I'm the GM of the Astros, and that's what I would expect to be tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
I don't think anybody in that building really knows what Jim Crane is thinking.
To that end, Dana Brown, when talking about Joe Espada, Joe is the manager and is under contract. Again, these are the most situations.
No, that don't mean
squad. Doesn't mean a damn thing. He's under contract.
That don't mean nothing.
That's not the
they had like a coach wasn't or manager wasn't fired during on their contract.
Yeah.
What contract though?
It's basically you're saying, "Hey Figgy, are you going to be working here tomorrow?" Well, I'm working here today.
I am on the payroll. I'm here today. Yeah. I expect to be here tomorrow.
Remember, Nick Casario said that about Deshaun Watson.
He sure
and the
did.
day
He
after
was
under
contract. Yeah, he said the same thing.
And the day after that. So yeah, that was the big thing when it came to the contract stuff for Dana Brown. Apparently, with Victor Caratini, who's going to be a free agent, they do have interest in retaining him. So that will be interesting as they continue. And I'll check in on anything else.
Well, I thought the most interesting one.
Go ahead.
Dana Brown said the club is in the market to trade for an arm, to trade for a pitcher, which is okay. We'll see how that plays out.
Y'all better be.
They better be. They got to get the arms any way they can possibly get them.
Well, the idea that he specified trade sounds interesting. Now, of course, I don't see that as a direct quote, so maybe that the context kind of made that possibly a little bit vague, but McTaggart of MLB.com is reporting that as saying specifically trade. I'm interested. Where do you feel like on this roster you're most willing with parting ways with somebody in order to try and get an arm?
Christian Walker.
If that brings back an arm?
Christian Walker, for sure. I think that's the one. Yeah.
When it comes to coming back to the postseason baseball that's going on, 713 says, Hinch getting bounced early could be interesting.
Yes. No question about it. We'll see how it plays out.
And he might get bounced. Because that was a historic collapse.
Dude, they collapsed something
It's no
crazy.
way you could just go in the all season if they lose this wild card, thinking everything cool.
Even if he doesn't get bounced in this first round, hell, he could get bounced in the second round, and it still
He
ends
was
up
the
here.
best team in baseball at one point.
They absolutely were by a lot of different metrics, and here they are playing on wild card, and they had to scrape through and get in by the hair on their chinny chin. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And Curtis on the YouTube said he'll always pick Red Sox over Yankees. Fair enough. And I guess Alex Bregman makes that a little bit easier of a decision as well. So yeah, those are some of the things that are coming out from the Astros. I'll keep an eye out for any of the other things that come out from them, pursuant to what they're going to do, because it ends up being interesting. All MLB team nominations are out there, and there's a few Astros that are out here. Now, I'm interested to see how they fare, considering that the voting goes till October 10th. And, I mean, we're talking about through baseball. And so postseason baseball, teams that are in this postseason, I wonder if they aren't more active and get more votes. But votes, by the way, are available at MLB.com/all-MVP. That started yesterday, so if you choose to vote for some of your Astros or others, that is available to you. No first baseman, obviously, I think is in that space. Jose Altuve, listed as a second baseman, and he is in for the voting of all NBA or all MLB. That's funny. That would be hilarious if he's in the running for all
NBA.
All NBA at his height. Jeremy Pena at shortstop feels like probably should have one of the better chances just off the strength of how well he played. Although shortstop is
loaded,
a very loaded position when you consider the likes of. Corey Seager, who didn't even have a great year, but Mookie Betts, Willie Adames, C.J. Abrams, Gunnar Henderson, who's typically pretty good, and one of my favorites, Ellie De La Cruz. Like, they just have it's a lot of shortstops that are going to be there being considered all the way around. Some other Astros. I know that there's some other Astros.
Well, the one that has a chance, the best chance is Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown, right.
Yeah, Hunter Brown would be it.
Hunter Brown is there. Framber Valdez could be all MLB. I do wonder, especially with the way that it went down the stretch.
MLB.
And then as a relief pitcher, is there any shot, or do you feel like this might be one of those instances where split votes happen between Brian Abreu and Josh Hader on here?
Oh, I don't know about split votes because this would tend to lean closer. Obviously, but it's
for a decent amount of time. Brian Abreu became your closer.
He did, but I don't think he was necessarily all MLB worthy as a closer. So no, I expect Hunter Brown to be the only one that deservedly gets on there.
Okay, I think that's fair. So just in general, of all the Astros, Hunter Brown is where you're looking.
Hunter Brown is it.
Maybe get the Astros a little bit of
and
love.
He needs to be there. He earned it.
I think he did. He was fantastic. He was. I mean, when you're talking about Cy Young, he was top 3, it felt like,
consistently,
for good. At least, I mean, if you want to be conservative, he was top 5, and it feels like that he should be around that place and have an opportunity there. So that's some of the baseball things happening in what's popping. I also wanted to make note of the idea that if you wanted to look around the West, it's also worth noting that the Rangers decided to part ways, mutually agreed to end the managerial tenure. Is the official rhetoric that's used between the Rangers and Bruce Bochy. He supposedly will be taking a position in
they offered
the organization, or they offered him at least a role with the front office to remain in an advisory capacity.
If he takes a role with the Rangers, I feel as if he's in full retirement mode. Just
getting paid,
helping here and there, taking a couple of days off if he needs them, et cetera. But I don't expect that. I think it's going to be he's going to be in with another team, maybe even managing another team.
Yeah, I could see if one of these bigger teams with the something like the I don't know what the Mets going to do with their manager, because they had a rough go too. If they need somebody like a Bruce Bochy to kind of step in and win us a World Series or get us there at least.
Yeah, he does feel like he might be in that tenure where it's like, hey, Bruce, you can step in quickly, know exactly how to handle
the Dusty Baker treatment.
100%.
Yeah.
And yes, I did not mention Bobby Witt Jr., and that's quite a crime by me because he's been fantastic. So can you give me Steven Adams here? Because another thing that is popping is we are gearing up for Rockets basketball. We'll get into more of our takeaways from Media Day, but Media Day was yesterday. Got to hear from all of the people involved, and that, obviously when it comes to Ime, when it comes to Rafael Stone, they kind of had similar things that we heard, right? Like the decision to go for KD was opportunity that arose, and less about what they felt about the roster last year, so on and so forth. I found this was interesting. This was Steven Adams talking about the acquisition of Kevin Durant and who he is.
Steven, I know you said it's been 10 years, but what do you remember about being a teammate of Kevin and what kind of teammate he was?
No, he was cool, bro. Yeah, just solid dude, good teammate. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a dick or anything.
Which is, by the way, a great testament to Kevin Durant. As great as he is, he could easily be a bleep.
Yeah, he was not that, but that's kind of the charm that Steven Adams brings. There, I mentioned that because there was a lot of cussing in this, and again, there's not cussing that shows up in any of the audio that we played because, of course, we don't want the FCC on our back. But yeah, man, they felt very comfortable. I think that's what I took from it. Obviously, they're all moving towards trying to win a championship. As I mentioned, when it comes to Jabari Smith Jr., he said that, look, man, that's got to be the goal. Mm-hmm. And I want to also hit you here with Kevin Durant here. The Kevin Durant talking about the potential of a contract extension because Rafael Stone was asked directly about it, and he said, we don't talk about contracts. Apparently, Kevin Durant didn't get the memo. Hey, KD, you plan on signing the contract extension?
I do see myself signing a contract extension. I can't tell you exactly when that'll happen, but I do see it happening. And just seeing the quick progression of this franchise from where it was right after that James Harden, Chris Paul era. Seeing when Ime got here and how he turned it around so fast. Then have some connections here within the organization, people I work with around the league already. Felt organic and natural coming into the gym, getting be a Houston Rocket for the first time. So I always have respect for this coaching staff, this fan base, this state, this city. So it feels right.
Made you want to come play?
Look, it pays more to wait for Kevin Durant. I feel,
I don't even know if this is going to be like a waiting thing. I think that they're kind of hammering out the details of it. But again, he seems committed to this. We'll talk more about some of the media day takeaways at 1 here in the loop. So there you go. That's what's popping when it comes to what's happening in sports in general. And then actually, let me mention this real quick before we go. Did you see this? Mm-hmm. I think this was brought up last week, end of last week, but an interesting thing that Netflix has gotten the right to stream Yankees-Giants, which is opening day next year as part of a 3-year agreement. And this seems to be coming off the heels of ESPN kind of getting a little bit out of the baseball sphere. Yeah. Here we go. More sports pushing further and further into the streaming. And we know baseball already had the Apple TV Plus in addition to the Roku kind of streaming thing. Mm-hmm. Don't they have a Peacock game as well that they get in there with?
I believe they do.
And now you got Netflix opening up the season with a game. It's all going this way sports-wise.
And YouTube. I think they had YouTube as well.
Well, those are the three, YouTube, Netflix, and Apple TV. They're so entrenched in the sports realm now. But Netflix also is going to have the Home Run Derby, which is going to be interesting. Right. And I think that's going to be fun because Netflix, look, you talk about producing quality. They are obviously very, very committed to this thing. I think it's going to be a fun event. We talk about the boxing match they did and all this other stuff, the Tyson thing. I think it's going to be fun, maybe more fun on Netflix.
Well, it's accessible. I think Netflix is one of those streaming things that I think a lot of people have. I do wonder if they will take any liberties with how they handle the Home Run Derby.
That's what I'm saying. I think they will. I think they're going to have some influence on it.
I think that's been one of those things that people have complained about. I liked the alternate broadcast, this Home Run Derby on ESPN, because I think the StatCast gave you an opportunity to actually see what was happening. Yeah. I'd be interested to see how Netflix tries to make it more amenable to TV because the Home Run Derby very much feels like, with the timing, that it might be a little bit better watching in person. But TV, they haven't quite figured it out. So Netflix now gets that challenge in addition to just broadcasting more baseball games this year. All right, in the loop. Coming up next, let's talk about this Texas team again because I think we've talked a little bit about some of the things that we've seen that probably remain some level of issues. But let's get into our Jeff Van Gundy bag and let's make sure to not ignore in victory what we would pay attention to and talk about in defeat. So 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
For the first time since Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. So we got a victory. We got one under our belts for the Houston Texans, 1-3 after a 26-0 shutout of the Tennessee Titans. I just feel like saying that every once in a while.
It's nice, man.
You're mindful because there's a number of Tennessee Titans fans here in the city of Houston, so you got to remind them.
Mm-hmm.
You got shut out.
Yep.
At NRG Stadium. However, the Houston legend Jeff Van Gundy implores us to not ignore in victory what you would talk about and pay attention to in defeat. So let's do a little bit of that here, because there's some nitpicking to be had when it comes to where this team is. I think even the Texans acknowledge that there's still things to clean up and get better. It's one of the things that I kind of found interesting with all of the defensive guys in the locker room when I was down there after the game. And you can tell when any of the players clearly got the message from coach, whether it was post game or whatever, that okay, this is a thing that we have focused on, because all the defensive players, how'd you feel about the shutout? It was great, but there's still some things to clean up. Yeah. So for you, John Lopez, what is one of the first Jeff Van Gundy things to not ignore in victory that you would want to mention?
Yeah, look, everybody's feeling good, right? And you should. The way things happened, the way C.J. Stroud picked up stuff, the defense with the shutout, which, of course, we have to mention again. They shut out the Titans. Fools. But what do you not ignore in victory that you would not ignore in defeat? Let me ask you this. This defense is overwhelmingly good on the scoreboard. Like, they lead the NFL in yards against, in points against, by 4 full points from the second-place team. That's amazing. But do you ignore the fact that here comes Derrick Henry, and they gave up 4.6 yards a carry to Tony Pollard? That's a tough one for me.
So the Derrick Henry specifically is one that I feel like I can wipe away a little bit easier, because the weird thing about the Ravens is Derrick Henry, we know who he is, but they've been odd with the running. Like, you can talk about the yardage in general, but it's been a lot of big plays and not consistent victories. Like, if you look at success percentage, which is the number of times that you have a successful run, it's actually pretty damn low for what this Ravens team is right now. They're in such a weird place as a team, the Ravens, coming in, which is so much good fortune for the Texans at this point. But yeah, so Derrick Henry particularly. But I think you get back to a point, which is it does feel like teams were able to just kind of run consistently in the success rate type of way, even if not making, breaking big runs outside of the one where you had like 3 missed tackles that came off that right edge in this game. But yeah, like, it feels like the Texans at the very least are able to corral that in. And I'm okay with that to some degree, because you're not going to have a perfect defense. And if you're not allowing, like it seems like at least against the Titans, they didn't allow, like, if you're just maintaining, y'all going to have to pick it up little by little, and then we're going to be able to get off the field in certain instances where we can pin our ears back. I think I'm okay with that. But you're right. Like, that is something that we're going to have to monitor for this defense, as is that the way that a team that does run the ball well consistently can get at them. I'm just feeling that luckily enough, contrary to what we might have thought coming in, I don't think the Baltimore Ravens actually exist as that right now.
They may not, but Derrick Henry, for a 5-game stretch starting in 2019, obviously years ago, all the way to 2000. Well, let's go 6 games, all the way to 2023. 211 yards rushing against the Texans, 212, 250, 219, 126.
250 is crazy.
Are you trying to say, well, the 219 ain't that bad either.
211? Let me go through this is Derrick Henry against the Texans. 211, which you think, well, he could never top that. Next time out, 212.
I got one more for you right there.
Next time out, 250.
Here's another 35 more for you right there.
Next time out, 219. And the next time out, a measly 126 yards rushing. He is a Texans killer. And look, we all have confidence in this defense, but Derrick Henry is a different breed, man. And I don't care if it was 2 years ago or not. We saw what he did last year.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at success rate rushing the football over the entirety of the 2025 season thus far, the Texans, interestingly enough, when it comes to success rate running, being able to instantly, depending on what the circumstance is, the Texans are actually 28th, directly behind them, the Baltimore Ravens at 29th.
There you go.
Right? Like, they have not been good at, like, being able to break down teams just running the football that way. So, again, I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong. And he is a big boy. So maybe that's the thing where we circle back around to is y'all better make sure you're on your tackling P's and Q's, because he's going to hit you. He's going to hit you hard. Wrap him up and make sure you swarm to the football and rally. But I think I actually am a little bit less concerned about that from the Derrick Henry standpoint. But you're right. Like, that is clearly a thing that they are dealing with, because I think we probably need to go back and look at that defensively. It does feel like teams are picking up 4 yards at a time.
Yeah. This is the one that I think of all the things that you don't want to ignore in victory, this one has me a little bit apprehensive. We all know this, and they say it, starting with D'Amico Ryans. This offense has to be perfect. We always hear about no negative plays, no penalties, be safe, and then look for your spots, all that stuff. Might they have to be too perfect?
It sure feels like it,
right?
Because this is where I see you on the text line, right, mentioning that, hey, man, you're playing this 3-4-6 shouldn't be ignored as the offense. They did nothing until after the first touchdown, which was, if you'll remember, early on in the fourth quarter, and then after that, the Titans' defense fell apart. Okay, I can see that, but that part of that was they had to stay on schedule time and time again, and that's what they've said. However, how reasonable is it to expect that you're going to every play be on schedule and consistently get yourself in third and short, fourth down like they did in that game in order to move the sticks and keep going? Like, that might be an unreal expectation. Actually, not might. That is a fairly unfair expectation. It seems like you do have it in you, and maybe they unlocked something with that big 33-yard pass or 37-yard pass down the left to Nico Collins over L'Jarius Sneed. Maybe that unlocks something where they go, okay, we can find our way out of being in first or second and long at times. But yeah, man, it does feel like if this is indeed the way that they are saying this is what it looks like, this feels a lot less sustainable than, hey, we could pick up some chunk plays more consistently, and we don't always have to be second and medium, third and short in order to be able to convert downs.
Every coach in the NFL, hell, every coach in high school, wants to play clean football. But it just seems like the Texans is even times 10.
Well, it's not because it's not just clean football. Clean football is one thing, right? Not getting penalties. It's also you have to be progressive on every single play. And of course, saying that sounds insane. Like, yes, of course you want to pick up yards. But the reality is, and I'll flip that thing that is often said on its head, they're getting paid over there too. Yeah. Right? So the idea that, well, if we just win every down and we win 70, 80% of our downs, then we'll be good on offense. That probably isn't fair. Right. Because you will run up against good defenses that are going to want to win some of these downs too.
And you're going to have, as we've seen, you're going to have some games in which you get behind just because of a good play on the defense, and that makes it tougher. Let me ask.
And plus, can I ask this, right? The idea of because again, let's say that C.J. Stroud continues making phenomenal decisions, because that's the one thing I will defend. Early on in the game, outside of, I believe, the one big that almost C.J. was just making good decisions all the way through, and then when you had opportunities to take them, that you had them. How much do you put yourself behind the 8 ball on game script if in order to get the 1,000 paper cuts before you really draw blood, I guess, to continue the metaphor, that you have to wait 2 quarters in order for that to happen? And that's even more like trying to be nice about it, because there are teams that'll get out on you early, and then that'll apply even more pressure, and they'll be able to play defense in a different way against your offense.
Right, 100%. Here's another couple. Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o. Christian Harris, is he getting lost in the shuffle, or do you need him more? He only had 4 snaps. He only had 4 snaps in Sunday's game. And what do you make of Henry To'oTo'o?
I make of it that he was playing at his ceiling. He was revving up the engine to 100%. And now, last year, now you're seeing a little bit of regression to the mean.
So what do you do?
What you do is you play the dudes that can do that. Like, you intentionally made your linebacker depth deeper. So you go to the guys who are going to play better. You would have imagined that would be Christian Harris. He looks just a little shaky. EJ Speeds looked good.
EJ Speeds looked good.
And D'Amico Ryans, in fact, let me get this audio here if I could find it. EJ Speed has looked good, and D'Amico Ryans talked about EJ Speed. And this is actually cut 3 from the Coach's Show here, Figgy. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about EJ Speed, and hear what he says about the guy.
That's the thing that stands out. EJ is, man, he's long, tall, athletic guy, and he can fly sideline to sideline, and he shows up in a physical manner. Like, he has a lot of big hits, and I just thought, what he's done on split up on the golf team a lot, making a lot of plays, making a lot of tackles for us. Just thought he's earned the right to get a few more opportunities on defense, just for us to evaluate and see how it looks. And I thought he did a really nice job with the opportunity that he was given. He stood up, he made some plays for us there defensively as well. So I want to continue to lean in on that and give him some more.
So there you go. Yeah. Get more plays. Like, it seems that simple. When you have somebody who's doing things that somebody else that isn't, let them take that opportunity. Competition was the watchword. There's your competition for you.
Yeah, I think so. But, all of a sudden, linebacker depth, you start to wonder, if you need to bolster that somewhat, somehow shake To'oTo'o out of this. Christian Harris, again, only had 4 snaps. It's going to be interesting.
Well, they're not going to fall off the earth just because they step to the background and somebody else gets more snaps. It's just now they're the depth, right? Thankfully, we're not talking about those guys aren't available due to injury. They're available. They're not playing up to the level that you need right now. And to be fair, they're not playing up to the level that they've demonstrated themselves capable of getting.
Sure.
So maybe this is even
especially Toa.
Maybe this is even a momentary. EJ Speed is the proverbial hot hand.
Yeah.
And then if you get, Christian Harris is getting back to looking like himself, then he gets more snaps again. Like, this is something that is variable and does not have to stick.
Yeah. So I said the one thing that I really don't want to ignore is that you have to be damn near perfect, almost too perfect. The second thing on my list is this. Are you going to ignore that Nick Chubb clearly does not have the same burst that he's had in the past? Because then what? Then what?
Well, that's the thing. It's the then what. I think they have acknowledged that Nick Chubb doesn't have the same burst, if for no other reason than you saw that number to take account. I think that's inherently because he was terrible or anything. It's just we have a better option of Woody Marks, who is picking up more of the offense and looks more capable of handling the duties of having more on his plate. The then what is the question is, because are we still talking about the car crash sport? Because I thought we were talking about the car crash sport.
And a rookie.
What happens if, God forbid, knock on whatever wood is available to you, someone ends up with turf toe, or somebody has a hammy that's feeling a little some type of way, or what have you? Who do you go to then? Because your options that you have depth-wise is Dameon Pierce, who's been healthy scratch a couple of times, and honestly, it's worth noting, there's been a lot of zone running in this offense, which, again, goes back to that conversation we've had about
what Dameon Pierce does.
Dameon Pierce does not seem to run well and produce well in that type of offense. Well, he's not a guy that I personally feel great about. They might talk about it. I feel like we've fully exhausted the Dare Agumbawale toting the rock experience. Where do they actually trust? Is it JJ Taylor that they have?
Yeah.
Do they actually trust him to come in and run the ball, because he's looked productive in camp? But he has not been somebody that you're trusted to do this in the regular season to some degree. So that's the thing that I wonder. What does the depth look like at running back? I think that Nick Chubb fits nicely as a 1B or running back 2 in the way that it feels like we're lining up.
I think you absolutely have to stay with Nick Chubb simply because of what he's done, experience. He can, run some between the tackles, maybe not with the burst as we talked about. But you're right. If you have to, if there's some sort of, fall off or injury to either one of these guys, because keep in mind, as I mentioned, the other one is a rookie, and there's still going to be some curve there. How durable is he going to be? I think Woody Marks deserves the vast majority of touches, receiving and rushing the ball. But if there is any little hiccup between Chubb and Woody Marks, you can't ignore that you don't have an option. You don't have a viable option behind him.
100%. Like, you just don't have much of that. But that's and the thing about it is that is your preferred way of operating, is being able to tote that rock if you can.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so that'll be interesting. Maybe you'll see some moves around the edges to make some things shake, like them adding the tackle that they added today. Who don't ask me what his name is, because for some reason it won't stick in my brain right this moment. But yeah, that's clearly an issue.
One more quick one here. Is there nothing to see here with Kaimi Fairbairn? How are we feeling about Kaimi Fairbairn?
I don't love either of the kickers right this moment. Like, Kaimi missing a field goal here, and one of the things we know about Kaimi, and this is all with all due respect to him, who's consistently been a pretty damn good kicker in this league, is it's not going to get any warmer as the season goes along, right? When it gets colder, seemingly you see a degradation in his ability to kick, and right now, missing some here and there is not fun. But the one that I actually have more issues with is Tommy Townsend, right? Like, he did have a couple of kicks that were very good for you. He pinned them inside the 10 on one drive, and then late when the game was already out of hand, he gets that one that bounces down to, what was it, the 2-yard line, 1-yard line. But that's not going to negate the number of times that I've seen this year where I see that line judge keep walking up the field as he's
they got their hand up,
just
stop,
hand up, walking up, and you're just like, no, why are you going past the 20? And that's, dude. I get you got a big leg, but the big leg doesn't help me if, one, you're out kicking your coverage, and 2, you can't pin that other team into good field position when you have a defense and a ball control offense, right? Or at least that's what you're trying to do. That's a frustrating thing for me, but what are you going to do? You do still have good things with him. It's not like it's all bad, but I don't love seeing a 25 net yards punt as we've seen at times. So, that's deeply frustrating. I just don't know that they are going to actually make any major changes.
And the 817, because I'm sure others are thinking about this. Any news on Joe Mixon?
No, and don't expect it, right? Like, because this is the thing. When we get – sorry, I got real mad real quick. When we get updates on players, We know that they're in mind.
Yeah.
When we don't get these updates on players and they clam up like it, it's week 15 and it's Christian Harris, right?
Yeah.
This is the MO that they've established. So don't expect anything on Joe Mixon. Just don't.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you had more.
That's all. That's my update.
Sorry, I need to woo something.
Silence.
I need to woo something.
That was triggering.
I don't know why.
That was triggering.
That one got, of all the things today, that one got me. And it's not your fault, 817, by any means. Just, oof. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. Will John Lopez talk about baseball? We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about Synergen X and the low T.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys, I got a question for you both.
Oh, God.
Very important question.
Okay.
Actually, significant question for the Astros. Is it still asinine? Is it still asinine?
It's an asinine
I was trying to remember what brought that up. Okay, so let me see if I remember correctly. You tell me if I'm wrong.
That clip.
The question
we got to revisit that clip.
The question that you were asking was, is Jose Altuve slowing down, right? Was that the kind of the question?
Well, that there were some early signs, just flat out speed. Obviously,
You would take a victory lap.
Maybe.
Here.
Question.
Maybe. So you're soft shoeing a victory lap is what I'm hearing.
And then he went on a tear, which we all talked about and complimented, and was very significant for the club. You look at you watched the last couple of months of the season, didn't you?
Finished 265, which is his worst batting average since.
Here, let me help you.
The 2020 season.
His batting average, his on-base percentage, his OPS have all gone down the last 3 years.
Year over year.
Year over year.
Yeah.
Just asking. Is it still asinine, Figgy?
I actually got the clip now.
All right.
You want to revisit it a little bit?
Let's go.
There's a reason why I sometimes I hate listening to sports radio. When you hear guys that you know and you like start talking about
John Lopez.
But he likes you, though. Is Jose Altuve getting old? Is he slowing down? Is he are we watching him age before our eyes because he's in a slump for the last 2 weeks?
That's been the birthday conversation for Jose Altuve for like 4 years now.
It's an asinine conversation.
I forgot about that.
So I asked the question. Y'all tell me, because maybe I'm wrong. All I know is 2023 311 batting average, had the 393 on-base percentage, 915 OPS. The next year 295, 350, 790. This year 265, 329, 771, and that's with an absolute tear for about 2 months, month and a half.
I mean, it's quite possible around probably is part of it. Also the injury, right? Like he was dealing with some things, including like the foot that he was didn't feel comfortable with all the way till the end of the season.
Yeah.
But that's also, I think, like, interestingly enough, with what we're talking about, that's part of it too, is like your body is going to be a little bit, it's going to be more prone to breaking down to some degree, especially as you continue to play 140, 150 games every season. No, I don't think it's asinine. I think that this is clearly part of what expecting Jose Altuve to be a backbone of what you have. Now, of course, you should be able to sustain some of that slowdown because he's still solid in a good way with most of it. But the problem was nothing else was around him because of the many injuries.
And the thing is, you point these things out and people think you're criticizing. Dude, he's going to be 36. He's played how many seasons? How many total seasons is it?
So
now?
he has played 15 seasons.
Years?
A total number of 1,976 professional.
Does that include
major
playoffs?
league? No, not including playoffs.
Yes,
major
another
league baseball
1,000 right
games.
there.
Yeah, he's
the last 8 years.
That's right. He's playing.
It's not a criticism.
Yeah,
it's not.
And I think it's not an asinine conversation now, especially because do you feel comfortable knowing that you'll get the Jose Altuve we all knew, but next year?
Right. Yeah, you're
like
absolutely right.
And I'm not saying release him or get rid of him.
Absolutely not.
But it is a conversation to be had though. Like, is this have we seen the good years of Altuve already?
He's played 105 playoff games.
And again, that's not to say have we
that's
seen
almost full season.
Right. It doesn't have to be have we seen the best years of Altuve and are they behind us in order to knock on him. It also can allow you to place him in a better circumstance where you go, all right, so as you're seeing a guy age, how do you better position him in a lineup and with
that's what they're trying to do.
Which is what they should be doing. By the way, Joe Espada was asked about positional plans for Altuve moving forward, saying, quote, things were shuffled around because we were missing players, so we went from plan A to plan B, etc. Number one, this guy is posting every day, playing through pain, asking, where do you need me? He's always open to do what's best for the team, which sounds to me very much like, Jose Altuve at left field.
Yep.
We'll be back on the docket.
Yep.
That feels like that is still in play.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to be honest, and I think, Figgy, I'm with you here. Like, I'm done talking about the getting to the stadium on time, because I was kind of amazed, and I've mentioned this already, but I was kind of amazed at just how much people did not show up for the Titans game. And of course, there's reason, right? The Texans didn't look good early, and then the game kind of got out of hand. And I feel like people were like, let me get back to this tailgating. Mm-hmm. But I think that we got to go ahead and absolutely put that to bed in all facets. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and it's fun to say, oh, the Texans are not good or haven't been good this year, so why? But you can look all across the city, man. Yeah. It's been a conversation with the Rockets, who were pretty good at one point, who were probably one of the best teams in the league at one point, and them playoff games was looking same thing, with the Astros, just all other sports. I talked about it last week, being at the U of H game, how I knew it was close to being a sold out game, and it was the first quarter. I'm like, damn, where everybody at? But by the time the second quarter hit, like close to the end of the first half, then it was like, oh, it's packed in here now.
Yeah.
And to that end, right, the UH Texas Tech game, I already talked about how I think those numbers are going to be off. It might get real nasty in there, because I guess the secondary confession I'll throw in here, I might have been getting over my skis with U of H. Like, the way that they went, and I said that Oregon State, not a good team, they had to go to overtime to get over Oregon.
I thought they was going to lose that game.
Yeah,
I turned it off.
They were down
27 or 24-10.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter.
I thought it was over. Yeah. I cut it off. I'm like, man, I woke up like, wait a minute, they won overtime.
So I've got to be honest. Like, of course, I'll be watching very intently when they play Texas Tech. But I'm like, I might have been getting a little too eager about how good this defense was, and I imagine Texas Tech will make it. Will give me some answers.
Texas Tech knows a little offense.
A little bit.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So last night, it was a doubleheader, Monday Night Football.
Gross.
And yeah, it was nasty work. I gotta confess, man, I had a weird way of picking which game I was gonna watch. I wasn't gonna go back and forth.
Because they truly overlap. Not like the Texans was almost. Well, it was complete before the other ones started.
It was complete.
It was like 1 minute left.
Yeah, because the Texans went 6 and then started at 9 about. This one was 6:15, 7:15 on start time.
Yeah, so it was like first half when the other one started. It was something like that. But I got to confess, I had a weird way of picking which game I was going to roll with, and it all had to do with the broadcasters. I'm like, you know what? I want to watch Troy Aikman and Joe Buck.
Fair enough.
I just sat to that game, and that was it, man. I wasn't switching back and forth. I kept checking the score a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, I ain't about to keep switching back and forth. I know Reggie got the 3 TV set up, so you ain't had to do that. Yeah. But I'm not wasting my time going back and forth.
I did think about switching them games off. I'll tell you that. I was like, 2 of these TVs are not really useful right now.
Yeah. I'm like, I picked that game based off of the broadcasters right there.
I'll tell you what,
did not give a damn about the game.
You say that's a confession. That's actually a pretty good strategy. I don't think of it like that all the time. 2 bad games. Yeah. Let me go with the broadcaster.
Yeah, I'm like, I ain't really want to hear from Jeremy Fowler and Louis Riddick and all that.
Mm-hmm. Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, I ain't really want to hear that. I'm like, just go with the normal crew.
Yeah.
That was it.
These are my confessions.
So this was just something that went across my timeline. The Flintstones is trending, at least on my feed, at one point this morning. Because it's like the 60th anniversary, 70th anniversary, something like that.
Good Lord.
But it referenced the TV Guide the all-time greatest cartoon, 100 greatest cartoons of all time. Number 1, I think, is obvious, and we will all agree, The Simpsons. Number 2 was the Flintstones. And, obviously it's not like it's hard news here, but I went, Flintstones? The great. It's long-standing, 60 years. I don't think Flintstones is the number 2 all-time greatest cartoon.
I think they giving them a little bit of love because the
anniversary
years.
and everything.
Yeah, the cartoon being 60 years like that.
Hold on. For a good long time, and probably I'm guessing that the ending of this was maybe, let's say, 5-10 years ago. For a good long time, the Flintstones on TV and then Flintstones vitamins was keeping this. Like, I think that they had
that helped.
No, for real.
Fruity Pebbles, right?
Yeah, Fruity Pebbles,
all of that, right? I feel like we gotta give Flintstones actually did have.
No, it was good.
A large reach,
but as a cartoon though. Like,
but what he's saying, and I agree.
The impact?
The fact that every kid woke up and you just felt healthier when you ate that chalky little strawberry Flintstone vitamin.
That strawberry is really generous. I don't think that had an actual flavor.
It was red, or orange or yellow or whatever. I think that might be a factor. Everybody grew up with those things. Are they still selling Flintstones vitamins? I'm guessing they are.
Probably so.
I think they're still selling them.
Have them.
Yeah.
I just don't know that they have the same impact as they.
So is that the one cartoon? I guess the best cartoon when it comes to impact, though.
Looney Tunes is a great one. Someone
Looney
said
Tunes would
Bugs
be-
Bunny.
Yeah, I'll say Bugs Bunny, Looney Tunes. I always go to them first.
I would put Looney Tunes 2 ahead of the Flintstones. And after that, now their list had Looney Tunes 3, which is fair, and Mickey Mouse 4. The hell out of here.
Actually, you know what?
Mickey Mouse?
Those probably, because if I'm going on impact, Flintstones is not holding the candle to
Looney Tunes.
No. Which still to this day has even Mickey Mouse Clubhouse goes up, man. Don't start singing hot dog around these babies, man. They'll go up. They will go crazy. See, you know the song.
I got grandkids now.
Exactly. They still go up. So no, that is actually.
Who was the top 5 in that list? Just kind of curious.
I got it right here. Simpsons 1, Flintstones 2, Looney Tunes, Mickey Mouse, and then
what kind of hate or beef do you have with the mouse?
Peanuts.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Fair. Okay. Scooby-Doo, which Scooby-Doo is classic.
Not a bad top 5.
Not a bad top 5.
I have no issues with it.
SpongeBob was 9. SpongeBob's already made it up to number 9. And Family Guy was 10.
Somebody says selling Scooby-Doo short. Scooby-Doo
was great.
Scooby's great, but I feel like they're top second tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking amongst the Patrick Mahomeses of this. Tom and Jerry. I personally love Tom and Jerry.
Me too. That would have been in my personal probably
Rocky
top 5.
and Bullwinkle was 7.
Yeah, okay, we're doing a lot here.
Dream Tunes.
Ain't no way.
Was 8.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't either.
Is that a spinoff of Looney Tunes?
I guess. American Dad is 14.
All right, so look. All right. As the list, I was caping for the list. I felt good about the list as we've gone further.
First 6 was strong, man.
Ain't no
Tom
way.
and Jerry was 15.
No way.
That is crazy.
No way in hell.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
No way in hell.
I literally laugh out loud watching Tom and Jerry, man. So and they don't even be saying nothing.
I know.
In fact, when they do say stuff, I'm like, what happened? Did I get the bootleg one? I don't like this. All right, some of y'all, you're being too niche. Like 281, you're trying to be a hipster. Liked it, the intro, it's not in the same space. And then also, please do not let us know about your proclivities around the cartoons. I don't feel comfortable reading that. It hurt my eyes. What you want to do there, 713. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. By the way, this is kind of interesting. According to Brian Wacker, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun, it seems like Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury, 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, I felt it. Yeah. You could just, I didn't.
So he is likely to miss.
Yeah.
The game versus the Texans on Sunday.
Little Cooper Rush action.
Ooh, boy. I feel more confident than I've ever been.
Call your shot.
That the Texans will get a victory.
Call your shot.
Let me think on it for the break.
Shadir Sanders missed this moment, man.
Is Reggie willing to call his shot? But coming up next, it's a Tuesday. Let's do some college football on a Tuesday because there's some mess happening. Let's do that next on Sports Radio 610.
There is. Let's talk about Brian.
hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh boy, y'all are really going up about these cartoons, and I don't even know how to make the distinction because someone did between cartoon versus animated series, and I was like, oh man,
yeah, I don't even want to get into the anime part, man. Because
no, not even anime, like animated series. Because someone was like, well, Family Guy is an animated series and not a cartoon, and I was like, oh god, I don't even know where to go there.
Is it cartoon? Like drawn?
But see, the thing is, when you mention Family Guy as a cartoon, some grown-ass men get upset about it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it ain't a cartoon, it's an animated
that's
series.
a them problem.
Is this like doll versus action figure?
Yeah.
Like, is that what this is?
That's a them problem.
This is preserving masculinity.
And I forgot Jetsons. I love the Jetsons. Yeah, the Jetsons was cool.
Damn it, Bobby. All right. Ooh, we don't have time. We would just blow out a segment talking about some cartoons here on Sports Radio 610 if we're not careful. If we want to talk about sports, it is worth noting one more time that that a reporter from, was it the Baltimore Banner that I said, or is it Baltimore Sun?
I think so.
It's Brian Wacker, who is the reporter. He does cover the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. I want to make sure that that's right and attribute correctly. Lamar Jackson, quarterback for the Ravens, unlikely to play. And to play versus the Texans on Sunday.
That'd be a good win to get going into the bye.
That is huge. That is huge.
I don't care what it looked like. Doesn't matter, Brian.
That's right.
By the way, I believe I saw that this one's been taken off the board.
Yes. Yeah. Wonder why.
Vegas is like, hold on, wait. Slow down. So yeah, this gets a lot more interesting for your Houston Texans with that news that Lamar Jackson
Go ahead, do it.
is unlikely to play.
Call your shot.
Believe it, the Texans are going to win it.
All right.
Texans are going to win it.
They're going to win.
I haven't even done my full analysis on what this game looks like, but the Texans are going to win this football game. All right. Somebody said, don't jump out the gym, Reggie. Derrick Henry's still over there. I hear you. You're going to win it. All right. Let's get into some college football on a Tuesday after what was a very interesting weekend that was a challenge for all of the really good teams, or the teams at least we believed to be good teams in college football. Where would you like to start, John Lopez? Because I feel like you have put a lot into this. I've noticed that you've been really leaning into college football on a Tuesday, so I want to let you get off.
Love it.
What you want to get off?
Love it. Well, interesting things going on up in Arkansas, if you want to start there. But
yes.
Let's talk about the games first. I feel. Sorry, I kind of drew you off sides there.
Don't worry. I will get to where I need to go regardless.
But Oregon and Penn State, man, we went in. It was the game of the week. It was a hell of a good game. James Franklin does it again, and that's not a good thing. that's not a good.
No, you can't be.
You can't be surprised.
Yeah.
You can't be surprised.
You beat everybody else, but the people we need to beat.
What is it? I forget the number exactly.
Don't worry.
Not just 2-21 against or whatever it was against top 10, but even against like just Michigan and Ohio State
in his own damn division.
That's the issue, and you know this because I texted this to you.
Oh, that's what it was
yesterday as I was walking home from work, which is James Franklin. When it comes to regular season Big Ten opponents in the top 10. Because these are the games we're talking about. James Franklin kind of wins some big games. He'll win some bowl games, whatever. But the big games are, can you win when you're playing against top 10 opponents?
Ohio State or Michigan.
Ohio State, Michigan, very rarely. Some other teams in the Big Ten. 1-18.
Damn.
One win out of 19 attempts at this. And he even got up on a podium and was like, the narrative, and it's not a narrative, it's factual. He accepts it. Like, he wears it. You got to. Like, there's no other choice. 1-18 is as damning as it comes. And so, yeah, man, the Penn State thing, we were saying, hey, they look so good. There's an abundance of talent.
They looked good Saturday night.
They looked pretty good against Oregon, but just enough. And there was enough coaching mistakes within there. And we can't ignore this. Another 5-star quarterback that ends up being so-so. Drew Allard, he's just not made for the big time, man. For the big time,
he had a good game though. He made some plays, but maybe you're right on the big. I mean, the numbers don't lie. For him and for Penn State. On the other side, I walked away from this game saying, man, Dante Moore is a pro.
He just made all the right decisions.
He's going to be an NFL, I'm not going to say star, but he is an NFL quarterback that is going to have a long career. And the other note that under this game, Dan Lanning looked like he was coked out of his head. In the post-game interview, his jaw was going, his eyes were going. He was just like so pumped up for the win. He wasn't, I don't think, anyway, but he wasn't. But what a huge win for Oregon. They are the best team in the country. Agree or disagree?
I would still go with the team that's on Figgy's shirt. Ohio State. Sayin looks he's so good running that offense. And we haven't given him much opportunity or much reason to talk about him just because Ohio State's been a little bit on the back burner as opposed to having some of those national.
They haven't really been playing anybody outside of Texas.
Yeah,
they haven't really played a lot of good teams.
But they look incredible. And until I see them falter, but I will say Oregon, they look really good. And here's the thing. Oregon very well could be 12-0 at the end of this. You look at their schedule, they ain't facing nobody else. There's nobody else that stands between them and Big Ten championship game. Because let me run you through the rest of their schedule. Number 8, Indiana, which they've been good, but not like this.
Yeah.
Rutgers, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, University of Southern California, and Washington.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. We will see you at the end of the year, Oregon. Thanks for stopping by.
See you in the playoffs.
That is a path. The other big game, man, I'm glad I didn't bet this game. I'd have lost a lot of money on Alabama, Georgia. I thought it was fool's gold after that first horrible loss to Florida State. Not fool's gold. I mean, they made some plays. They looked good. But it was inferior competition. I thought Georgia slump 1-7 Kirby Smart.
Yeah, versus Alabama.
Yeah.
And that's obviously even after Nick Saban. That's something particular that is just a note over the Kirby Smart thing. Hey, get it together. I think there's something particular to this team, which is Georgia. Georgia was not able to get pressure on Ty Simpson. And when you think about Georgia, you typically imagine their D-line should be able to get pressure. They usually have, no pun intended, dogs on that defensive line. They weren't able to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
That is actually more concerning than the 1-7 or losing both games to Kalen DeBoer. And both games look similar, by the way, right? In the way that they happened. That Alabama just hit them early. But shout out to Alabama. Shout out to Kalen DeBoer.
Huge.
Huge. They look like the team that Kalen DeBoer was brought in to make. Now you just got to go win those other ones. As I mentioned, 2-0 versus Georgia. 5-5 versus everybody else. You need to get that squared away. But, man, the Georgia thing, I got a little bit of alert. My eyes went up when I saw that, this D-line is not able to get pressure at all.
There was another really big game in the top 10. Well, now one's in the top 10 that I want to get to. But I want to get to another couple of things first, just kind of the college football discussion. It's almost as if Bobby Petrino has been planning all along to find his way to the head coaching chair.
Yeah,
it's almost like he's been planning it.
Well, when you go from UNLV as the offensive coordinator, then you go to Texas A&M, and then you're the offensive coordinator. Which that also felt like, hey, Jimbo, how long you gonna be here, big dog?
Yeah.
And then you were like, well, Jimbo, go see if I can find somewhere else. The Sam Pittman thing looks like it's about to end.
Yeah.
And honestly, as Sam Pittman was fired at Arkansas after a pretty abysmal loss this weekend. The thing that I thought was, damn, finally.
Yeah.
Because, Sam Pittman has been he's been on the hot seat for 3 seasons.
Yeah, he has.
There at Arkansas. They finally get it done, don't get it done, in fact, Arkansas against Notre Dame, right? No,
that was against Utah. No. Yeah, Notre Dame, 56-2.
Yeah, that's right, because Notre Dame actually just went crazy offensively against them. By the way, before I get into the thing that I need to get into, Notre Dame has not punted in 9 quarters.
That's good.
Last time they punted was the third quarter versus Texas A&M. Would you like to know, or do you maybe know, who has the longest streak? I will tell you what the streak is because I don't anticipate you knowing it. It's 11 quarters without punting. Can you tell me the team that? And there's a very highly unlikely that you pick this up.
Well, then I'm just going to have to just defer to you.
Can I interest you in the 2006 Colt Brennan-led Hawaii Rainbow Warriors?
Yeah, you can. I remember that squad.
What a team, man.
I remember that squad.
That is one of those if you enjoyed college football over the last 20 years, you had a blast.
Yeah.
Staying up late and watching Colt Brennan, the Rainbow Warriors, rest in peace, Colt Brennan, really tear things up at that time.
Yeah.
By the way, 4 straight weeks. They beat Idaho 68-10, that Rainbow Warriors team, Utah State 63-10, Louisiana Tech 61-17, San Jose State 54-7. They were just so fun to watch.
You did not play to the big game. Did you happen to catch Diego Pavia this week, Reggie?
I did.
Yeah?
I did. Looked really good. Vanderbilt did a fantastic job in their game. And, especially, I know what you're doing here. And I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
You are?
No, I'm not. Because what did I say? I said that South Carolina win was not going to make him a Heisman candidate. And it didn't. Like
except it did.
It did. All right,
he was on all the lists.
Can I take you to?
He was on every list last week.
Can I take you to that 31-7 victory over South Carolina where Diego Pavio threw for 177 yards? The wide receiver that stepped in at quarterback after Lenore Sellers went down threw for 148. That's not a Heisman performance. What he did last week, though, you can give him credit for that. That's like 400 yards of passing.
6 touchdowns, 400 yards, 26 out of 34.
What you should be doing is like, yo, this is the Heisman performance.
Do the Google time search and go to last week and see who the Heisman candidates were on most every list. Diego Pavio was one.
That game wasn't what did it. And I am absolute about that. That game isn't what did it. Like, I'll definitely give them. And I like Diego Pavio. I've liked Vanderbilt. Like, this is no shade to them.
He's dug in.
Because I'm not wrong.
It is wrong.
I am not wrong. Shout out to Diego Pavio.
Except
and
for
also,
what everyone said.
What's wrong with Diego Pavio's mama? Why is she out here actively looking for this Theo Vaughn date? It was weird already when it seemed like he was pimping his mama out. His mama actually looking for that date is really weird to me.
She was on video. Like, hey, where are you?
Content over everything, man.
Really weird.
Or maybe she's just, I was going to say something else, thirsty.
All right, so speed notes I want to talk about.
Groove back.
Apparently, Texas Tech lost their starting quarterback, so that'll be interesting to see. Although backup seemed to handle the job nicely when Texas Tech was there, so we'll see what that looks like when they face off against U of H this week. Condolences to you and your Texas A&M faithful. Reveille the
Reveille
ninth.
9, yeah, Reveille 9.
Passed
Who
away
isn't
this
the
weekend.
current one?
Not the current one, the previous one.
Yeah.
But Reveille the 9, and then Reveille 9 passed away this weekend. So condolences to all of y'all. By the way, Jackson Arnold. I don't know why I call him Darnold. Well, he felt kind of like what we looked at with Sam Darnold. He was just taking hits. Like during that game that Auburn loses, and somebody's like, "Why is Auburn drop so much?" Because that quarterback is not good. He takes so many hits.
He got destroyed. Aggies gave up 1 yard in the fourth quarter.
I was wondering, can he get a ready ice or an icy hot endorsement? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's a little bit of college football on a Tuesday. Some more notes. And I didn't get to the thing that I really wanted to, which was one, Syracuse lost, but they didn't have their starting quarterback, so that was going to make sense. Florida State loses to Virginia Tech. And then they stormed the field in the fastest way that I've ever seen possible.
That was awesome.
And I will find a way to talk about Bobby Petrino and why he's important. Because as much as we're getting older, I need people to remember why he matters. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets had Media Day yesterday. Let's get into some of the interesting things that we heard for Media Day pursuant to your 2025-26 Rockets team. We'll do that next.
For the first time since Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yesterday is the start of the KD era officially here in Houston as Media Day. We got to see him in Jersey answering questions, playing air hockey with Clutch. Mm-hmm. Did you see that?
Who doesn't want to do that?
I mean, I do want to do that, to be honest. But, of course, I am not one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game, and the man who's coming in to help the Rockets try and push towards the championship. I'm definitely not that. That's Kevin Durant. So him, along with all of the notable pieces and everybody else as well for your Houston Rockets, spoke to the assembled media for Media Day. And I wanted to get some things that I found interesting in listening to it. Obviously, the big thing that's going to be on the mind outside of just Kevin Durant being added is that Fred VanVleet was missing, right? Because he dealt just a big injury, massive injury that's going to take him away from the team for the year. And so the question becomes, like, how do you get yourself to a place where you're ready to handle, everything else outside of it? And so one of the things that was very interesting was Kevin Durant's answer. He's just very thoughtful and measured in the way that he answers. Kevin Durant was asked how he is expecting himself to add to this team, especially as it's injured.
Yeah, I just think that playmaking is a team thing, and I think that as many plays we make for each other throughout the game, the better. Sometimes you don't always get the assist for it. Sometimes just you don't even touch the ball and you're creating a play for your teammates. And so if we play together, if we play off of each other, we move our bodies and we move the ball, I think that we all can showcase our playmaking talents. And so we got high IQ guys on the team that know how to play. So now we got to figure out what's the best way to mesh on the floor and then start executing from day one. So looking forward to that.
We've talked about their offense a lot, their half-court offense.
It's going to be huge.
Well, here's the thing. They're not going to be like a classically formed offense in terms of getting into it. And I think that's it's the smart thing because you don't have Fred VanVleet. But, he also talked, and I don't know if we're going to hear this, but he was also talking about, Şengün and his ability to be a playmaker and all that. So it's not going to be like point guard, swing the ball back to the point guard, pass for the shot or whatever. It's going to be rush the ball up the floor. Try to get something in transition or secondary break or something like that. If it doesn't happen, then maybe Şengün has the ball. Then maybe Amen has the ball. And then it's not going to be it's going to be a true, and you heard him say it there. We're all in this together. We all have a big role here.
No, for sure. Yeah. And so, and we heard, Ime kind of talk about it, that they're going to do this by committee.
Yeah.
So you're going to have KD with some initiation. You're going to initiate. And obviously, Amen Thompson, Reed Shepherd are going to be involved here. I will, I'm intrigued to see how that works. I guess in theory, that's one of those things, but theory is kind of funny, especially in basketball, because you get to what they, nut cutting time, and it's like, what can you do specifically? And you mentioned the idea of getting the ball up cool and running in transition. That's something I believe I'm very confident in their ability to do that in transition, make the right decisions. It's half-court offense that remains a question. Because that was already a question for this team, something that they need to get better at. And so the idea that we're just going to kind of you go, I go to some degree in half-court, I'm going to remain skeptical on that until I see it. And I love that they have a level of confidence in what the approach is right now. Some of it is foisted upon them because of the injury and the timing of it. I'm not confident that they're just going to be able to, you make this decision, especially because the dude saying that was Kevin Durant, and he is coming off of a 2.5 years or what have you in Phoenix, where that was their main issue, is that they didn't have a point guard in particular to run their offense.
Yeah, I think it's fair to be skeptical until they prove otherwise because, as much as it's going to be committee and they're all trying to learn it and they're all, have high IQs, as he said, there are times, and I'm not talking about when you give the ball to Kevin Durant and say, go score.
Sure, right.
I'm talking about
that will be fine. He's going to get that shot up.
I'm talking about the times where someone has to get us into our offense. And that's something, that's the classic way to do it. Who's going to have the ball in his hands to be able to control things, direct things, and get us into our offense? That's where you need to be skeptical. I don't know who that's going to be. I mean, Amen has skills to have. Is he that guy? I don't know.
Again, I will bring up, and it might be getting trite at this point, with the men on ball, which he's talked about. In fact, I'll give you a little bit of that audio here. He's talked about his ability, on ball, what have you, and that's cool. But like, I still remain, if you're doing the things that feel like they were doing last year, where it's a lot of either you go for what you know and just try and go and get some penetration and kick, or we're going to try and work this off of a screen.
Yeah.
We're just dipping under that screen and able to pick up coverage here, and you haven't made any level of dent. If we go back to that clip with KD, though, I do think that the encouraging thing I have within half-court offense is he talked about moving our bodies. And that, if he's right there and if that's actually where they're going for, instead of having more stagnant kind of play where you only have your initial action and that's supposed to generate what you're doing, if you have more backdoor movement and off-ball movement and screens and those types of things happening, that's what I was asking for last year anyways, a more dynamic offense that creates it in itself as opposed to requiring the dude on ball to create. I think that could be actually a very worthwhile development in this offensive progression. That could be really good. All right, so that was one of the things that we heard when it came down to it. Can you give me DFS here? Dorian Finney-Smith, Dodo as he's been called in his past. He's one of the new acquisitions. I had honestly forgotten that he had surgery on, I believe, his foot, if memory serves, that he is coming back from like in June. So he said that he feels like he'll be ready to go. But this was an interesting answer that he gave here when he was asked, how are you feeling, first and foremost, when it came to injury, but then what are you expecting your role? First thing that he does in when it comes to that last question.
Well, I've been getting better. Rehab been amazing, and I'm excited for this year. But as far as my role with the team is just be who I am. That's a communicator. Try to help as much as I can, especially on the defensive end. I know I played a bunch of vet guys. I probably can help, men, and with some of his defensive assignments, probably give him a break, or probably fuss with him because I'm gonna want to guard the main guy. But just be who I am, shoot the ball when I'm open.
It's so cool to know you've got veteran guys like that. It's like we kind of saw this team grow up a little bit, and we knew that there were some issues and stuff, and now you have those pieces that can not just do the job but help you do your job. In terms of Sengun, what he's talking about there.
Right. I think the interesting thing for me there was first thing, be a communicator, because I brought this up when Fred VanVleet went down. It was the first place my brain went, even though operating the offense matters a whole bunch. Fred was a defensive kind of organizing force. Yeah. And I was like, who do you have that can maybe be that? Do you turn to Alperen Sengun and, hey, we need you to be more of a leader? I feel like Dorian Finney-Smith might have given a little bit of the game away. Not that it's like, hidden secrets or whatever, but he is a talker. And that seems like you can be the guy that helps coordinate what's happening. Remember, I played the clip of Rajon Rondo talking about KG doing that and speaking and how it helped him be a better player, back line behind you, kind of giving you a little bit of game. And that kind of made me wonder, is Dorian Finney-Smith going to start?
Because, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because if you are going with Men Thompson as more of your ball handler, at least to start, I could see a lineup where you go Men Thompson at the 1, Dorian Finney-Smith as kind of your 2, but then who will also maybe guard a little bit and be more of your communicative guy that organizes your defense. KD at the 3, Jabari Smith Jr. at the 4, and Alperen Sengun starting at the 5.
That's a good point. I don't know if they're willing. That's a risky point as well, in terms of like some of the guys that won't be starting.
And I mean, I think that this is going to look a lot more kind of like what the Pacers and where we've gone in the NBA, where it's more about what you have 1 through 9 than it is just who is your starting 5 and who's your 6th man particularly. It's like how do all of these guys play and all these guys will get involved. I think that I could get to 8 easily where, Tari Eason comes off the bench very early. Reed Shepherd obviously comes off the bench pretty early to shoot. And then Steven Adams comes off the bench pretty early with some mix-in of obviously Clint Capella to maybe give you some of that. Aaron Holiday depending. And now you're looking at, Josh Okogie maybe in certain instances. And now you're like, this is robust and we've got a lot of guys that fit the standard.
Yeah, I just don't know about starting, but definitely going to be an integral piece of it, no doubt about it, especially defensively.
Yeah, I just love the idea of, as I'm looking for who's going to be the talker, and it sounds like I'm harping on saying things, but you can tell me as a coach, like, what is one of the things that coach needs
that's everything
on defense?
on the back end especially. See that on the very back end, the back, be able to control, where the ball is going, where you are lined up, etc. No, that's crucial.
So those were really the big ones that I caught, especially when we were talking about what it looks like for the making up when Fred VanVleet's off the floor. Well, or now that he's going to be off the floor. He's going to
be off the floor.
Amen Thompson, superstar, that's the man in making. And so there's a couple of things that he said that I found interesting. Now, first and foremost, I actually want to get to what he said about his teammate, because Reed Sheppard is going to matter a good amount. Are you at all encouraged by this, what Amen says about Reed Sheppard here?
I mean, he's been working, for sure. You know, defensively, I heard he didn't, first 2 weeks, he didn't even pick up a basketball. So I'm like, that's tough. I don't know, that's hard. But just seeing the confidence, you know, grow, and Reed got a lot of skills, shoot, really good passer. So just seeing that, and I think we're going to see a lot more this year.
The question is, do I feel more confident? I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, the athleticism, the defense that we've seen, I'm not sure that he. I mean, obviously the work is not a question. You know, he just laid it out right there. But I mean, if he can, it's going to be huge for this team, just so he can stay on the floor.
Yeah,
because you can't risk him on the floor when he's a liability.
100%.
Yeah.
But the idea that was so much of a focal point, which of course was necessary.
It was great.
And what's the old saying? And of course, it's more football, but I think it hits in pretty much every sport. The biggest offseason or the biggest jump is year 1 to year 2, because you have that full offseason where you know what we're going for.
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued to see if you see a decent jump in Reed Sheppard and what he's capable of doing, because he could be very helpful, especially if he finds a defensive element to him where he can help you, obviously shooting-wise, giving you another consistent shooter on the floor.
It's going to be one of the biggest stories of the year, certainly early season, but all season long, what he can do and how much. We know he can shoot. You know, we just heard him talking about that as well. But to be able to stay on the floor, you have to be able to get stops and keep the guy in front of you away from the basket. And I don't know if he can do that.
Well, one thing about it is, and Retro Rand says it on the YouTube page, you can see it when you look at pictures. He does look
he's
like
big.
He looks bigger.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if that's just, you're not going to push me around. I may be 6'1", but I'm not getting moved just because you decide to put your shoulder in my chest.
No, that is absolutely the case.
That'll be huge, especially with all the length that people can help you moving your feet when it comes to getting into help position. They can't help you if they go right there.
That's huge right there. You know, when they have the bigs on the backside and you have good communication, you know, he's not going to be perfect, you know, and we just hope he's adequate to be able to have that communication to help him when they do get by him.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued, especially on the idea that he spent a whole bunch of time just don't even worry about basketball. I got that. Let's get this defense down. Amen Thompson, though, again, making sure that you knock down the shots is part of this. And Dorian Finney-Smith, who you will learn, he like cussing a little bit, and I'm not saying that in no bad way. He does not have a media front, right? Like he gets into that space where he starts dropping some
he just talks
some shoot, except the other word, or he might drop an F-bomb in there. Well, he did when he was talking about Amen and like how, because Dorian Finney-Smith came into this league as just a defensive guy, % point shooter. I saw part of this progress, and it was just a willingness to shoot, and that's kind of what he told Amen Thompson. Listen to this question and listen to how Amen took the advice.
Dorian Finney-Smith just said earlier today that you need to not give an F and shoot it with confidence.
Yeah.
Do you think you're at a place where you don't give an F and you are shooting with confidence?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I don't give a F and shoot it with confidence. You know what I mean? Me and Dorian talk about that all the time. So, I mean, last year you saw when he played us, I think he airballed the first 2 threes, then he made 5 straight. So, yeah, don't give an F, guys.
Hey, good for him.
I appreciate the reporter doing that too.
Yeah, definitely.
He ain't even clean it. He just said give an F.
Well, that was cleaning up because
no, he could have switched some words around and said, hey, he felt like you don't care about shooting.
He said, nah, you don't give enough. Just go ahead and put that jumper. And that's we talked about that a little bit last year, right? I was like, man, I just need to see you have a willingness to take shots.
Yes.
Because and that's encouraging, because even if he can't, I don't think he can take the crazy jump from like 28% 3-point shooting to then shooting like 37. I don't think that. Yeah. But you can get to 33 with a willingness to shoot that means that a defender has to close out on you.
Yeah, and his shot is still coming along. I mean, it has been coming around, effort-wise anyway. Just get the number of shots up, make a higher percentage. It'll change a lot of stuff.
Right, because again, make a higher percentage, something where it's respectable. And now defenses have to close out or even guard on you. They can't sink into the lane, and that creates more opportunity. Yeah, so there you go. From media day when it came to the Rockets, there was a ton. I mean, there was 2 hours of interviews between coaches, players, all of that. A lot of interesting things with there. And all of it points to the Rockets are ready to go and try and compete. And I'm excited to see what it looks like. You should be too, of course. We'll talk plenty about that as we go here in The Loop. But all right, you're in The Loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time. What time you might say? The time where we turn things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Are you taking over again?
No.
So today we got week 4 edition of Hot Mics.
Yeah!
One of my favorites. I love when somebody give you a little hot mic.
Let's get some hot mic going in the mixtape next.
All right, how about Underdog Fantasy? Let's get that.
Sports Radio 610.
Okay, so that...
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on the Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So we got week 4 edition of Hot Mics. This one happened on Thursday night football, and I kind of cracked up at it. And I think Al Michaels and Herb Street kind of cracked up at this. So it was the Cardinals taking on the Seahawks. Here's Jackson Smith-Njigba, who wasn't really a fan of the penalty that was called on him, and he had to let the ref know how he felt about this call.
Offense number 11. 10-yard penalty.
I can't remember which ref that was, but he gave Jackson Smith-Njigba the meanness, like
that was the big thing.
Yeah, like, excuse me, sir, excuse me, mister.
Yeah, no, he gave that stare like, I know I'm gonna deal with you in a minute.
Right?
I'm not done with you.
Yeah. When we get out this stove, that was the look. The look was like, all right.
That was
when we get to the car. Just know.
Yeah, I think the broadcast ain't make it better by saying, ooh.
They really did.
That was like a kid in
class.
Second grade cussing it. Ooh.
Offense. Offense number 11.
He's cussing.
Ooh, Jackson said the bad word.
You know what's funny, though? This official, he seemed to get to this place because also, I can't remember, but there was one time where he was about to announce, I think it was something on the offensive line, and the offensive lineman's coming up trying to like plead his case. He's like, "Excuse me, I'm trying to speak to America."
Oh, that was the same one?
Same guy.
That was the
same guy.
Okay. So this ain't even surprising.
No, so he likes playing up into a little bit.
He gave him the look.
All right, so we got another hot mic. This was actually from a couple weeks ago. I forgot to put this in last week, but Arizona State versus Fresno State. Fresno State. And the holding call was called on number 64. And I think the people, I want to say, was this? Yeah, I want to say the people of Fresno State might have had the same reaction of was this Fresno State? I can't remember who. I think it was Oregon State, to be fair. I think it was Oregon State. But I think the fans might have had the same reaction he had when he got called for holding.
Holding offense, number 64, 10-yard penalty. It seems to be the common opinion here. Oh, it's a feeling. It's a feeling.
He said, bleep. It went all through that guy's mic.
He spoke for the masses.
Yeah, no, it was like a big echo in it, too.
I do love that we've gotten beyond the point of the announcers having to try and apologize for like,
it happened.
We're sorry for the language that was picked up on the microphone.
Yeah.
We're just like, you know what happened.
Yeah.
We couldn't do nothing about that.
It sounded like that brother was on the mic, though.
He said,
bleep. It did a little echo throughout the stadium and everything.
Oh boy.
Yeah, those are a couple hot mics from the weekend. As we continue on the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I want to talk about this wild situation that happened in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh wow.
So apparently 2 guys are facing charges after they pranked the guy by changing his username on Netflix. And apparently this was some type of insult. I don't know what the insult was, but they changed his name.
You said there was charges filed here?
Charges filed. And I'm going to go to, what is this? KENS 5.
Oh, yeah.
In San Antonio, and they got the story about this situation.
We just got an arrest warrant for that suspect already behind bars as deputies are searching for the other suspect. His name is Brian Reynolds. This started with a prank and then a fight and then a gun going off. So according to that warrant, the victim wanted to fight Reynolds after a prank with Netflix. Reynolds is accused of changing the name of the Netflix account. Well, when the victim went to a house off the 6,000 block of Calle Briceño, that's when deputies say Reynolds and Anthony Constant jumped over a fence ready for a fight. Deputies then say Reynolds had a gun, and the victim said put it down and fight like a man. So Reynolds passed the gun off to Constant and then started trading punches with the victim. Well, Constant then jumped in the fight and started pistol whipping the victim, but then handed the gun back to Reynolds. Investigators say video shows Reynolds with his finger. The victim tried to get the gun away. It somehow went off. Deputies say they believe the victim was hit when the bullet ricocheted off the road.
Dang.
Yeah, so nobody was killed in this situation, and both of the guys have been, I guess, arrested and charged.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I was like, how does changing the name on Netflix?
It must have been bad.
It
Did
must
you
have
happen to hear what it was?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
I've got it on good authority that they changed it to Poopy Head, and then that just said all this. No, like
it was bad. Like so and so does such and such, or something like that.
Immediately went to we got to get the fisticuffs behind this.
No, not the we got to shoot. I want to shoot you.
Also,
for changing this.
I will say though, the idea that we get into a situation, you see a gun and you're like, put it down and fight like a man. Nah, we could just be done.
Yeah,
like what happened to seeing that? What happened to seeing that Roscoe come out and having a moment of clarity?
Yeah.
Hey,
like, what happened? You know what? Is it really that serious?
Hey, he did put the gun down and fight like a man.
That was
and
also
then they picked it back up.
That's a great point because, like, hey, I personally subscribe to the Outcast rule of things, which is don't pull the thing out unless you plan to bang.
Yeah.
Which, if you pull that thing out, somebody says put it down and fight like a man, and you do, that means you weren't planning on banging. Which, why do you have this out?
And that part kind of reminded me of the end of the movie Friday. It sounded just like Friday. Put the gun down, son. Put the gun down, son. Craig, put the gun down.
That whole situation reminded me, like, maybe I need to watch my back a little more with my wife. Y'all have seen the Avatar I put for her on Netflix, right?
Yeah, but I have seen on Netflix how you put your whole name, including middle initials.
No,
it was on Hulu.
Like mine, the picture, the avatar is a yellow Labrador, like Gibson. Hers is Predator.
Why?
Just for fun.
Be careful.
Just for fun.
Be careful. One day you're gonna be drinking moon water, and all of a sudden it's gonna be a gun out in your face.
It says John P. Lopez and it has a Labrador, and hers says Jan and has Predator.
It don't got her last name on there neither?
No.
Should have put her full name on there like yours.
No, man. It's not worthy.
It kind of remind me. So we kind of got a family joint account. I think it's like HBO Max or something like that.
Don't say that too loud.
And I know, but my brother-in-law, for some reason, don't nobody even call him this. I think he just named it. But you got Figgy, you got Christina, and then you got Big Daddy. I'm like, who calls him that? I'm like, I don't think his wife even called him that. But it's just a random ass Big Daddy right there. I'm just like, man, all right, man.
Yeah.
The question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the question I have: who paid for the account? Because ain't no way.
I actually paid for it.
Oh, ain't no way you on my account and you putting your name as Big Daddy. You better change that.
Yeah.
You get government name,
But see,
unless you want to put in on this account.
But see, the thing is, once I log in, I'm going there for a reason. I ain't got time to be trying to change some names and profiles and all that stuff. Every time I see it, I do roll my eyes. I'm just like, man, I ain't got time to do all that.
I'm petty. If you want your name on here, you better have it regular name, or else you want to put in $75 a month at least.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help.
Yeah, no, that probably would. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So imagine somebody taking a quick trip to Detroit. Let's say you stay over in that area.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Cleveland, Ohio. You take a quick trip to Detroit.
Just that random.
Yeah, just super random. Take a quick trip to Detroit, and you having the time of your life, and you decide to hit up a Popeyes, only to end up in a Canadian jail.
What? They went to Windsor.
They accidentally crossed the border?
Yeah, this actually happened to one of my homegirls.
Made a wrong turn?
Yeah. Shout out to my homegirl named Jamir. She decided to go to Detroit on a quick little kick-it trip. She was going to come back that same day. And I hit her up randomly just to kind of see how she doing. And she texted me back way late talking about how she just drained. And I'm like, damn, what happened? And she said, check my TikTok. I'm like, all right. I'm like, let me see what's going on. I ain't even following you on there. Let me see what's going on. And so she had a wild story about her time in Detroit and how she ended up in a Canadian jail. So this is part one to this story my good friend from Cleveland, Ohio, Jameer. I guess ended up in the Canadian jail trying to go to Popeyes.
I got to Detroit. We kicked it. We had a good little day or whatever. By the end of the night, everybody was like kind of tired. People was hungover. We drunk. Whatever. We still had another kick to do. I never had a room there because I never planned on staying. So in the midst of me waiting for my friends, they had went and took a nap. I ended up putting Popeyes on my GPS because that's what I wanted. Do y'all know that Popeyes took me to Canada? I'm on the border. I don't even know I'm on the border. Y'all had no clue I'm on the border. I get to the border. They ask me like, oh, you got to pay $10 to get over. And I'm like, I got $10 on the card, but I don't have cash. He's like, oh, you can only use cash. So I'm like, well, I don't have it, whatever. What else? What are my other options? I remember I didn't have my passport with me, so I'm like, they're not going to let me in anyways. By this time, I'm like, I'll just go back home. They like, pull up to the next person so we can search your car. You can't cross the border or even come to the border without your car being checked. They ended up giving me a breathalyzer because I guess they could see that I had some drinks. They took me to jail and said, basically somebody got to bring me $500. I can't use my card because they only accept cash and they don't have an ATM. They don't do that. I said, how do you expect my mom to just get out of bed and come to Canada to bring me $500 without a passport? I'm like, I didn't mean to come to your country. I was just trying to get food.
My God.
You know what this reminds me of? That last sentence. You remember that time that Isaiah Thomas, Lil Isaiah Thomas, not Zeke.
Yeah.
When
I know exactly what you... I'm sorry, I just wanted a frost.
Yes.
After the guy was cussing him out.
There was a guy cussing him out. Was that Utah or whatever?
Yeah.
When they were cussing him out at the free throw line because if you miss 2 free throws, you get a free Frosty. And he was like, I'm sorry, I just wanted a Frosty. That's what it sounds like when you were drunk talking to Canadian, I'm guessing Mounties, and saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come to your country. I just wanted some Popeyes.
That is an all-time.
Not over yet.
My
What?
Here's part 2 to that story.
Yeah.
I took the breathalyzer. I failed the breathalyzer. So they basically like, since you failed, you're going to have to stay here. I'm like, well, can I call someone? They was like, only people you can talk to is legal counsel. So they give me this sheet of paper with a lot of lawyers on it, and I had to pick a lawyer. So I'm picking a lawyer, whatever. They talking to me, basically telling me don't say nothing to them. Take the breathalyzer, because in Canada you have to take the breathalyzer, but don't say anything to them. Don't answer none of their questions. If you want me to be your lawyer, I will. Basically just tell me how it's going to go. They're going to take your car. You have to go see a judge in the morning if you failed the breathalyzer. You're not going home. You can't make no phone calls. You're not talking to nobody. If your family needs to find you, they can call the U.S. Embassy to find out that you're there, and then they can go from there. It was like, if you have a bond, it has to be cash. Just a bunch of stuff that was not going to work out for me.
Holy moly.
It's crazy, right?
And all she wanted was some chicken
all I wanted was a Popeyes.
3-piece?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I feel like you gotta be getting the real thing if you drunk at Popeyes. Getting chicken strips at Popeyes feels good.
Yeah, go 3-piece.
Yeah, should have got a 20-piece at that point if it's worth going to jail over.
It's like money in jail.
Yeah.
You think you could have gotten Brandon on the YouTube says that if you had told them that you wanted some Tim Hortons, you might have been able to get out of this.
Yeah.
Probably so. Like, you can't go no Louisiana, U.S. stuff in our country. But how do you guys think this ended?
Oh, not well. I got to believe she spent the night in jail. Obviously, mom was not happy. Probably got on top $500. That's where I would say.
I just like to imagine that they took her back to the border when everything was done and threw her out of Canada like Jazz from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They just threw her back into Detroit. Here you go.
I think you might be right on this, Reggie. This is how it ended. This is part 3 to this crazy Canada story.
They took me to like a cell, whatever. I had to wait in that cell. That's when I was just like praying my life away. She came back and got me again and was like, I'm going to have you do a second breathalyzer. I took the second breathalyzer. She was like, we have to wait 17 minutes for you to take the third one. I took the third breathalyzer. She comes back 20 minutes later. Hey, you weren't intoxicated and you were never over the state limit. We're going to drop the charges. You don't have a warrant. You won't have to see a judge. And you don't have to pay any money. We're going to take you back to the border. You're going to sign paperwork to say you voluntarily want to go back to the U.S. and you won't stay in Canada. If you stay in Canada, we're going to file charges against you. They're like, what would you like to do? I'm like, I want to go back to the U.S. They took me back to my car and watched me leave across the border.
There you go. Blessings, right?
Dang. So they just like this poor girl.
Yeah. Like she really was trying to get some Popeyes.
We believe her. She just wanted,
But if you stay over here, we gonna charge you.
Yeah. And you do have to go to Tim Hortons.
I kind of love that I'm sure that these people deal with this all the time. There's like someone just crossing the border. But the thing I would like to say is, remember that this is how this went for just this accidental border crossing and, having a few drinks or whatever. This is a reminder. Don't go fighting them. Don't be playing them away games. Don't go into other people's country acting crazy because you will not enjoy the experience. Right.
She was just put in her GPS.
But here's the thing, Figgy, I can't get over this. The borders are very well marked.
To some degree.
Trust me on that one. They have a big building across the top with cameras and everything. There's lanes. There's concrete, barriers that you have to drive through. It's like basically an old school toll booth on steroids.
Yeah.
How do you not know? This might not be Detroit anymore.
You're right.
Yeah.
But one, she was hungry and drunk.
Yeah.
But then two, I do know, though, that, there's a way where you can make a wrong turn and realize it, but then you can't turn back before you get to that.
Yeah.
All right? So, she might have made the wrong turn and been like, damn, all right, well, I'm already on this path. I can't really turn around. And then maybe the secret third answer is she was just following the GPS. Because, everybody has that friend that's like, this is saying to turn into the lake, but it's the GPS, so I'm going to turn into the lake.
Yeah, shouldn't the GPS gave a little warning like, hey, you're leaving the country? Because you know how you put something in the GPS and say, hey, you got 10 minutes before this place closed. You still want to go? Maybe you should have did something like that, because if I'm in a different city, I had no clue Canada was that damn close like that.
Oh, I've been to Windsor
Detroit
several times. When I traveled to Detroit for NBA and NFL and stuff, you can have a lot of fun in Windsor, man. You can have a lot of fun in Windsor.
I had no clue. Yeah. She didn't have a lot of fun in Windsor.
No, she did not.
No, she did not. 832, I would like your answer. By the way, did she ever get Popeyes? That's a question I have.
I doubt it.
Okay,
I doubt it.
That sobered her up. She went to sleep after that, huh?
Yeah.
She might turn into a church's girl.
I would like to get this story from the 832s that said that happened all the time when I used to go to Tijuana. Please do tell. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday here on the show. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Clinton Ron will do that next.
All right, let's talk about getting your roof right now, and that would be one company, one person, Skeeter Braun, and the great company at Braun's Roofing.
SportsRadio.com/play.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellows of the drive. But the news of the day, interestingly enough, and I saw this courtesy of the Baltimore Sun, looks like Lamar Jackson is highly unlikely to play on Sunday versus the Houston Texans out there in Baltimore. Like this is really interesting, and I actually need to see if there's been a new line put on this game, because I know that the line was pulled.
It's got to be off the board right now.
It was off the board last time I checked. I do wonder if the new line, at least that I'm seeing from ESPN Bet, is Texans -2.5.
Oh wow! So
they've favored on the road.
So they went
from
from
Texans now.
underdog 6.5 to underdog 3.5 to favored by 2.5. You say?
That is right.
Well, that states the obvious that we were going to talk about right here. This is kind of big for the Texans. On every level. You have a better chance to win. You're favored now on the road. But riding the season, I mean, who didn't chalk this up as an L?
I mean, this was in fact to the point where going into the season, of course, to be fair, we didn't have an understanding of what the first 3 weeks would look like for your Texans team. But we were talking about this game as, would you be willing to sacrifice this game for an additional win going into your bye week, or would you need this game in order to have some level of proof of what your team is? And that was a big conversation that we had, and obviously shout out to Sean Pendergast for creating that as a Pender poll. And now we're looking at it like you are expected, not just by yourselves, but also by the wider betting public, and I imagine the NFL public just generally, to go in and get that victory. Like what a turn, and what a advantageous kind of good fortune for the Texans, who really did. They wasted opportunities in the first 3 games, and now they're in a place where they could go into the break 2-3, and that seemed really difficult to get to before.
Well, even as we're most optimistic before game 1, before the opener against the Rams, we're sitting there thinking this team's going to have a great defense, going to maybe create a lot of turnovers. We believe the offense could be good enough to improve, just based on, remember the old narrative, it can't be worse, than Bobby Slowick. Even as at our most optimistic point, I know I'm in this case, the same boat. 4-1. I kept saying 4-1. Going into the bye, because it was tough to imagine beating the Ravens, who's given you so much trouble. Derrick Henry's given you so much trouble over the. When we're really optimistic, we were thinking, I was anyway, 4-1. Now, no Lamar Jackson, bad start. You're favored in the game. You can almost, not completely, but almost right all the wrongs of the first 3 games.
Yeah, you're not going to right all the wrongs, fair enough, but I think you can get yourself to the place where, and maybe this is too far of a leap logically to make, and I haven't really stopped and thought about it deep enough, and if I do, I might stop myself from saying it. But right now, we just saying it. It makes me feel like the division is back in play for the Texans, which it felt like that was out of the question for the Texans early on, right? Because again, getting this win, and outside of going further, getting this win is going to be important, because I don't know about you, I don't expect the Ravens to be this injured the entirety of the season. I don't expect them to be this bad the entirety of the season. It might be that they are, and that's just what it is. But if they end up also being in a place where they're behind, they're not going to catch up to whoever's at the top of the AFC North, like probably it's the Seahawks, or rather the Steelers are right now. What happens if they are also contending for wild card and you have that tiebreak?
Oh, they have to start thinking about playoffs.
You know what I mean? Like, what happens if they are also in that place? This is such a huge break for the Texans here, because I thought that Lamar Jackson would be the only thing, with the number of injuries that they had, that would be able to kind of continue to keep them afloat. Like, with Cooper Rush is not somebody that I'm afraid of. He executes an offense very well.
He's fine. He's good, but he's not Lamar Jackson.
In fact, we've seen Cooper Rush. Did we not see Cooper Rush last year with the Cowboys? We've seen him, but you also see him eventually and sit him down, especially with the way that offensive line for the Baltimore Ravens, it didn't hold up. Like, Lamar Jackson was running for his life. It's part of the reason why he ends up injured. And Cooper Rush ain't running the same way that Lamar is.
No, he isn't. And John Harbaugh spoke today, and he damn near said this is our get-right game. So there's that as well.
You want to hear it one more time?
Yeah.
Figgy, can you get this for me? This is John Harbaugh in talking about this game. and how the Texans stacked up. Of course, this is before we on the outside knew that Lamar Jackson was unlikely to play on Sunday.
Texans game on Sunday, be at home, and we're going to look at all the things we need to do to be the best we can be in that game. And there's a lot of factors, a lot of things we're dealing with, for sure, like a lot of teams are, I'm sure. But that'll be our opportunity to get going and get our momentum going a little bit. And that's a really good team. I've just been watching them on tape. The Texans defense is playing at a high level, very aggressive, very fast, very well coached. A lot of good players, a lot of good pass rushers, good coverage guys, playing good football. Then offensively, obviously, young quarterback, working to find their way in a little bit, running the ball, good backs, trying to play complementary football with their defense. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Forget the last part because that was sort of interesting on its own. But he said flat out, that'll be an opportunity to get going and get our momentum going a little bit. That's a shot. That is a shot at the Texans. Like, this is our get right game.
Now this does make me think, and I see you 281. Let's not forget they still have Derrick Henry, guys. I have my reasons for actually about Derrick Henry versus the team. However, you can easily see that offense with Todd Monken going, well, all right, no Lamar Jackson, we are going to try and run our asses off, and we are going to try and maximize our opportunities at running the football. They're going to have to really hone in on the physicality of what they bring and making sure that they tackle, because that is a tackle breaker over there in Derrick Henry.
For sure. And I went through the numbers earlier, and it was earlier in his career, about 3 or 4 years ago, but he had a 5-game stretch of over 200 yards per game against the Texans. Different team, different coach, et cetera. But Derrick Henry, just seems to have it against the Texans. I'm still worried about Derrick Henry for obvious reasons. He's awesome. Now, he didn't have the best game this past weekend, but he is an awesome back that is difficult to tackle. But boy, even that changes. Just the way that you can, defend. You can trust your cornerbacks. Cooper Rush is going to get the ball out quickly because of the pass rush and their weak offensive line. It even helps you. The Lamar Jackson injury even helps you against Derrick Henry immensely. Just because of the cornerbacks are going to be able to cover up. They're going to get rid of the ball quickly. Their offensive line is going to give up some pressure. So you can maybe have some more guys up on the line, et cetera, for Derrick Henry.
Does it not feel, though, that this might put a little bit more pressure on that offense to, one, you have to make sure that travels, right? Hey, good thing that you were able to do this against Tennessee. We can also talk about how Tennessee isn't that good. But also, that's at home, right? Now you're going to travel to what is an adverse environment there in Baltimore. And then also, there's pressure on you to make sure that, I know Aziz in the locker room, the idea of, hey, time of possession mattered to this team and to this defense, making sure you keep them off the field. Like that's also going to be part of it, making sure that you can maintain the football so you give your defense an opportunity in what might be a grinded out type game, the best opportunity to stop a Derrick Henry.
No, and we talked about it when we were doing the Jeff Van Gundy, don't ignore in victory thing. The one thing that does concern me is this offense, even more so than your average NFL team, just has to be perfect in order to really excel and give those opportunities to CJ to make the reads and make the big throws. Everybody wants to play clean, but it seems like this offense has to be absolutely perfect. You go on the road, as you said, might be a different factor.
Yeah, it's very, very intriguing. But the news that we got today of Lamar Jackson likely not playing on Sunday has changed the lines on betting odds, and it really seems like the Texans have found a new level of fortune here headed into Week 5. And reminder, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 5 matchup that's gotten juicier between the Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And with that, I thank D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living?
Living pretty good, man. And it looks like the Texans are living kind of good right now.
Man, Lamar Jackson is worth 8 points on the line.
Is that what it swung?
6.5 they were favored. Then there was some doubt about his health and went down to 3.5, 2.5.
Oh, wow.
Wait, isn't that 6 on just that particular swing? When we get
it went 6.5 favored to 2.5 underdog.
Okay, I guess you're saying that the doubt was what pushed it to 3.5?
Or 9. He's worth that much by himself.
Wow, I know he's valuable.
Is it him? Because here in the last day they've lost Roquan.
Well, there's a lot.
Humphrey,
Yeah, you're right.
They've lost him. Obviously, he's the big one.
The line usually swings on the quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rob Gronkowski.
He
swung a line 2 points once.
Yeah.
That was the most we had seen since the quarterback when he came out.
Yeah. That's something.
Yeah. It's, if anybody's going to do it, it's that guy. Hell, I'm on record. He should win if he's healthy and playing. He should win the MVP every damn year, given what he the fear he puts in opponents.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, even before they got to this particular place with their injuries, they weren't playing a great brand of football. And thinking about Kansas City, who's obviously getting to playing better football. The question I asked John Lopez, I want to turn to you guys. How many teams do you know are good right now in the NFL? I'm just interested in how you guys look at it, because it feels like, especially in the AFC, it's a much smaller group than it felt like coming into the season, where it was like, oh, you got these teams that you know for sure and some more teams that are possibles. It feels a lot smaller of a group than it previously was.
Well, there doesn't appear to be a great team. I think that's the big thing, right? There doesn't appear to be a great team, because you can look at clear warts on every team. Even like the Buffalo play somebody. I mean, when you start to look at their schedule, I mean, I almost find it impossible. A first place team has the schedule that they have.
Yeah.
I mean, they are. I mean, and even in their schedule defensively, they have shown some real struggles. So, I think Buffalo's good. I think
it's Buffalo and Detroit.
I think Philadelphia is good.
Do you guys see this stat that I saw today that has been boggling my mind? They lead the league in 3-and-outs. Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Lead the league in 3-and-outs while also being 4-0.
Yeah, they're 4-0, but I mean they're good. I think the Chiefs are good. I think the Bucks are good. I think the Rams are good. I think because there aren't any great teams, the Super Bowl potential contender list has opened up more.
Yeah,
I think there's a bunch of good teams, and no one has shown to be great yet.
That's interesting. Well, if you're right in that does also in some ways open up the situation where if the Texans can get their act together, they can join that group of good teams that are maybe trying to push for Super Bowl contention.
Let's not get aggressive, but yes.
Well, that if is doing a lot of work.
Yeah,
I will say.
Let's not get aggressive. And to be honest with you, other things that we're learning, and Clint, I mean, hey, this division that they're in is a lot better than we thought. I think both the Colts and the Jags surprised me a bit this week.
Agreed.
The Colts should not have lost that game, but you could look at him and you can see, I mean, it is literally like not just like bad call stuff. It is literally, hey, I dropped the ball before I got across the end zone. Is what cost them the game. Or I had a hole that I didn't need to have. Same player, Rich Point High School's own A.D. Mitchell. Same like they look for real. And then I didn't have the Jags walking into
nobody did.
San Francisco and really controlling that game the whole way. And I'm telling you, we laughed. That weird dude is something weird.
I said it yesterday,
but there's something about him.
I've turned. I thought they don't worry about him and the whole Duval stuff.
We did tell you in the moment not to do that, though.
Yeah.
Don't worry about him.
Oh, you're sure, but I wasn't.
William,
Guy's got a little spunk to him, man. He's got a little spunk.
William or Liam, I'm not sure. Liam, he had me convinced. Hell,
I hadn't thought about that either.
I don't know.
He just might be able to kill Robert
could whoop his ass. Like when you look at him,
he's a big dude.
When you look at him, Robert Saleh, like he beat he don't want that.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. The way he approached is Liam approached like he's been in fights often.
I agree, 100%.
Like there was a level of confidence of, yeah, man. I've been into some fights.
Or
there was some overconfidence.
The same way you would if you had two goons on your back.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
No, I'm with Sean.
I don't know. There's sometimes you can feel hey, man, hold me back.
Yeah.
Liam didn't look like he had. Liam hit him with that Birdman. No, he had that. Yeah. I didn't know Liam. If you told me when Liam Cohen gets mad, is he going to say, keep my name out your mouth? Or did I have him with the... Hey, look. look here, pal. I had Liam in that range.
Wow,
I did not have
dude.
Liam in. Hey, keep my name out your mouth, Bob. I didn't have that.
That's inappropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Step up to the plate, Robert.
I said this to Clint when I saw it. I feel like the dude who goes, "I'm going to bleep and kill you," is trying to put on a little bit more, and he might not be ready for what actually comes of that.
I don't know. I'm
feel
going to
like
show
that's
on
the
this. I said it
overconfidence
yesterday.
on it.
Like all of a sudden, I'm like, hey man, this guy's got it. This guy's got something.
Look, I commend him for even going across there and saying it.
Yeah.
Especially after you beat him, right?
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was going to say that.
I do feel like he had that in the tub regardless.
If that's an empty stadium and I ain't got goons on my back, I don't know if I'm walking across. I don't know if I'm as brave.
Yeah. Again, I think you're probably right.
Even if I like to fight, I mean, I got my job on the line. The cameras are everywhere. Even if I like to fight and I feel like I could whoop that big joker.
Yeah, but like to fight guys don't give a damn about the camera and stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Like you did. You had a whole lot to lose in that bar that you pushed that guy. You pushed that guy to fight you.
I at least thought I stepped outside the lights. He was on a 50-yard line.
I'm just saying, you're probably right. Liam just convinced me. I've watched it 60 times.
I know.
Liam convinced me. Hey, man, that dude.
Yeah.
I'm certain he would get his ass stopped.
Tell you, the more important thing is he convinced his team.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fair. It does seem like
somebody walked up, hey, coach, hey, man.
Damn, coach, you've been telling us to keep our cool, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
I thought he was going to hit a spin move on that lineman to get back over there. I got mixed up.
Pull the old Isaiah Stewart.
Who was saying what? I got mixed up. Somebody said, I will end you.
He said, I will bleep and kill you. I was like, hey, yo, that's not fighting words at that point. Like, that's pure hate.
That is a threat. I told a guy that one night at a bar in Nashville, and they arrested me for it.
Did they?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, he pressed charges. Had to drive all the way back to Nashville just to get him dismissed. Absolutely.
Oh, my gosh.
It's called verbal assault, boys.
That's right. I
had 3 of them charged all in one night. It's 3 guys.
It was a good night.
Well, they were all picking on one of my partners. I said, I tell you what, y'all are tough in a group, but one at a time, y'all step out here and we'll see who's tougher. I said, I'll kill every one of you sons. One at a time. And they said, charges. They came and got me out of another bar.
What?
All jokes. An hour later, I'm sitting downstairs in Printer's Alley in Nashville with my toes up.
Oh,
Cops come in there and say, hey, which one of y'all? I said, well, yeah, it's me. Come on up here, man. We got to.
I've thrown up multiple times. I
swear to God. I had to drive 5.5 hours back to go to court. I stood up.
And I bet you really wanted to kill him at that point.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had good reason to go back to Nashville and party.
I bet you did. Right. I bet you did. All right, fellas, let's get out your way. Let you guys get off and running here on a Tuesday. You're listening to KLTA AM. KLTA and Sports Station right now. The Drive is live.
It is live. You brought me back to Printer's Alley. That little bar in the cut back there. Right
down in the basement is where they got me. That's where they found me.
Did they?
Yeah, that's where they found the subject.
God, man, I have thrown up multiple times in Printer's Alley. Wow.
Hold on, so.
That is that was a time back there, boy. How about that? All right, the Drive is live. There's Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner in the back. As you can see him on YouTube and Twitch, he's right there for you to say hello to. A lot to get to. It is a tape drop Tuesday. We will get there, but Clint, just in case people are just jumping in with us, we were discussing it just a bit there, but Brian Wacker.
God. Oh, Wacker.
That is. Are we
sure that's Wacker?
It is. I mean, it's.
What else could it be, right?
It's Wacker. It could be Wacker. I think it's Wacker.
Can it be Waker?
I'm just saying at this point in juncture, I'm going first, and my middle name is gonna be my last name. I would be Ron Charles at that point. Whatever, and Brian just embraced the Wacker. But God, dog, man.
I forget most outside of the city of Houston that I don't know personally. I will never forget Brian Wacker from Baltimore.
Brian Wacker.
10 years from now, you bring up Wacker. I'm going to say that old boy from Baltimore.
Brian, yeah.
You talking about Tally or Brian?
Yeah, there you go, Brian, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. Again, somebody, maybe a grandfather, someone changed their last name to Wacker. I don't believe that there are multiple generation of Wackers. I believe somebody.
No, there definitely is. Just not.
It just started, man. Come on, man.
There's a world full of whackers.
However that started, nah, man, I'm not going with whacker. Davis, is that taken? Milner, is that taken? Just, whacker, not doing it. Anyway, Brian Whacker of the Baltimore Sun said Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson could be out up to 2 to 3 weeks and is likely to miss Sunday's game against the visiting Houston Texans with a hamstring injury. 2 sources with direct knowledge of the situation confirmed that to Brian Whacker and of the Baltimore Sun. So not only could he miss this game, he could be missing 2 to 3 weeks, which means it would be Cooper Rush time. And I am going to try to not jump quick to a conclusion, and I'm going to kind of try to wait this out a little bit. But obviously, when we talked about the guys out, Matabuke, their best defensive lineman, out. Roquan Smith, their best linebacker, out. Marlon Humphrey, their best corner, out. Hell, Nate Wiggins, who had been playing probably a little bit better than him, he's up in the air as he got carted off with an elbow injury. He was there. They were holding it set after he came out of the game on Sunday. See, up here with their left tackle, Ronnie Stanley, their best offensive lineman. So they've got some problems, but obviously this is a whole different ball game with Lamar Jackson and has changed the line in this game, as you heard from In the Loop, and completely changes the tenor of this game for the Texans, Clint.
Yeah, in a major way. I mean, you go from having to defend the I would say one of maybe 2 or 3 players in the league that there's really no defense for. I mean, you talk about a guy that's got some pretty sick arm talent. He's got a lot of experience in the league. And, I mean, he is as electric with his legs as anybody, not any quarterback, but anybody in the league. You go from having to figure out how to defend that guy and slow that guy down with one of the best, if not the best running back in the game, coming downhill at you in Derrick Henry, to, boy, you got a pretty vanilla offense that you're going to face this week, given all the injuries. So, it's an absolute game changer. I mean, if you're the Houston Texans, you got to be looking up and going, thank you, football gods, right now.
Take advantage of this.
Sitting at 1-3, you're in a rough spot, and you were staring down the barrel of Baltimore, Lamar Jackson. I mean, it was going to be a tough hill to climb, and now it looks like now you're still going to play a really, really good organization that is, yes, right now people are banging on their defense. Right now people are talking about this team and the start that they're off to. But if you look at their opponents, they played 3 of the 4 games. They've played 3 of the best teams in football, in Kansas and Buffalo, and they have not been great, but they have played some absolute horses relative to opponents.
With the exception of the Kansas City game, they were in all of them.
Yeah. I mean, so
they had second half leads in all of them.
Yeah, man. So I this is still a very healthy organization, but yeah, with all these injuries right now, the Texans are going to have as good an opportunity as you're ever going to have to beat the Baltimore Ravens in their backyard come Sunday afternoon. There's no doubt about it, Ron. The football gods are shining down on the Texans right now in a big way.
All right, that's one we will keep an eye on the rest of the week. Lamar Jackson likely to miss this game and maybe a couple of weeks.
By the way, this is one of those where I just talked about how healthy the organization is. You really got to question what the brass in Baltimore's doing with Cooper Rush being your backup quarterback for Lamar Jackson.
It's odd. You have to change completely change the offense.
Think about it right now. If you just had a guy that was electric with his legs and
you did what Washington does.
Shoot with his arm.
Washington has Marcus Mariota as the backup, and their offense didn't look a whole lot different than it.
But if you've got they've had guys there in the past that were skill set comparable. Now they weren't nearly as electric or nearly as good as Lamar, obviously, but skill set comparable. So you don't change. Like right now, going into this game, if you just had a quarterback that could hurt you with his legs, like you're still a pretty scary offense with the running game that you have, with the O-line that you have, with the tight ends. The game that you have. I mean, pose zero threat. He's going to sit back in the pocket and try. They're going to try to run the football and then try to play action you. and hope he can execute that. I mean, and I'm not knocking Cooper Rush. I just think the system that you're in, just warrants a guy that can hurt you with his legs so that you can keep things as similar as possible. If Lamar does go down, it's just wild to think that an organization say, "Yeah, we're gonna roll with Cooper Rush." That's it. In today's world,
they hadn't really done that either. They hadn't had that type of quarterback as his backup for the most. Like they had Huntley.
They've always had, not always, but they've had some guys in there that can move with their legs. But again, in today's world, I mean, you could draft guys late that played a lot of college football but are mobile, and you got something to work with there. It's not like I'm not talking about going out and getting a first-round pick or even a high-paid veteran. I mean, you find somebody that has that skill set. Needless to say, being a Texans fan, I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad it's Cooper Rush, and he is going to threaten zero with his legs.
Yeah, it changes the entire game. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with this matchup we were just talking about, the Texans and the Ravens. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, it is a Tape Drop Tuesday, Clint. What did you see? What did you see from the film this week?
Well, a lot of good. And again, I tried to view this, Ron, through the lens of, hey, what trail – what can we really sink our teeth into versus, boy, this was just because the Tennessee Titans ain't worth a damn. And I got to start with the guy that I've been the most critical of and the hardest on, and that's Dalton Schultz. It was better than I thought, boys. We all know he made himself available as he has been, but just C.J. Stroud relied on him and gave him the football in the pass game, which I think changed the whole complexion of the offense, the whole dynamic of the offense. Now you're staying ahead of the chains. Now you're baiting the defense down to do what they ultimately did, which was hit shots over the top. I think it was instrumental in what they want this offense to look like, and Dalton Schultz accomplished that. No doubt that he could if CJ would go to him. There was also the one shot that CJ missed, which wasn't as egregious as I thought it was, but it's still a ball that CJ has to throw better and at least give us a chance. There was also another shot play where, I mean, it is designed perfectly. Tip the cap to Nick Caley. It is designed perfectly where they clear out an alleyway for Dalton Schultz, and he runs kind of a shoot route up the hash, up the top of the numbers, really. And I'm talking about it is absolute money, and CJ couldn't get back to him, but he was there. Point is, Dalton Schultz had a good day, 5 catches, 6 targets. It very easily could have been 6 catches, 75, 80 yards, instead of 5 for 30 or whatever the heck it was. It very easily could have been twice the production and from a yardage perspective. That Dalton Schultz that were left on the field. But boys, the blocking from 86. The blocking from Dalton Schultz.
The blocking, not just the pass.
Ron, blocking from Dalton Schultz. And I'm talking about effort. I'm talking about, moving your feet, staying attached. It looked like there was a different dude wearing 86. And not once. It was multiple times. It took me back because I have been told by people that I trust that the game, particularly run blocking at all levels, is being taught different, so you see a softer version of run blocking at the NFL level. It looked like somebody turned back the clock on Dalton Schultz. There's multiple plays, Ron, where he got his mitts on folks, he got his helmet in their chest, he continued to push, he continued to strain, and it showed big time. There was no just shielding and looking around. There was get your guy, block your guy, and make sure he stays out of the play multiple times. Man, I got to tip my cap to 86. I got to tip my cap to Dalton Schultz. That's what the hell I've been looking for, and that's what I'm talking about.
So that's
$12 million worth of tight end right there, partner.
You're saying it wasn't just good for Dalton Schultz. No. It was good for any tight end.
It was. Now I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not on here ranting and raving about it today because it was Dalton Schultz, but it was a really good job overall throughout the game by the tight end, and it was none of that just shielding crap that we've gotten used to seeing him and a lot of other guys do. There was none of that. Clearly somebody has talked to Dalton Schultz and said, "Hey, man, you got to get your mitts on people. You got to drive folks. You got to drive them until the whistle blows. No more of this just shielding and looking around stuff." Clearly, now I hope it translates to the next game, but clearly in this game, he had zero fear of anybody on that defense because he grabbed up a couple of guys and did work. It was Dalton Schultz should feel like a $12 million man today because it was a beautiful performance.
All right, I want to hear your thoughts on what you saw from C.J. Stroud and possibly the offensive line. Let's do that. Coming up on the other side, it is a Tape Drop Tuesday. We do this the day after every game that all 22 comes out, and Clint takes a look at what he saw on the film. He's already loving what he saw from Dalton Schultz.
CA6.
CJ had him a nice day, his best game in a while. Offensive line looked pretty good for the most part, too. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw on a Tape Drop Tuesday from CJ and the line. That's coming up next.
Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Check it out, man. I've dealt with a lot of paint contractors over my time with flip houses, with my own homes, with rental properties. And I'm telling you, Serta Pro Painters, they're the best in the business, man. They knocked out a couple of projects at my house. They just knocked out a flip house for me, and I'm just amazed.
Streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Big news. It looks like Lamar Jackson, according to the Baltimore Sun and Brian Wacker, it looks like Lamar Jackson Sunday potentially is likely to miss the game against the Texans. So that is the big news of the morning coming up in Sunday's huge game for the Texans. They may have to play the Ravens with Cooper Rush as the starting quarterback. So that is, but it is also a tape drop Tuesday, and I know you had a lot of praise for Dalton Schultz. Text line coming in said Schultz must be listening to 610. That's got to be what it is. But what was it that you saw after watching it a second time with C.J. Stroud?
Well, look, I thought he clearly had a low to high approach, and he executed it well. In other words, he was looking at the underneath stuff. He was getting to them. Sometimes eliminating the deeper shots pre-snap and just getting directly to them, which is what veteran quarterbacks do. And ultimately, it's what has to happen if this offense is going to have a chance to grow roots here in Houston. If Nick Caley has any chance whatsoever, it's going to have to be a crazy amount of commitment to playing the game low to high from the quarterback perspective, and obviously executing it well. And he, without a doubt, did that. I think this was a game that was much needed for him to go in with that frame of mind, to execute it well, to have the explosion in the fourth quarter was huge. To understand how important it is to play that style of quarterback in this particular offense, to then have the shots open up, and when the shots did open up, boy, they opened up bigger than Christmas, right? They were obvious. This is where I'm working, and they were, relatively speaking, they were easy throws to make for C.J. Stroud. Collins gets over the top with no safety help. He's got a 3 or 4 yard lead on Snead, the corner, with no deep help, no safety interfering. You look at Higgins. Higgins gets over the top versus a press slot corner. The safety was inched over towards Nico Collins. No deep help whatsoever. I mean, it's thoughtless. It's effortless. It's just, I mean, get the ball to him, and you're throwing it to a receiver that's got a 17, 18 foot, wing, a catch radius there. That's ridiculous. So, not just, I'm trying to, Ron, explain why it's so important that the quarterback work low to high. Is it protects the offensive line. It keeps him healthy. It keeps us ahead of the chains, and it opens up the shots down the field. It does all. That's why I've always, since I've been in this chair in this studio, I've always harped on screen game, quick game. You got to be really good in those areas, and if you are, you can slow down a rush. If you are, you can protect your quarterback. If you are, your offensive line doesn't have to be great. And the byproduct of it is, at some point in the game, those DBs and those linebackers, that's human nature, they start biting down, going, oh, he's going to get it out quick. I can undercut this one. I can get to it. I can jump this route. I can jump that route. And next thing you know, bang, over the top, 7 points. Easy read, easy adjustment, and you're getting your young guys involved. It was tremendous, right? The shots were set up perfectly. They were timed perfectly. And by the way, anybody out there that's messages yesterday, without a doubt, you can see it clear as day on the film. C.J. Stroud audibled. He motioned, I believe it was Hutchinson across the line of scrimmage, across the ball, right to left, which left Higgins, and I can't remember who it was outside, to his right. Clearly the slot was pressed. He chops his ribs, which signaled Higgins the slot fade with the outside receiver stepping on the toes of the DB out there to make sure you get his eyes and his attention on you and he doesn't fall off underneath the slot fade, and it was absolutely money. So I thought he was tremendous, Ron, and I think this is the best version of CJ. Like, this is the most convincing version of CJ Stroud that I've seen since his rookie year.
I was going to say, especially yesterday, that was the closest we saw of him since the rookie year, where he seemed to be decisive in his decisions, and many times knew where he was going before the snap.
Well, you can read things out, and you can read them properly. And let's say Dalton Schultz is second or third in your read. Let's say you got a high-low with Dalton Schultz underneath, and you got a deep over route, and you're trying to hit it in on the hash or between the hash and the number, right? If you work that high to low, Dalton Schultz is going to be standing there, having created separation, and you're going to give the linebacker a chance to recover, right? And if you read it low to high, if Dalton Schultz separates, you give him the ball right now, you protect everybody on the field. Yeah, you potentially miss the chunk play, but you protect everybody else on the field, including your offensive coordinator. And so, like, that was, and then you pick and choose when you want to hold the ball. You pick and choose when you want to throw low percentage throws. You pick and choose when you want to take shots instead of trying to determine that when you're in the huddle. CJ was really, really good. He did miss a couple of other throws that I thought were throws that he will typically make. Whether there was reads that he missed, a couple that I think he will make in the future, which, again, will put him up to 300 yards and 3 touchdowns type deal. But I think that'll come with time. That's to be expected when you're installing a new offense.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, that was the most encouraging thing. What about the offensive line? Because we've seen a lot of movement. We've seen the Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs thing. Is this a situation where they should probably stop with the switching? As one, a lot of people feel like Juice has really made himself clear to be the guy there.
Well, I mean, the problem with Juice is when Juice misses, not that Laken's above this, but when Juice misses, boy, he misses big. I mean, it's just like whiff, and next thing you know, he's blowing up a run, right? So,
God, who was that screwed up the Jeffrey Simmons thing? Where Jeffrey Simmons just came, I mean.
That was Ingram in the center. Andrews went right. Let me get this right. I'm sorry, Andrews. It was Ingram himself. The whole offensive line went right. Ingram went left. Ingram literally ran smack dab into Ariante Ursher. Like, they ran into each other, and so it was just a free A-gap rush. That was just a mental mistake. It happens.
We don't like that.
I think it was Ingram. Was it?
Maybe Ed ran into Titus.
Yeah. It was the right guard is Ingram, right? Yeah. So it was Ingram. He went. It was Titus. You're right. It was Ingram running into Titus instead of. Anyway, it was a blow by one of the guards. So it was just a mental mistake. I'm not worried about it at all. Unfortunately, it happened early in the game, but I'm not worried about it at all. But the offensive line I thought was tremendous. I thought the offensive line, with the exception of maybe 2 plays, I think they kept Simmons from wrecking the game. And Simmons is a guy, regardless of how good his team is or isn't, regardless of how good the defense that he's playing on is or isn't, he is a guy that from an interior perspective can absolutely wreck a game. He's a guy that can wreck a pocket, can create a lot of chaos around your quarterback.
He looked like he was on his way to doing it too early.
Well, he had a couple of he had some plays. Don't get me wrong,
but they kind of squeezed him down.
Yeah,
the last
look,
3 quarters.
I thought in particular, Ron, I thought the double teams from the offensive line were tremendous. If you want to talk about the punch from whoever's helping in the double team was good. The movement that they were getting was really good. I've told you again, since I've been here, really, like, the offensive line, the inability to ever move anybody with a double team has blown my mind, right? There's no movement. Then you watch other teams and there's a ton of movement, right? And then so I was looking for that in particular, and man, it was good, man. Whether it was Juice and Andrews or Tomlinson and Andrews or Ingram and Andrews, like the interior O-line doubling down linemen and getting movement up to – because what happens, man, is when you get that movement, now when I'm an offensive lineman and I'm coming off of that double team to the linebacker, it's boom, boom. It's right there my face. Get movement. Now, as a guard, when I come off, now I got to try to catch this linebacker in space. Now, he's got a two-way go on me. I got to try to catch him in space. It's significantly more difficult. When you get the movement on your double team, now it's literally you're half a step and you're in the grill of the linebacker who has a one-way go because you've already cut off two different directions moving that double team. So it's just critical that they get that accomplished. They did it Sunday, and I don't know how much it's going to transition, into a better opponent, because I do think that Tennessee got a lot of quit in them, but it was good to see it happen on film versus another team. I can tell you that.
Yeah, they got better. They improved and got better. All right, coming up, I think we are finally potentially getting closer to more understanding on one of the, I would say, the most unusual situations surrounding the Texans. We'll talk about that coming up next.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, I know Tyler is, and I don't completely believe him. And I believe Tyler believes this in his heart right now, but I don't completely believe him because Tyler's a sportsman. But Tyler said he is out on watching any baseball playoffs. Not going to watch any of the games.
Won't watch a second.
Have you turned the channel have you turned the TV? Yes, you don't. You don't even have it on.
When I was in the prep studio, I saw first pitch coming up for whatever two Dingo squads are playing. I saw first pitch about to start, and I changed it.
Well, you missed a great game. The Tigers and the Guardians. Sorry, Bob. The Tigers and the Guardians, 2-1. Scooble again dominant, 7 2/3. And in game one, they're one game away from moving on to the divisional series. I mean, I can understand it's going to hurt for a little bit, but you got to get in. I believe by the time we get to the LCSs, I think you'll click it on, Tyler.
I am more likely not to watch any of the CSs. I would think.
I don't know, man. I love some good playoff baseball. And maybe for you, and I know you haven't, and some of you, it's been a while since 2016. You're just not quite. I'm pretty used to my team not being in the playoffs. So I've got a lot of experience of just moving on.
I was in my early 20s.
Moving on with this thing.
This is a month early.
Yeah, it is.
This is a month early for us, man. I got to turn to them Texans, man. Them Texans and them Rockets, man. We got to get them Texans rolling.
You're gonna jump in. You'll catch it. You'll catch Red Sox Yankees.
I'll catch the highlights.
You don't think you'll slide in for a game? You will. I bet you will too.
I really won't watch second.
Now I know you're not going to watch. I know you're not going to watch 9. Hell, I don't think you're going to watch 7.
I mean, the thing is, throughout the week there's nothing on. So I mean, if you want to catch sports, it's got to be obviously non-Astro baseball right now. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to pay real close attention and know exactly what's going on.
By the way, this would be a sickening way to lose. If you're in Cleveland, I got to sit down in my seat for a little bit. I mean, they're down 2-1 in the 9th inning. They get a grounder on the second base side of the base. Baez spikes it into the ground, and they get the tying run all the way to third with nobody out, and they lost. By the way,
sounds like Cleveland to me.
By the way, Ramirez gets thrown out in a pickle. Trying to get home on a grounder to the pitcher, trying to get home on a grounder to the pitcher, and he got his ass thrown out.
Crying ass shame, man. You got a runner on third, no outs, down 1, bottom 9, and the ball never leaves the infield.
It sucks to suck.
They go strikeout, ground out to the pitcher, pop out to, I believe, the second baseman or shortstop. I mean, it just whoo. I tell you what, I'd be sick. I'd be sick.
I couldn't. I'd have to wait a second to grab my keys. I just had to sit there for a little bit. I let these kids out of school for this.
Luckily, the game started early enough. You can sit there. You can sit there as long as you'd like.
What did they probably get blasted in that parking lot? They're probably going out there. They're going to hit. We've been down there. They're going to hit that casino right now. That whole downtown area. That is about.
They got plenty of spots to go cheat. They can take the kids to a couple of them spots.
Yeah, they can. They can.
Tell the wife you're going to be home later. This is going to be a little longer afternoon than I thought.
Yeah, this got away from.
The guy is drunk.
All right. So I think we got a little bit of clarity now. Not really. From was asked about it yesterday about Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon obviously eligible to come off the what is he on the NU or what is he on the non-performance one of them PUP lists?
NFI?
NFI. Yeah, he's able to come off the NFI PUP after 4 games, but when D'Amico was asked about it, he just moved on to Danico Autry and Smith instead of addressing that. But later on, Aaron Wilson reports D'Amico Ryans specifically indicated that Joe Mixon is not ready to return at this time. Per sources, it will be much longer, if at all, for Mixon to get back on the field this season. So the timeline real quick. July 23rd, Joe Mixon was placed on the NFI list in a walking boot, expected to be okay fairly soon, coming from the Texans. August 25th, Mixon is not activated from the NFI list, so guaranteed he would miss the first 4 games with some type of lower leg ankle injury is what was reported. Weeks leading up to the season, anonymous inside sources are telling people that Mixon will potentially miss the whole season. No details outside of that. And then yesterday we get this from Aaron Wilson about he's not going to be ready and could be much longer. I guess I throw this out to all of you. You the last time in a Texans uniform?
Yeah, I think we've seen Joe Mixon for the last time.
No, God!
I think so. Yeah.
I think there is obviously an injury, but there is some level of trust that has been broken. There's some level of relationship that has been fractured. I think it's this is not the typical D'Amico Ryans. Hey man, look, we're going to worry about the players that are here that can play for us. There is clearly we're disgusted. We don't want to talk about it. We're out on Joe Mixon. There's an out, after this season anyway. And I think that probably plays a part. Look, Ron, I'm still at a point where, and I'm just trying to connect some dots here.
Because that's all we're left to do.
Yeah, right. I mean, I wonder if the Texans are going to try to recoup some of the millions of dollars that they're having to pay him this year.
It does feel like it's that bad, right? It feels like this isn't just football injury.
I don't think it's coincidence that what has leaked has been that Joe Mixon hurt his foot outside of Texans control and then chose to go outside of Texans control medically and get some level of rehab, and I believe it was some kind of shots outside of Texans control, and those shots may have not taken well or the injury didn't heal, and it's a lot of money to eat with a player that just is obviously going to go rogue and go do his own thing. Now, I don't sure if
and
all,
again,
if
we're
all
just
that,
putting things together.
Yeah, I'm just connecting dots. I mean, look, if this were my man had a foot injury and he was involved in all the Texans offseason, their doctors were taking care of everything. Their whatever their treatments were didn't take, and he was still injured, I believe you would see Joe Mixon in the facility. I believe you would see Joe Mixon at practice. I believe there would be a different tone when people talk about Joe Mixon. At this point in time, Joe Mixon's talked about like he's never going to play with the Texans, like he's not even an option this season, like they don't even know what he's up to and where he's at and what he's doing. And so
he's in Oklahoma as far as they
that's
they hope he's well, though.
We hope he's well. We miss him. Well, yeah, I mean, when you were rotating 4 running backs through there, I bet you don't miss him right now.
And it's been easy layup things like, hey, what are you missing from the leadership of Joe? We hope Joe is all right.
Yeah, man, I'm at a point, Ron, where I'm forget about the play-in. I'm curious to know whether the organization is going to try to recoup some of that money or not. I mean, I don't know that you want to make a habit of with your players of when they get injured of taking money back. I don't know that you want to. I don't know if it's worth. I don't know if that hill is worth the climb or that view is worth the climb necessarily for the Texans. But I do wonder if that's still out there in this Joe Mixon saga.
See, Tyler was saying this in my ear, and I thought it was really comparative. But Tyler, this one almost feels different. Tyler said this feels a lot like Christian Harris. I at least feel like, even though they were vague with the act like he didn't exist, that's fair. And we actually saw him around. Like there were times where he was standing, he wasn't practicing. We've not seen Joe Mixon personally since the Kansas City playoff game.
Need an APB.
Like he's not been standing there. I do remember one time we were at OTAs. Not even, I was going to say not even camp. OTAs. We're like, is that Mixon over there?
Well, that looks like him sweat.
That looks like his body type. And then we found out it wasn't. But it's even different than. I mean, they are going out of their way to not talk about him, to act like he doesn't exist. Like Tyler, I'd almost. What was it today? He was literally asked. They asked him about Joe Mixon, and he. I mean, like you said this the other day. If I were to tell you, all right, hey guys, this is what D'Amico Ryan said in regards to Joe Mixon. His response will never ever even lead you to believe that the question was about Joe Mixon. And he doesn't even acknowledge it. This was it. They asked him yesterday, what's the latest here with Joe Mixon?
Yeah, for the PUP guys are returning, it'll be Autry and Jay Reed.
That's what you get.
Like they're not. I mean, they're going out of their way to not even mention or talk about him. It is. I am completely with you. Yeah, I think there is a real injury. There is more to. There absolute more to this. Right. I mean, we've seen guys suspended. They'll talk about anybody. Yeah. It is something.
Well, I can't think of anything other than bucking the system and doing things your way medically that would put an organization in a spot where they don't cut you, but they act like they don't know you. You know what I mean? Like there's not like anything else is you get in trouble off the field, you go to jail, you break the law, you get caught, with PEDs or any kind of drug, whatever. Like you address it, you cut them, or you address it and do like they did with Jimmy Ward, and you keep him around.
They said more about Jimmy Ward.
Yeah. It's wild, man. It's wild.
They said more about Jimmy Ward.
That's the other part of it, Ron, that leads me to I think they've got to be really careful of what they say about Joe Mixon if indeed they do go back and try to recoup some of the money.
I agree with that.
It's the only thing that makes it make sense.
Yeah. Last night on the Coaches Show, which you should catch every Monday after us at 5 o'clock, D'Amico spoke about the offense and the offensive identity that we saw Sunday, and I think it poses a conversation we need to have. We'll do that coming up next.
Right now, y'all.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live here. A little playoff baseball that Tyler's not going to watch. One game in the books already. The Tigers, they win game one in the 3-game series on the road, 2-1. The Cy Young Award winner, potentially, probably going to win it for the second straight year. We'll see. Hunter Brown may have something to say about that. Tarek Skubal had him a big game, 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts, and they won 2-1. And Kyle Tucker and the Cubs are playing right now. They trail 1-0 against the Padres as full force the MLB playoffs. Yesterday at the coaches show, as I said, boy, you got to listen to it every single Monday after Sunday's game. We get out here at 5 o'clock because D'Amico Ryans and the coaches show takes over. He was talking about the offense and the offensive identity that hopefully they showed and can continue moving forward in the fourth quarter in the game on Sunday. Here was D'Amico.
Very close to what we want to do offensively. I think that's where you see CJ was able to get the ball out quicker. I think that's where he operates best. When the ball is out, it's on time. Receivers, just get the ball in their hands and let's see them create in space. Right, and those are the plays I think we have to lean into more. Run the ball, get the ball out quicker. I think that's a formula for us playing winning football as a team. Like, let's play good defense. Offense, let's sustain drives by getting completions, running the football, wearing teams out, like getting into some tempo. That worked well for us as well. We got in a couple tempo plays. We were able to convert, get 5 yards here on the pass, get a 3rd and 1 conversion. It's because we kind of wore the team out. And I think if we continue to lean in on that, the thing also that showed up is CJ made great decisions all day, right? Whether it was run alerts, pass alerts, he made great decisions, went to the right spot with the football a lot of times, made a lot of big plays for us, and he still has room to grow and get better. But from what we saw on Sunday, I think that's a good launch point for where we can continue to move forward.
All right, Clint, before we kind of get into the conversation here, watched Sunday and on film, is that what you saw as well? Did you agree with the assessment of the offense he gave?
Absolutely, 100%. I agree that's what this offense is striving to look like versus all opponents, not just the bad ones. I agree that C.J. Stroud, the version of quarterback that he played, is the best version of C.J. Stroud. It's when he's at his best, and ultimately those two are going to have to grow together. And the more often they can do what we watched Sunday, the more often they're going to be in games, and the more often they're going to win games. And with this defense, you don't have to be great. With this defense, it doesn't have to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we do need to see signs of it moving forward as we play better opponents and see a level of commitment. I've been saying it for years, since his rookie year. Like, this is the best version of C.J. Stroud. I know folks get tired of the dead horse that I beat all the damn time, but working low to high, the quicks, the screen game, all that stuff protects the offensive line, protects the quarterback, keeps you ahead of the chains. In this instance, protects the offensive play caller that's never done it before. And so, yeah, hell yeah, I agree with everything D'Amico just said.
Yeah, and I think, to me, when I watch, it really looks like the fourth quarter is when it really came together. And we saw a lot of production. I think we were seeing some of it, the first, 3 quarters, but the fourth quarter obviously is where the Texans separated. And I kind of think this is where I want to go with the conversation. 574-610, YouTube and Twitch can jump in as someone just texted in, come on, we were horrible going into the fourth quarter. I would say the tail end of that drive was happening at the end of the third quarter, but I get your point. They didn't. It was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter. And I would ask you all this. Fourth quarter is what we saw. Outscored the Titans 20-0. Stingley got the interception as well, turned that into points. Stroud had 2 passing touchdowns. The one where we heard him talk about, he checked into the play. You spoke about it earlier on the tape drop. Woody Marks had both of his touchdowns in that period. Got chunk plays from Woody Marks, chunk plays from Higgins. Was that fourth quarter enough to make you believe that the Texans can get this thing right, and that seeing that offense in the fourth quarter, that they can make a run to the playoffs?
The arrows pointed up.
Because going into that, Clint, they were 0-3, 6-0 with the Titans, and then they exploded and looked like a different team. Now the way this thing is shaken out, is that fourth quarter enough to make you believe that they can make a run to the playoffs?
Believe, no. No, I don't. I don't. I mean, I think it's still up to, are you the best team in this division right now? I mean, you got the Indianapolis Colts team that's over there scoring 30 at will with Daniel Jones. And so, it wasn't enough. I mean, it was a step in the right direction for me, Ron, to have a little bit of faith that this thing has a chance to take, and CJ is at least going to give it a Randall quarterback, and Nick Caley can draw some things up. And, there's like, it was good to see that some of that is in there. But if we discuss it in the context of does Sunday's fourth quarter give you hope, or give you confidence that this is a playoff caliber team and they can meet or exceed what they did the last 2 years? No, absolutely not. It was the Titans. They're terrible.
Because we know, even though it's the Titans, we know defensively, we've watched the Rams this year, and then we watched them play the Texans, and the Texans handle the Rams, right? 14 points, and we've watched them, right? We've watched the Bucs. And, the Bucs went crazy in the second half against the Eagles, another team that is thought to be a good defense. So we feel like we know what they're going to do defensively. And special teams-wise, you feel pretty good about what they're going to do. It is really the offense. And Cornbread here on YouTube says, if we could do what we did in the fourth quarter, then there is hope. I think they did find something. Now, I know it's the Titans, and I agree with you, and I think there is something that you had to give to that. But I do believe they at least found something, right? I think that's the quarter where it was like, man, Woody Marks looks good, but then Clint, bam, he made big-time plays in that fourth quarter. It's like, all right, man, maybe we found something there. Higgins getting separation like that. CJ, maybe the light going off there with controlling things and switching into that play. Chunk play right there. Maybe they found something. I know it's the Titans because I feel like we're going to be singing the same song if the offense has another good day against the depleted Baltimore Ravens defense. But I don't know. To me, when I look at the AFC, it gets funky, right? Like, yeah, the Jags and the Colts in your division are playing pretty well, but the Broncos are the Broncos and Chiefs are 2-2, and they're all right. The East is just, the Patriots, we'll see. I feel like you may be in that lane to where you got to find 7 playoff teams. If they found something like that offensively, and maybe it's not 20 points in a quarter, but maybe it's more than the 12 that they were putting out before, where they could win. Because that fourth quarter, they would have more wins if they played that offense the way they did in that fourth quarter. So I do believe there is, I'm with you, Cornbread, at least some hope there.
I can't view it through the lens of wins and playoffs. I can't. It didn't move the needle that much for me. I choose to view it through the product of Texans offensive football. And I was in a world of hurt, in a really bad place, and to be honest with you, had next to zero confidence going into last week's game, and really going into last week's fourth quarter as I'm sitting in the
half, you weren't probably too great either.
Yeah, so this gives me hope that some of the players and some of the coaches that we have analyzed so closely, justifiably so, have a severely low amount of confidence in their ability to do their job at a high level. I will agree that the needle was moved significantly on Sunday. just the overall product that was the youth. Like, I was at a point where I was like, hey, man, Nick Caley might get his ass fired by midseason.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if D'Amico's going to sit around and watch another offense just, another year go by where your offense is the reason you can't.
Hell, he gave up play calling defensively.
His defense right now is setting records, and you're 1-3. Like, I don't know how D'Amico is going to sit and watch this. What I saw this past Sunday and when I watched the film, I could see where D'Amico sits in his office and goes, yeah, it's just be patient. It's coming. Them first 3 weeks, there's a reason why he gave up play calling and decided he was going to put his eyes and all of his attention on the offense. But that Sunday film, I think there's a little bit of hope there, yeah.
Yeah, text line coming in. Real question, was it enough to make CJ believe? He's been walking around looking doom and gloom with no confidence. Was the fourth quarter enough to give him his confidence? I think that is actually a fair thought. Did that lift his confidence? Because there's been a level of indecisiveness with him on the field in his play and throws that, we've seen here lately that wasn't the case when he first arrived here.
It's not easy.
And he looks like he has lost some of his confidence. It did. And in order to say, bam, I switched out of a play and I got a touchdown out of it. We heard D'Amico say in the coaches show how gratifying that is as a player when you look at something, you see it, and then it turns into what it did. So I do think that is another piece of it. Does he come into the Baltimore game after that fourth quarter saying, all right, starting to feel this thing, starting to get this and understanding this offense, the guys around it, and he plays with much more confidence moving forward? I think that goes into it too, because you're right. The lead guy has not looked very confident in maybe not only himself, but also not confident in what's going on around him, and even it appears at times maybe the offense.
Well, I think that's precisely why this game was needed. Like, forget the opponent. We know the opponent was garbage, but the quarterback, as I've said a million times, I think any player that produces points, any game where they record points, to see points go up on the scoreboard at the end of a drive, whether it's touchdowns or field goals, is a very rewarding thing. It is momentum, confidence, trust. It builds it all, man. And so any way you can get that, I think is absolutely huge. And CJ's only human. He would not be, if he weren't frustrated mightily after week 3 at sitting at 0-3, then something would have been wrong with CJ. Now, when you look how this game went, like, this is a great teaching tape for CJ Stroud. If CJ Stroud, which I firmly believe, I firmly believe that CJ wasn't wholeheartedly 100% bought into playing the boring brand of football and checking the ball down and getting the ball out quick. And I don't know that CJ Stroud was a believer that he was part of the problem why he's getting sacked and getting his head knocked off as much as anybody in the league. Now you watch that game.
He played it.
You watch that game and you played the way that they want you to play, and you're not nearly as sore after the game. You didn't run for your life. You kept control of the game all the time. And you had a little bit of fun at the end of the party. I mean, if CJ doesn't learn from this, if CJ doesn't gain confidence in Caley and the system from this, then I don't know if he ever is. Now, I don't know if it lasts or not. We'll see if it lasts in Baltimore. But that's exact, as a quarterback, that's what you go out looking for. Right? When you check the ball down like that, you're checking it down for a reason, and you're very aware of those reasons.
And you're not throwing interceptions into double coverage.
Right, and you're not holding the ball, and you're not hoping you see coverage. Maybe you see coverage. You're not trying to fit balls constantly in tight windows.
I think they beat Jacksonville with that mindset.
Yeah. I think they probably beat L.A. with that mindset.
Text line coming through, not going to lie. Starting the fourth quarter, I was thinking 0-5, but a busted-up Ravens team has me hopeful for 2-3. Text line also, I know y'all don't think we believe any of that Honcho Tennessee brother. Y'all sound corny. Come on.
Damn. We're hoping really just taking all that up, all our opinions.
I would just say to you, I think it's very similar to what happened with the Chiefs 2 weeks ago. The Chiefs played a sorry Giants team and had an awful first half, but their offense has just been struggling like hell. They came out in the second half and had 4 straight drives where they found a rhythm. They played better. They felt better coming out of that, offensively coming out of that game. And then they went and put 37 on the Ravens the next week. Obviously, they got help, but they talked about that second half helping them get into a better place, feeling in a better place, that they ran some good offense, even though they did it against a sorry team, just like the Texans just did. And potentially, you've got to feel better about the fact that, hey, we looked better and we put up 20 in the second half against a team. Hell, they allowed 20 to the Broncos in a full game. So, I mean, to me, I think you can get help even though the Titans are sorry.
Well, look, I'm not. There's nothing to believe or not to believe. I mean, I told you from jump, I don't believe it doesn't move the needle for me relative to the Texans being more dangerous or less. It didn't move the needle one bit. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what I saw on film, and it was significantly better. You can decide if it transitions or not. I think your ass is silly, and you need to work on your listening skills.
Corny,
silly, whatever. Yeah, I mean, nobody's trying to sell anything to you. I'm just telling you what I saw on film. And whether the offense takes off or not, we shall see. But the initial point made was beating the Tennessee Titans doesn't do much relative to whether you can compete with playoff teams and the best teams in the AFC and the NFC. So
the whole point,
appreciate you joining in, but damn.
Yeah, the whole point was the fourth quarter offensively. Did it do any? Was it enough to make you believe? And obviously for you, it didn't. We'll see. To me, I think there was some hope to see what they did in that fourth quarter to go 20 points in a quarter. Coming up, a little real or fake. I make a statement. You let me know if it's real, fake, I guess, or corny, whichever way you want to go. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, let me take a minute. Do it every day. Got to tell you about them cold coolers.
New episodes drop daily.
Thank you, listeners. With your help, we raised $53,586 for the Barbara Bush Houston Literacy Foundation. That's over 1,700 underprivileged Houston kids who'll be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Is this real?
Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do a little real or fake. I make a statement. You let me know if this statement is real or fake. Clint, the Texans' two best linebackers are Azeez Al-Shaair and E.J. Speed. Real or fake?
Ooh, I'll go with real. I will go with real. I mean, I think E.J. Speed, didn't he? I mean, hell, he was in tops in the league last year in tackles. When you talk about speed, sideline to sideline, when you talk about wingspan, when you talk about size, when he just brings a little something different to that linebacker position. And Azeez is obviously the number one, being the communicator, being the Mike linebacker, being the leader. So it really boils down to the question is E.J. Speed or Henry To'oTo'o. And I like Henry. I think Henry's been really good. But E.J. Speed, I do think is a step up. So I think it's real, Ron.
Yeah, I still don't know what happened with Christian Harris. I don't know what's happened there. Clearly, he's not playing to the level that he played a couple of years ago before the injury. Maybe that has something to do with it. But right now, here of late, I think Henry To'oTo'o is still a really good player. But you can see the difference. You know, he is aggressive, tall, and he is showing up, you know, in the whole different level. So
Ron, I would say I don't think that D'Amico or anybody over there is just, hey man, let me set my second best linebacker, my starting linebacker on the bench, and just get E.J. Speed some reps. I don't think he's saying let me sit Laken Tomlinson on the bench and get my second string guard and Juice Scruggs some reps. Like, I think there's a reason behind that, and I think that reason is there's probably a higher ceiling with this player than that player, and you got to get them involved to some degree. And it's not because the other guys are playing so terribly bad that you can't win with them. It's because the player that's replacing them is got a higher ceiling, and so. I think it's a tight race. You mentioned Christian Harris. I think it's a tight race with all four of them. But if I had to put two out there right now, I believe I'd be A-OK with E.J. Speed and Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah, they are pretty strong. It seems like they're kind of separate themselves. Tyler, are the Bills and Chargers the best teams in the AFC? Real or fake? Ooh. The Bills and Chargers, they're the two best teams in the AFC.
I'm saying fake. Right now, today, I mean, very much so maybe. But I like you were laying out earlier, Ron, in the first hour of the show, I'm starting to wonder who's actually good in this football season and who's soon over the next few weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake. Last week I would have thought so, but Chargers, they're losing their other tackle. They had already lost Slater. They're losing now Alt with a high ankle sprain. He's going to be out several weeks. And I don't know that I trust Justin Herbert quite yet with that. But they have beaten the Chiefs, so I can understand potentially them being ahead of them. Do I trust Daniel Jones? I'm not sure. I feel like you could put Buffalo up there. It's something about the Chargers that I just don't trust, but I'm not sure who else you would put up there behind them right now. So hell, maybe I just talked myself into saying it's real.
Well, if it weren't for the injuries, I think it'd be absolutely real. I mean, you got Buffalo and the Chargers, are the top two right now, with Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Jacksonville, the other 3-1 teams, along with the Chargers. I don't know that I'd put any of those teams above them, but with the injuries, boy, it really puts you in a position where you got to consider the Kansas City Chiefs at 2-2. You got to consider maybe the Broncos at 2-2 making a run there. With the injuries in Baltimore, it's another one. They're 1-3 already. They've dug a hole and they've got a bunch of injuries, so they're not in the mix right now. So yeah, I would probably put. Boy, this is painful to say. I didn't realize it was this close. I would probably, with the injuries in Los Angeles, probably put the Colts ahead of them. I'd probably put the Steelers ahead of them. I'd put the Chiefs ahead of them.
Yeah. So maybe right now, and then again, also as someone texted in, who the hell's Buffalo played besides Baltimore, right? They played Baltimore, the Jets, Dolphins, and Saints. Two of those teams don't have a win, and the other one has won because they played the other team that didn't have a win.
Yeah, they're beating the way they're supposed to. 41, 30, 31, 31. That's what they've scored. I mean, they're averaging about 36, 37. Patriots next. Okay. 2-2 Patriots
at
team.
home. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
And they go Patriots, Falcons, Panthers. Before they see the Chiefs. And then they got the Dolphins after that.
How'd they get this schedule? That's a first-place schedule.
Well, it's got to be back. It's got to be backloaded in a major way.
Does it? I know the Bucks and the Eagles are out there for them.
They got the Bucks, the Eagles, the Bengals, the Steelers.
The Steelers, maybe the Bengals are different. But it's still you look at what the Ravens did. They played the Lions, the Chiefs, and the Bills in the first
four games, yeah.
And now they got the Texans and the Rams after that. Yeah, that is their schedule is almost confusing to me. All right, Clint, Penn State, real or fake? Penn State has to beat Ohio State to get into the college football playoff.
Oh, fake.
It should be
10-2 with losses. Being Penn State, blue blood, they're in.
And a win over Indiana.
They'd have to beat Indiana. They'd beat Nebraska. They'd have to beat Iowa. Their schedule is
a joke, man.
Is a joke, but it's Penn State. 10-2, a 10-2 Penn State team that I believe wouldn't, at that point, if they lost those two games, would not play in the conference championship game. I think they get in.
I'm gonna say fake. And the reason why I'm going to say fake is your boy, Rhett Lashley, at SMU. I think they gave us some proof last year that they won't necessarily always just put in the blue blood to get in, right? It was between SMU and Alabama, and they picked SMU to get in over Alabama. And Penn State's been notorious for doing this. They haven't been playing teams in the non-con that could give them any problems. And the Big Ten, although it's gotten tougher, they've still been able to avoid not having to play, a lot of the best teams. If they lose to Oregon and lose to Ohio State for a second straight year, and all they do is beat Indiana, and I think there'll be potential other teams, maybe at A&M, maybe at Texas, maybe another Big Ten team that played somebody in maybe a Florida State who played and Alabama in the non-con. I think the committee may look at those teams ahead of a Penn State. He's lost top 10 teams. At some point, man, you can't just keep losing and then beat Nebraska and Northwestern and Indiana at home. It's got to. They're going to have to start, and not scheduling anybody in the non-con, right? That's the other part. At least, Alabama, at least they scheduled Wisconsin and Florida State in the non-con. Florida State scheduled Alabama in the non-con. All of these teams, Texas is playing Ohio State. Everybody is. They are playing whoever, Pitt, the Quakers. I don't even know if they I just hope they teach them a lesson and put them out. All right, coming up, General Manager Dana Brown made some comments about the upcoming season. We'll let you hear what he had to say and discuss coming up next.
All right, if you've
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the Drive. Dana Brown, the GM, made some statements, according to Brian McTaggart. Want to get to them. I do like Tyler Clint made the point earlier to that gentleman who called, what he called us?
Corny?
Cheesy? Corny? Yeah. Said sometimes you guys don't open up your ears. Someone texted in. Like if you just, the conversation we just had, real or fake about Penn State. Ronnie, you are a Franklin Nutrider. I know it hurts you because he's a brother, but he doesn't win S. Again, did you listen to the were you like at all listening to the conversation?
No, it wasn't.
I mean, there is no way that anyone could come away from me thinking, that guy's a Franklin Nutrider right there when he just said that Penn State shouldn't be in the college football playoff if they don't beat Ohio State. I mean, that guy's obviously got Franklin Nutrider that said, I mean, look at him. I mean, he's lost 15 straight games to opponents in the top 10 in the Big Ten.
I expect insults on the text line every day. That is one I never would have expected.
Like
I think it's worded beautifully. a Franklin Nutrider. It almost sounds like a Nutrider is a type of bike or something, and Franklin is the manufacturer.
But it's like it's as if that person timed it. Like I'm gonna set this text for time. All right, I'm just gonna throw this one in. I mean, there's Clint was the one that said, they're gonna get in. I mean,
there ain't no doubt.
And I don't even think Clint wasn't even nut riding. He's just saying that. Yeah, this Penn State is a blue blood. They're going to get in.
No.
He was the one that was on the side of him.
He was nut riding. You were nut riding. Everybody was nut riding.
I just like what?
I was Nittany nut riding. No, not Franklin. Not Franklin.
Nittany,
yeah,
some good alliteration.
Nittany nut riding.
Nittany nut riding.
I mean, I think James would have told me to shut up if he were in there. I don't think he would have said, "Thanks, Ron, man. Thanks for sticking up to us."
He'd have said, "Get off my nuts."
Stop nut riding is what he said. All right.
These nuts.
There you go. Dana Brown, he spoke and said to Brian McTaggart in regards to his contract. Dana Brown said he doesn't want to talk about his contract, but said this: I will tell you, I'm the GM of the Astros, and that's what I expect to be tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
And listen, I would say this. I think Jim Crane is a fan of his, but this dude would be somebody who would be floored if he got fired.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
oozing confidence.
Hey man, I mean, like I would just say, I'm not saying that he needs to be like in like whatever the A's GM is or whatever, but I mean, hey man, tread a little lightly here. Like, I mean, those trades that you made didn't quite work out. That Christian Walker move didn't quite work out. Like
you're sitting at home right now in October.
There, like this isn't all just the injuries. Like there are some things you didn't pull the trigger right now. You're sitting in here and Kyle Tucker is playing right now on TV. Bregman is playing here a little bit later on TV. Like, I mean, I think he's done a good job, and I don't think he's a major problem. But damn, Dana, just a little. I mean, he said, I expect that to be tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. Oh, man. I don't think he's going to get fired, but I mean, last year he brought in Kikuchi and made a great move there. There's not a Kikuchi move that has been, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
But there's not been a move like that in this trade deadline. Like, I mean, I don't know, boy.
I think Dana's one of those guys. We've all been around him. One of those guys that is just so dry, so matter of fact that it's almost hard to like him. I think that's what Dana is, and I think when you like even as an Astros fan, like I just take Dana's, like, the tone and the delivery, even when he's in the booth with the guys and giving us an update on stuff during a game. Like, it's just so dry. It's so confident and arrogant. Yeah, I mean, all those things. But I think it's just his demeanor is different. And so I think it's probably viewed as it's expected from him, I would imagine, over there, right?
Yeah, no, it is. He also mentioned as their offseason has started, right, and his work gets going, Dana Brown said the club will be in the market to trade for an arm, to trade for the arm. Obviously, Framber's going to come off the books. There are going to be some things that come off the books, but he said they're in the market for trading an arm. I guess not in free agency, but trade for an arm. And that means several other pitchers around the league are saying, oh, God, please no.
Yeah, what's going on in Houston?
Can I bring my own doctor?
What are we doing in here? What the hell's going on here? Like, trade my arm. But no, it makes sense. I mean, obviously, that's going to be the big thing in the offseason, Clint, Tyler, to see how they rebuild. I think both the rotation and the bullpen. I think both of them, especially when you say we're going to take Framber out of it. Obviously, Garcia is going to miss the year. We don't know when Blanco, Wisniewski, who all had Tommy John, how long they're going to be out, right? Obviously, you can't count on Lance at all. Like, this is – I mean, Bluebaugh might be in the starting rotation right now, depending on moves they make, but that is going to be a big thing. It is weird to me, though, that he's already – hey, we're like that's what we got to do. Like, we got to trade for. We're not going in free agency potentially to bring in an arm. We're going to trade for it. But
has the offseason even officially begun yet?
Oh, hell yeah. His offseason begun a month
No,
ago.
and I hope he's being proactive, but like you're saying, like already jumping to that kind of end mark. Yeah, we're going to trade for this arm.
Well, I mean, it sounds like he's just saying we're in the market for anybody. I mean, nobody's off limits. I don't care if they are under contract. We'll go get them.
I like it.
I mean, the question is what is that? You know, what do you have as trade bait? What are you gonna move to get it there? I mean, you can argue there's
Cowboys with experience.
Yeah, you got a lot of youngsters with experience. I don't know how high up they're going to be on people's prospect board,
baby.
but you got some guys you can move. You got some guys you can move. You got some outfielders. You got some.
Proud of you for not taking that bait.
Yeah, you got some injured arms. You got some arms that are all banged up. You do have an additional starting infielder.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do? What are you going to do there?
Yeah, you do got the Correa, Paredes.
Pena.
That's my
Altuve. I mean, what
Urias is in that.
Urias is in that. Is Paredes going to play first base?
Well, no, you got Christian Walker.
Oh. You going to move Christian Walker?
Possibility, though. I like that thought. He's played first in the past.
Move Christian Walker where?
Move him out of town, like in a trade is what
Get rid of that money.
We're going to take that. Yeah. I guess maybe somebody will want to take that.
I mean, he did lead the team in RBIs, didn't he?
Okay. All right. $20 million a year. Let's sell it.
Well, you hope for better.
We may see. No, my man.
Brady's at first, man. Correa at third. That turned me on a little when you said that.
But Christian Walker, though.
I know.
Led the team in RBIs. You don't want to give up that.
Every other RBI guy got hurt.
You're lying.
Yeah, you're lying. Yeah. They got options, though, man. They got a hell of a bench.
No one else qualified.
That is.
Got a bunch of left fielders.
But no, Clint, that is a wonder how they're going to handle that. Paredes, all of that together, and who's going to play where.
Absolutely.
Because I mean,
you got to think when he's about trading for an arm, it's got to be a starting, top of the rotation caliber
one
arm.
Of those guys,
and it's got to be. You got to move somebody that
it ain't going to be Urias that's going to bring back the type of arm you think, right? Yeah. Like, it's got to be one of those dudes, right? Ooh, well, yeah. A lot rolling there with Dana. Dana said the status of Joe Espada. Joe is the manager, and Joe is under contract. You feel good about that for Joe, I think?
It's not ideal.
Joe is the manager, and Joe is under contract.
Well, I think he said he would be evaluated. Then when he got to his own contract, he said, no, this is where I expect to be.
Today, tomorrow,
welcome
the
home.
Next day, and the next day is what he said, damn it. Okay. All right, go ahead, Dana. Do your thing. Again, he will not see that Jim Crane, hey, Dana, would you come into the office here for me? He would not even see that coming. Let's see it coming at all. What you got coming up?
All right, little tape drop Tuesday. The film dropped of Texans Titans, that win we got on Sunday. And here's the deal: the Texans offense on Sunday was real. It was not just about the fourth quarter. I'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Look, it's small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes, man. If you're looking for a turnkey custom home builder that can dream, design, and build your family's dream home, Our Vision Homes is it. I've been in their model homes. I'm telling you, I've met the people. I've seen the final product. This is second to none.
play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, you want to talk about getting good and turned on? It's Tape Drop Tuesday, y'all, and the Texans got a win and played some solid football now. Yeah, Tyler, one more time. One more time, T, come on. Yes, indeed, absolutely. Before we get to that Tape Drop Tuesday, I do want to remind everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Take us everywhere you go. Keep us on your hip. You can dial us up at any point in time. Breaking news, or just because you see us right there at your fingertips, and always keeps you locked in to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Now, also, I want to encourage everybody to make sure you're locked into The Drive tomorrow afternoon. We will have D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud pressers in full as they meet with the media on every Wednesday. We will play those in full here for you on The Drive. So stay plugged in. We got you. The Odyssey app, AUDACY. As I said, it's Tape Drop Tuesday, and it was a solid tape to watch if you're a Houston Texans fan. The Texans offense on Sunday, I know they exploded in the fourth quarter. I know they scored 20 points in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't all about the fourth quarter when we're talking about this Texans offense. Scoring is all that matters. I completely agree there. But as I watched this film, Ron, it was very obvious that there were opportunities to score touchdowns, not field goals. There were opportunities to score in the first half. And the Texans just didn't quite link up. One of them was a missed pass that I thought Dalton Schultz or the outside receiver, which I think was Higgins, either one of them, you could have made a better throw. You landed in the middle. You could have made a better throw to either one of them, and you got 6 there. There was another play where Dalton Schultz, Nick Caley draws up a Dalton Schultz shoot route. He kind of clears it out, kind of a delayed shoot route up the top of the numbers. And had C.J. Stroud gotten to him, whether it was pre-snap or in the progression, either way, it was a monster play, a big-time explosive, if not a touchdown. So, the unity, I want to make sure that everybody understands that it wasn't as putrid for 3 quarters as everybody makes it out to be. There were opportunities to score more than 6 points. One, we know we missed a field goal, but 2, there were some points left on the field by the offense that Nick Caley dialed up, that the guys executed. The quarterback just either missed with the throw or the quarterback didn't get to it in the progression, which I'm okay with. CJ's going to miss from time to time. He's going to hit more than he misses. I'm cool with. And you're not always going to see every single throw in the ocean that busts wide open on a defense. I hope you see more than you miss, but you're not going to see them all. But I do want to emphasize this was not just about a fourth quarter, that you can look at things throughout this game and feel pretty good about what the Houston Texans put on the field against the Tennessee Titans. Now, it was the Titans. They are the worst, one of, if not the worst team in football, and I believe their coach gets fired this year, and I believe that they're already on their way to quitting on their coach. I got one question about Tennessee is do they let it go on long enough that they ruin their quarterback Cam Ward? That's how bad and dysfunctional it is.
You think it needs to be?
Yeah, it's done. Their quarterback's calling everybody out in post-game pressers, which I have no problem with, by the way. I think he did it in a professional manner. I even like the fact that he cussed a few times in there. You're getting the real, authentic Cam Ward, and I think it's a Cam Ward that if you're leadership of the Titans, I think you like what you have in your quarterback. You just got to get the pieces around him right. But nonetheless, this was not about 6 points in the first 3 quarters, 20 in the last. In my opinion, there was earlier in the game and more often in that game, and the tape showed that. Now, when we get to the tape, I like to get a little bit more specific than just kind of generalities and overalls. And I got to start today, overalls being overall everything, not the overalls that Tyler's kinfolk wear on weekends.
Some Dickies?
Yeah, not them Dickies, Chief. But to get down to it, I've been really critical about one guy. I've been really critical about one player. I mean, all the players, but I've been overly critical maybe about one guy, and it's 86. It's Dalton Schultz, and I gotta tip my cap to the tight end Dalton Schultz. Man, he earned every bit of that $12 million this week. And I'll be honest with you, this probably. Well, this and C.J. Stroud, but this is one that gives me a lot of hope, Ron. I mean, if you just look at Dalton Schultz's game in a nutshell, he made himself available in all the underneath the quick routes, made himself available to the quarterback. He was the quarterback security blanket. He was always there for the quarterback. Five receptions, 6 targets. Didn't have a ton of yards. I think he had 30-something yards. Not a ton of yards, but a integral part of this offense clicking the way it needs to click is the tight end making himself available. I beat the dead horse of screens and quick game and using your tight end and getting the ball out quick to protect your offensive line. Dalton Schultz getting catches early on in games is absolutely critical. He made himself available, and look, he accomplished what you expect your $12 million a year tight end to accomplish. When the ball's thrown your way, you catch it. Create a little bit of catch it. He did that. Right, as I mentioned, there was one shot on a little shoot route as well as the fake screen where he's running up the seam that CJ misses. He was available in the shot game. He should have had about 6 or 7 catches for 70 or 80 yards, if we're being honest, if we're just evaluating Dalton Schultz play here. The 2 shots were there, and he executed them cleanly. Just one of them didn't get the ball. One of them was overthrown. And the best part of Dalton Schultz's game on film, Ron, this looked like a different dude in number 86. The blocking.
Hold on now.
I'm telling you, man, the blocking from 86 was really impressive. The want to was there. I'm not saying he didn't make a couple mistakes. I'm not saying that he didn't miss his guy a couple times. He did. Hell, they all do. But when he got his mitts on the right guy and he got his feet underneath him, he was driving folks. He was finishing. He was straining. He was literally looking like he was taking pride in getting his guy and making sure the guy that he is responsible for in the pass protection or in the run game did not make the play. And this is the Dalton Schultz that you paid $12 million to. This is the Dalton Schultz that you need to show up every Sunday. This is the Dalton Schultz that if Nick Caley's offense is going to take in Houston, this is the guy that you got to get every single Sunday. It can't be the 2024 version of Dalton Schultz. It's got to be this guy that seems locked in. Yes, he's doing his job in the pass game. He's available underneath as well as a couple of times down the field. But then in the blocking department, run game, and be a dude that at least wants it. He's got to be a willing and capable blocker. He's got to be a guy that is willing to finish and strain. You need that from Dalton Schultz. All the injuries at the tight end position, he's got to play extended minutes. There's no more of, hey, let's put him in on 3rd down and let's sub him out because this is happening or that's happening. He's got to be the guy that gets in there and can play in all situations, on all down and distances, in all personnels. Dalton Schultz has to be on the field, and this is the version that you get that you paid $12 million and you're happy you did it.
You think there's any correlation with, hey,
yes,
I'm getting open, you're feeding me the ball, I'm a part of the game plan, and then, all right, now I'm in the game, and all the other stuff that is supposed to be a part of my 100%. Job, like blocking, I'm not over here pissed because I've been open each time. And you think there is any connection with him being a part of the game plan, him getting the ball when he's open, to then him blocking and showing physicality?
100%. We've said this before. If I were Dalton Schultz last year at times, I would be grabbing CJ's face mask going, hey, man, throw me the ball. I'm wide ass open, man. Quit hanging on these guys downfield. But that's not Dalton. That's not in his DNA. His DNA is more of a, oh, shucks, what the hell? I'll just get back in the huddle and kind of go through the motions, right? He's not a yeller. He's not a screamer. He's not a checking. He's not going to check folks. He's not going to put his foot on folks' throat. And I think it's no coincidence, Ron, to your point. I knew that's exactly where you were going. I don't think there's any coincidence that you get him involved early in the game. More players like that than are not. You get them involved early in the game, and they're more willing to not tap their hat and come out of the game. They're more willing to get dirty on the run game. I know some folks ain't gonna like it, but that's the reality of it. That's the nature of the beast. Especially when you get veteran players that feel a little bit entitled, that have already made a little bit of money, that have had success, and they're not getting the ball. They're viewed as an afterthought. I don't think it's wild to think that they probably check out on some of the more physical things. You get them the ball early like they did here, make them a part of the offense, get them involved, then they're willing to put some of the physicality back on the line. And I think that happened with Dalton Schultz. Either way it goes, this was a version of the tight end that you paid $12 million to, and this is the version of Dalton Schultz that all of us fans hoped we got. I'm telling you, it was good. It was something you can win with, and hopefully it's something that transitions. Secondly, C.J. Stroud, Ron, really, 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 really good. He did what I've been asking him to do really since his rookie year. Since we saw him do it his rookie year, I said that was it. And to put it all in a nutshell, to sum it all up, it is you've got to work low to high on more stuff than what he was willing to do last year. You got to make your reads low to high. If Dalton Schultz is there underneath, give it to him. If Nick Chubb is open out wide on a little hitch in an empty backfield, give it to him, right? You got to do those things, and it was clear he was committed to doing those things on Sunday, and it was even more beautiful on film to watch it unfold. The shots that they were able to hit down the field, one he missed from a read perspective, one he missed on Dalton Schultz screen, and then two that he hit with Nico Collins on the go route and Higgins on the seam route, or the slot fade, whatever you want to call it. Those were a product of C.J. Stroud committing to taking all the underneath stuff early. Take it. Bait them down when they get their eyes in the backfield, when they think they can undercut a route or jump a route. All of a sudden, boom, you're faking the screen, and you got a tight end busting up the seam. Right, you got a slot fade where the outside corner should probably hang off and block this and help the slot defender. He jumps the hitch outside, so you got to throw in the ocean on the fade to Higgins. It's all setting stuff up, and it was really, really good. And by the way, for everybody out there that doesn't think that C.J. Stroud checked on the touchdown to Higgins, he absolutely checked. He let the motion go, which I believe was Xavier Hutchinson. He let it go from right to left. He looked over at Higgins. It looks like he chopped his ribs a little bit right there, which obviously was the slot fade signal, and it ended up being a touchdown. I think Stroud was really good. He was even better on film, and I think when you look at it, the byproduct or the end game, if you will, of playing the quarterback position this way, right? There's several of them. One, when you do dial up the shots, they are throwing the ocean obvious shots. They're there because you've set them up, right? Number two, as you're taking the quick stuff throughout a game, you're protecting your offensive line. You're not letting your offensive line get absolutely destroyed, right? Everybody's not questioning their protection today. Why? Because C.J. Stroud changed his brand of quarterback, right? And then thirdly, a byproduct of playing the quarterback position like that is you don't get hit. You don't spend time. Look, I think it's cute when C.J. Stroud runs for a first down on 3rd and 11.
Why you say cute?
I just think it's cute. But guess what? I really like is when he throws a ball on 3rd and 2 for about a 5-yard gain and his hamstrings aren't strained. Right,
God bless, brother.
He's not pushed on the sideline where he can roll an ankle, or he's not tackled where he can land on a shoulder, or he's not fading backwards trying to escape and gets hit for a 12-yard loss on a sack. Right, those kind of things you as a quarterback can eliminate from the game film, and I think C.J. Stroud did that. Now, he did it against the Titans. I do think it's important to emphasize that it was the Titans. They are absolutely awful. With the exception of a couple of players, they are absolutely awful as a team. And does it transition to Baltimore, a better team, a healthier organization on the road? Does it transition? We'll see.
But I think it's also fair to say, and I think we've seen this happen to him, especially young quarterbacks, but we've seen it happen to him in the last year plus is you could see there's a point where he'd have been like, man, F this, man, I ain't sticking. We got to go. We got to make some plays. I got to push it down the field. I got to hold it a little longer to see if something develops because you're sitting there, it's 6-0. 6-0.
Yeah.
Another drive, 6-0. We had a punt, 6-0. Third quarter, 6-0. Like, all right, this is the game plan. And eventually it will come up, will come up. He didn't get frustrated and just say, to hell with it, man, I ain't going to take what they give me.
Well, you hope what I'm doing right now is you hope is what's going on in real time with Gerard Johnson on the sideline, right? We're watching and it's 6-0. But hopefully it's been communicated to C.J. Stroud of, hey, man, we missed a field goal. And then, by the way, right here, check it out. Now, you work to the left side of the field, and that's fine, whatever. But look what went on over here to the right side of the field on this shoot route with Dalton Schultz, right? Yep. I'm only telling you so that you stay confident and you stay locked in and you realize we left points on the field right here. We could have extended this drive and got an explosive play right here. All right? So we keep on rocking and rolling. Boom, we go through the game. It's 6-0 to us. We're all going, what the hell's happening? Well, I'm going to bring C.J. Stroud over here to the sideline and go, hey, C.J., on this fake screen that we threw right here, I'm not real sure why Dalton Schultz slightly bent it in, and I don't know why you threw it between the two, but I do want you to know that we're dialing up some good things and there's opportunities to score points right there. We're leaving, like in those two plays alone, you left 10 points on the field, right? So you're looking at you're looking at 16 through 3 quarters and then a 20-point fourth quarter. Now we're talking about blowing the top off the scoreboard. Now we're doing what you should be doing against the Titans. Now we're really getting rolling instead of struggling. Like I hope that Gerard Johnson is doing, which I'm sure he is. I hope that he's doing those things on the sideline to encourage C.J. Stroud that, hey, man, what we're doing, the game plan's good, man. What we got dialed up is really good. Just stick in there. It's 6. Our defense is controlling the game. We're going to pop a couple here in a minute. We're going to separate, and it's going to be we're going to be celebrating the W in the locker room. Like that's my overall point on a tape drop Tuesday of saying you literally throughout that game could show your quarterback opportunities that were missed to score points. And I don't say it to point it out and say, CJ, what are you doing? You missed this. I say it to point out, hey, CJ, what we're doing is going to work. What we're doing is creating opportunities here, and don't get discouraged. Just keep your head up, keep rolling. We're going to break through eventually. And they did in the fourth quarter. Again, it was Tennessee. We'll see if they can carry it on the road. We'll see if this is actually C.J. Stroud and this offense breaking through, or was it just they beat up on a piss-poor opponent. Are they really breaking through? Are they really hitting stride? Are they really starting to see some things through the same lens, Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud? We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully there's not a let me revert back. And I thought that was something important to see. Like, it wasn't going great probably the way they wanted it. He probably missed some throws, but he stayed with here. There's Woody. Let me get to quick. Here, there's Dalton. Let me get to.
It's the classic run of does C.J.
And he took the shots when he had to take.
Yep. Does C.J. Stroud go back to, I feel like I got to do more so we can win a game, or does he trust and just chip away?
Yeah. All right, Kevin Durant, as they had media day yesterday, he spoke about a couple of his teammates, and I may let this get away from me. I have some real belief. I'm right there with you, KD. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, if you're looking for a new car, a new truck, a new rig, a new Ford, baby, it's Tomball Ford time. Touchdown savings event at Tomball Ford's going on right now, $13.5 in total.
875-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
Hughley has came in the game.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up at the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour, even though Tyler is refusing to watch any type of baseball, he says.
I'll check box scores.
He is going to have best bets, and he wants to move them up earlier because the start of some of the games that he has best bets on. So even though he's not watching any of it, you should trust him. Coming up a little bit later on.
Al Davis.
He was rolling here. He was rolling. He got 3 of 5 yesterday, and unbelievably, the one he didn't get was, I'm assuming you lost $100 too.
Yeah, a little more. There's some juice.
100 plus a Durant.
Yeah, there's some juice on it.
Yeah, that's
it was thought to be a throw in the ocean, and it didn't happen. They tried though. Young fella tried.
Did he? Good God, man.
Well, Jake, he do it his way. He just covered most of the time.
Yeah, or he was on his back.
Yeah, it was not pretty. I mean, taking the over and catches for a receiver with a backup quarterback, I don't know if that was a great idea.
He can't play dead in a horrible.
Well, I don't know, but he got 16 targets and 14 receptions the first time they played.
Yeah, no. I mean,
and one argument with his OC.
Yeah,
or head coach, who was it?
He was hot.
I mean, it wasn't from a lack of effort.
Zach's on his way out. That's it. And by the way, that's a scary group. They get the right coach in there. That Bengals team. And that's they get the right guy. Like if they'd have pulled, they find themselves a Harbaugh or something like that. That'll be an interesting job. Yeah, I think it'll come open, right? I don't think Zach's going to get after this year. Although they may set up a set. Joe got hurt.
I mean, you look at that. I mean, if you are management in Cincinnati, you're firing the only team to. Well, I guess not now, but the only team to knock off the Bengals. I mean, the Chiefs during their dynasty. You're talking about a team that last year lost 5 games. They scored 30 or more points. He's an offensive-minded coach and has not been able to figure out the defensive side of the ball.
Except for when Lou was there for a run.
And they made a run to a Super Bowl with that. So, yeah, I think it's a little more.
I don't know. It just seemed like it's been a minute, man. And
I agree.
And ran its course, maybe. And they have weird starts, oddly enough, except for this year when they got to 2-0. And I don't know. They seem like have it together all the time. They say, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It just feels like Zach may be out of this thing. I don't know. We'll see. But T-Mill's best.
Who's the hot OC? Kingsbury? Joe Brady was his OC at LSU.
Yeah. I don't know who is the hot OC. I guess that's it.
I mean, I got to believe if they were to move on from him, Joe Brady would be in the conversation. Isn't he the OC in Buffalo right now?
Yeah, he's the Buffalo. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of soured on him after the Panthers.
Yeah, that little stint. But I got to think that Joe and Jamar
Matt Kafka was hot there for a second. I don't know if that's still the case. I don't think Todd Malkin is. He refuses to give the ball to Derrick Henry.
Well, I think it would have to be the fit for Burrow, right?
Yeah.
And so it would have to start with Joe Brady. I mean, unless Burrow just hates the guy,
or somebody else in that system tree that may. I think Brian Callahan's talked himself out of that. I don't know. Well, yeah, we'll see. Don't know who's out there with the Rams or with the Niners, or if LaFleur has somebody over there. But in those systems you could think of. I don't know. All right. It was media day yesterday with the Rockets, and Kevin Durant spoke about a few things, but he spoke about his two teammates, and they were taking the photos yesterday of what feels like the Rockets' new big three, the Ben Thompson and himself. This was Durant on his thoughts of his two new teammates.
Just unique skill sets, body types that I haven't played with before. Amen being just a do everything, 6'7", athletics, just like a freak of nature. I don't think we ever seen that type of athleticism, the way he uses his athleticism. I don't think we have seen that in our league. So to be alongside that, I'm excited for. And then Sengun, I play with some bigs that are great at what they do. Great role playing bigs that can guard in the post, but that could set great screens, that can finish over the rim, that can block shots. But I think Albie could pretty much do all of that, a little bit of all of that, and also handle the ball like a guard out on the perimeter. So
hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
I am really getting bullish on him.
Ooh, you feel the blood.
I am.
Are you?
Yeah. I am. I've tried to kind of keep it to myself a little bit where I am. Like, I think I was really impressed with the step he took from year one to year two. Honest to God, I think he has already reached the point on this team, and Kevin Durant is on it, and Sengun is on it. Both of them are all-stars. I think he has reached the point where he's already the Draymond of this team, and I don't mean an asshat, but I mean that he is
doesn't punch nuts. Yeah,
he got to be arguably the most irreplaceable person on the team, because I think he impacts more than impacts the most more than anybody on the team.
I feel like Kobe.
Right, like Steph Curry is their best player. Clay was, their other best scorer. But Draymond was their best passer, by far their best defender, and he was so unique in the way he defended. It changed how they could play things. I think Amen Thompson brings that, too. I think he's their best driver. Hell, right now he might be their best point guard option. And I think he can score it more. He jumped up into the mid-teens points per game. I think Amen Thompson has all-NBA type of potential. And I'm talking this year. We already know he is thought to be arguably the best all-around defender in the game. And I'm looking at this third-team All-NBA this past year. These are some good players. Cade Cunningham, Halliburton, he's going to be going all year. Harden, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Williams with OKC. I think Amen Thompson can play to that, to make a jump to that level, with especially the parts around him. He may not show up to like 25 a game or something like that, because that's not his complete game. But it feels like we're looking at a 18 and 9 or 10 and just lockdown defender with 5 assists type of game type of thing. Yes, and I think I bet he's put a lot of work in there. If you can see the jump that he made from year one to year two in his game, clearly this is a cat that works on his game. I think he has a chance to be the all-around best player on this team and an all-NBA type player. I know I'm being aggressive on Amen Thompson, but I am really bullish on what he could do this year.
I just hope you're right. I think there's two things that are going to stand in his way. I think number one, you mentioned the shooting. Boy, when I watch him, I just don't see a guy he's got a long way to go from a shooting perspective, I think, to be considered an all-NBA type of player. And the other thing, I think there's going to be at least a three-headed monster here with Durant and Sengun. Is the opportunity going to present itself? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but those guys are going to see the ball in clutch time and throughout a game, I think, a lot. Is there enough ball to go around for him to make that kind of jump?
Yeah, I just I don't obviously the scoring is not the best thing that he does.
Right.
But I think it's coming up. I mean, what did he average last year, Tyler? 15 a game? I think he got up to like 15 and near 10 a game. I think there's a jump with that, because I think the spacing's going to be better for him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's plenty of guys that we've watched play offensive basketball. Just what was he at?
14.1 a game.
Like, can he add 3 points to that? I think so. Can he get to around the 17 points? There are a lot of guys who played that had to figure out shooting as it went. And hell, Hall of Famers who've never figured it out. Russ, who've never figured it out.
Right.
But, but could get to he is a hard dude to stop. Like, yeah, you want him to shoot. He's a hard dude to stop to get to the cup, especially with Jabari and Durant and maybe Reed Shepherd on the outside that you can't come off of. So I think we've seen that. Derrick Rose tried to figure it out. Again, I'm not saying he's those players, but I'm just saying we've seen some guys have to figure out shooting, and really maybe never did, but still were able to get to that point. I don't know. I really love the potential here, and I just saw a level of confidence in him that we started to see as the year went on. Even in the playoffs, he started off shaky in that series against the Warriors, but by the end of it, he had pretty good confidence.
Dana Brown confidence.
Well, nobody has that. I'm not putting that. Hell, I would. I'd like to bottle some of that in there. Sprinkle a little of that DB confidence in on you. All right, coming up, we've heard the latest on Joe Mixon, and I think it's worth having the discussion. Do we think we've seen the last of Joe Mixon in a Texans jersey? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. For many of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe that hair loss issue you're dealing with has you feeling like you lost your identity. All good news, right? If you're going through that
need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I get on extra grind. I get on extra grind. I get on extra grind. When it's repping time. When it's repping time. When it's repping time.
Coming up here in this segment, in a few minutes, we will get T-Mill's best bets. Going a little early with some of the early start games to baseball games he's not going to watch. That's coming up. By the way, another one has gone final. The Detroit Tigers defeated the Guardians 2-1 earlier in a thrilling game that came down to the bottom of the ninth. The Cubs, they win at home game 1-1 over the Padres, and they can close out the Padres in game 2. By the way, if it makes any of you feel better, Kyle Tucker went 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
How's his shin?
He's in the playoffs, I guess. All right.
In the lineup.
In the lineup, I guess. He's all right. But they won 3-1 over the Padres game 1. Yankees and Red Sox. Alex Bregman making his playoff debut for the Red Sox. Is he not in the lineup?
I haven't checked in the last hour, but reports were it was looking like he was going to miss due to an illness. Old Breggy.
Well, I saw him taking BP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe it's changed.
He's batting third.
Okay.
He's hitting third and playing third. The real AB. Almost pulled it out.
He was out there with one of his sleeves cut off, peacocking around, watching his swing on the damn phone. I mean, if he's sick, he's got a strange way of showing it.
Yeah,
the squirts.
The real AB is out there. Yeah, he's batting third in tonight's ball game and playing third. So that's coming up here around 5 o'clock. So Tyler wants to get in some of his bets before that.
Absolutely. Why not?
Why not? Real quick here, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can't always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking things off with a juicy Week 5 matchup between your Houston Texans and the Bullets. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And somebody we know that will not be involved in that game, nor any games here in the near future for the Texans, is Joe Mixon. We've got a little bit more clarity there, a little bit of a timeline. Mixon on July 23rd was placed on the NFI list in a walking boot, and at that point was expected to be okay. Expected to be back soon. August 25th, Mixon is not activated from the NFI list. So he was guaranteed to miss the first 4 games as he was placed on the PUP list there. And then weeks leading up to the season, anonymous inside source were telling people that Mixon potentially will miss the whole season, and no real details outside of that. Only thing we heard was it's like a lower ankle injury of some sorts. And then yesterday, according to Aaron Wilson, D'Amico Ryan specifically indicated that Joe Mixon is not ready to return at this time, per sources, and it will be longer, if at all, for Mixon to get back on the field this season. And I can't help it, Clinton. I see some people who text in and agree. I don't think that we're going to see Joe Mixon play for the Houston Texans anymore. I get the sense that this is it. The last time we saw him was one of his better games of the season. This feels like this, as Lovie Smith would say, this marriage is over.
Yeah, it feels like, it sounds like, it looks like. I mean, any way you slice it, it looks like the Joe Mixon run as a Houston Texan is over.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah, look, I think, and that is exactly what it looks like, feels like, and sounds like anytime D'Amico Ryan speaks about Joe Mixon. The way that D'Amico, you can tell there is.
He seems annoyed at times with it.
He's the only player that this is the only player that I've ever like sensed a tone shift like significantly, almost like he don't care, almost like I can't say what I want to say, but I want y'all to read between the lines and read my tone here. We hope he's okay. Typically D'Amico is a guy that says, "Oh, he's coming along, man. He's making it. He's ahead of schedule. He's doing some good things, and we hope to take him back." I mean, there is a striking difference. The tone is totally different. The facial expression is different. It is like Lovie Smith just said right there. It is like that he is in the middle of a divorce and can't say anything because the attorneys are discussing how they're going to split things up. It's consuming his time and his effort and his energy. He's miserable in the middle of it, but he can't speak about it. That is exactly what it sounds like when D'Amico Ryans has to avoid or speak on Joe Mixon. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Ron. I don't think we see him in a Texans uniform again.
Yeah. It's really about the 69.
I think it's the more I kind of piece things together and look at what's going on is apparently the NFI list means that it happened off the Texans' watch.
Yep.
There are reports out there that the injury happened as well as some level of treatment on that injury all happened outside Texans' control. And those are grounds, if you want to, if they so choose to pursue it, I believe those are grounds to at least pursue keeping some of that, I think, $9 or $10 million that they're paying him a year this season. So I do wonder, I think it's less about wondering, does he ever play in a Texans uniform again? And I think it's more about,
what are the ramifications off of this? Yep.
Do they just part ways at the end of the year? Or do the Texans look at this as they've been dealt wrong? They've been done wrong, and they can't afford to let players that are making $10 million a year go wherever they want and get treatment, go wherever they want and train and get hurt, and still pay them $10 million a year. Like, what? To me, it's more about how does this divorce happen than it is, are they going to get back in bed together?
Yeah, we haven't even seen him. He's just not been around the entire part of the season.
Not only that, they moved up and drafted a running back in the draft. They made it a point start season. They went out and signed the best available running back on the market at that point in time. Once you realize that the Joe Mixon stuff is bad, which was Nick Chubb, which this 1-2 punch of Nick Chubb and Woody Marks it looks promising the more they go to that versus the 4-man rotation. So, yeah, man, I mean, I think all signs are pointing towards him not playing in a Texans uniform again. But as I said, I'm interested in kind of how this divorce happens.
Yeah, what this is, because it's an odd situation that they just don't bring up. All right, T-Mill, let's get these best bets in. You went 3 for 2 yesterday, and not bad. In the green, 60%. What do you got for these games today?
Yeah, keep it going. And the MLB wild card is getting started. Well, it's underway as Ron has laid out. But we got 2 games and I got bets for. I got 4 picks for you, and they all pertain to the Red Sox at Yankees, which starts in about a little over 10 minutes. Or the Reds at the Dodgers. Here are your 4 best bets. If you miss any of them, head to the Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. First,
get to it.
Over 7 runs between the Red Sox and the Yankees in the Bronx tonight. I like that one. It's going to be a pitcher's duel. All these first games are going to be that way, but I like over 7 for that one.
I do too.
Red Sox team total in that one. So of the 7 or more that will be scored, Red Sox are going to definitely score at least 3.5 of those. Over 3.5 runs for the Red Sox tonight in the Bronx. These last 2 are for the Reds. Dodgers Reds team total. It is set at a lowly over 2.5 runs. I like that a lot. Reds over 2.5 runs. Surely they can scrape together 3 against the Dodgers tonight. And then Shohei Ohtani for the Dodgers. I'm on over 1.5 total bases for him against the Reds tonight. One of the best players in baseball. Like to think he can get a double. Here we go.
Yeah, I like the Reds team total.
2 singles.
True.
Home run.
He may be liable to get one on out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's leading off. He's going to get a lot of opportunities. I like the Reds 2.5, especially if they can get into the Dodgers bullpen. They're and many times, unless it's Detroit, many times they go to the bullpen early when it comes to playoff games, and the Dodgers are struggling. They're up there talking about Clayton Kershaw might have to be a setup guy coming out of the bullpen. They're in that space with their bullpen. So. And the Reds, they've been in playoff mode for about a month at this point. So I really like that one. And the Shohei one, man, I mean, that's just easy.
Okay,
that feels like easy
let's
money
keep it going.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That Red Sox Yankees, I can see where you're going with the over on that. Crochet's pretty good. Is that Crochet and Freed? I believe I would have guessed. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, that one's tricky, but that short porch over there, that just, I don't know, weird stuff happens in playoff games at Yankee Stadium. So there you go. Those are best bets. Go check it out. Able to get those, go to @TMillRealDeal on Twitter to find out the latest, see if we can get some dubs. All right, coming up, big news coming out of Baltimore that can really change the entire impact of the game on Sunday between the Texans and the Ravens. We'll let you know about that. Playoffs are off and going. The Monday Night Football last night, the big story coming out of that is a gruesome injury to what was going to be potentially the most talked about traded player coming up to the deadline in the NFL. We'll give you the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place. There he is staring at you right there on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler Milner. The latest is, if you missed, still got a little time here before this Red Sox and Yankees game starts. If you missed, we did a little best bets, T-Mill's best bets earlier. Go to @T-Mill Real Deal to find out the picks. Just because we got some early starts here in the MLB playoffs, we'll get to that in a second. But
what do you think that T-Mill staring the camera like when you see that? Do you think that's scary? Do you think it's sexy? Do you think it's cool? Do you think it's like
I think it's ultra
funny
focused.
guy? Like what do you think folks think at home? Like
I feel like he's staring down somebody that is in this crouch position with a one hanging down. The way that somebody is.
Like they're catching?
Yeah.
So he's pitching in the big leagues?
That's what he look. He looks like he's focused, staring in to get the signal. He looks like he told the guy to hell with pitch comp.
I think there's a real hard ass look.
That is
about to come right up underneath your chin with some heat.
I mean, why?
Gonna go Nolan Ryan on your ass.
Where does he come up with this?
I mean, I was nervous the whole
way.
The
high heater. What made y'all nervous?
I was nervous the whole way.
There ain't no way you didn't do that on purpose, and there's no way that you don't know what the hell.
I really don't know what I just said that made you nervous. I was saying,
go back and listen to it. Hopefully, you got the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature.
I was channeling my inner pitcher personality that Ron was laying out, getting that Nolan Ryan going.
I mean, you're disgusting.
What? I didn't do anything.
From the words of Guy Gene, T-Mill being T-Mill.
I mean, it's too much. It's too much.
It's just right.
Yeah, you're nasty.
Right underneath that chin.
I mean, you're just
high heat.
You're just about as nasty as it gets. It really. Looks like he needs the S slapped out of him from the text line.
One way to put it.
You ain't gonna do it, but maybe I do.
I was thinking maybe they were gonna smack your ass.
Twin Peaks, somebody walks up, slaps the piss.
Well, I don't think it necessarily means the face.
Better be a good one.
Slap the hell out of the ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fiery.
Get a lot of underwear.
Chill out, Mel.
Hey. He just turned around and popped that left cheek a bit.
Hadn't twerked for y'all in a minute. Sorry about that.
Hey, he hiked that leg and popped that left cheek on him, boy.
Coming up now.
Hey.
Coming up now.
This is important news that we will continue to monitor through the week, but if we're hearing this already on a Tuesday, there's a sign that this is probably likely to happen. No other way to transition, but Brian Wacker, who covers the Ravens for the NFL at the Baltimore Sun, he said Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson could be out up to 2 to 3 weeks and is likely to miss Sunday's game against the visiting Houston Texans with a hamstring injury. Two sources with direct knowledge of the situation confirmed that to Brian Wacker and the Baltimore Sun, and that would mean Cooper Rush would be in line to get the start. He finished the last quarter for the Ravens, and I can tell you, watching that final quarter, their offense looked like hell. Now they had waved the white flag at that point, as Derrick Henry didn't come off the sideline either. But obviously, Clint, this is a much different Ravens team and a much different game with Lamar Jackson out of it.
Yeah, look, I mean, the football gods are obviously shining in Houston. I mean, the 1-3 football team that's going to Baltimore looks like it's going to be a rough stretch, and all of a sudden, they're 3 or 4 of their top 5 players are injured and already declared not going to play, and so this is really, but I can't help but the football guy in me to just think about the situation beyond Brian Wacker, great name, by the way. How does Baltimore have Cooper Rush as their backup quarterback?
It is a weird situation. Like, Davis Mills makes sense.
Yes.
CJ's backup.
Yes.
You don't have to change the offense a lot.
In today's world where there are a dime a dozen from just athletic quarterbacks that are 6'2" or bigger, that can throw it around the park a little bit. I'm not even talking about an NFL. I'm not even talking about like an elite NFL level. I'm just talking about a guy that has a similar skill set to Lamar Jackson, that's athletic and has a right arm or a left arm if he's left-handed, like can move around, like to where when he does get injured, you don't completely change your offense. I mean, right now, I look at it and I go, I mean, look, thank the good Lord. I mean, the Texans, I mean, all you got to do is get your mind right to stop the running attack. They still have their offensive line healthy, I believe, with the exception of maybe Big Stanley on the end at left tackle could be injured.
Yeah.
But I mean, they got their running backs, they've got their O-line. They're going to get downhill. They're going to try to run game and shorten the game. I get it. But it would be ideal for the Baltimore Ravens to have a quarterback that they could get on the edge and threaten the field to some degree as an athlete, given who their starter is, and they're going to roll Cooper Rush out there. Like, that's wild to me, man. But anyway, the football gods are shining on the Texans, and this looks like one all of a sudden that the Texans can get.
Yeah, and again, we're not going to crazy and lose it a bit, but at the very least, if Lamar is not playing, this absolutely would change the way you look at this game and the expectations for the Texans in this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You go into the game with no Lamar Jackson, and all of a sudden this is a game where, again, your approach offensively could potentially look a lot like what it looked like this weekend against the Titans. I think there was a conservative approach to it's okay to kick field goals, it's okay to punt. At some point in time, we're going to score a couple of touchdowns, and it's going to be enough to win the game. I mean, you're talking about a defense that statistically is one of the worst in the league. Now, they played some great offenses, but they're one of the worst in the league in terms of how many points they're giving up per game in Baltimore. So you do feel like you can move the football, and then no Lamar Jackson offensively, you got to feel like you can stymie this offense and keep the scoring down, given that you are the best scoring defense in football right now. So, I think that the game plan changes drastically. You go in this game normally and you feel like, hey, man, we got to have our best offensive game. We've got to score points. We've got to go forward on fourth down. We've got to be really good offensively, sustain drives, and score points. to keep up with Lamar. All of a sudden, hey, all we got to do is stop the run and not turn it over, and we feel like we got a chance to win one on the road.
And they're missing on that side Roquan Smith, Nnamdi Asomugha, a couple of other linemen up front. Hell, they had four defensive linemen out in that last game that played. Kyle Van Noy has missed the last couple of games. They're missing Marlon Humphrey. They're missing, as you said, Madubuike. They're missing a lot of guys even on that side of the ball. So it should change the expectations of this game.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, MLB playoffs. The Tigers and Guardians had a really entertaining game. I would say soon-to-be Tarik Skubal, the soon-to-be back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, had an amazing game. He went 7 2/3 with 14 strikeouts as he got the win 2-1, and it was a nail-biter at the end, but the Tigers were able to get out of it, and they lead that series 1-0, can close it up in Game 2. Padres, they go to Wrigley. They lose to the Cubs. We got the Red Sox going right now. They lose 3-1. By the way, Padres, not Pirates. They ain't close to the playoffs. Padres and Cubs. Red Sox, Yankees right now. Later on, Reds and Dodgers. Kyle Tucker played earlier, 0 for 3. Alex Bregman is literally at the plate right now for the Red Sox. I feel like I know the answer from the man to my right. I don't know that I know the answer from the man across the window. Alex Bregman leads off with a hit, by the way. Do you finding yourself rooting for those two guys? Are you rooting, hoping that Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker, even though they're in different uniforms?
I'm rooting for Bregman. I could give two rips about Tucker.
Boston.
And I'm just being honest. I don't have any reason. I don't dislike the guy. I just never have. I mean, look, he's a good baseball player, but he just doesn't move me much.
There was not an emotional connection to you.
Yeah, no, Bregman's the one that I would like to see do well, and I would like to, especially given that the Astros aren't involved in the playoffs, I would like to see Bregman do well and do his thing. So, yeah, just personally, Tucker's never done much for me, but Breggy, yeah, I'd like to see some success in the playoffs.
Yeah. Do you think either one of those having really good playoff performances will piss off the fan base? Again, I don't know about Tucker because I don't think they were ever really thinking they were going to. Like, I think fans had accepted that Kyle Tucker wasn't going to come back. I think there was a feeling that they maybe had the ability to bring Bregman back. And if Bregman goes off in this postseason somehow, I could see that being a potential thing that people are looking at Jim Crane and Dana Brown, the very confident Dana Brown. I could see people looking at them funky. If Alex Bregman has a really good postseason.
Look, I think the only thing that saves him is Paredes came over and was having a hell of a year. If he wouldn't have got injured, he may have had I don't know what the numbers ended up for Bregman, but he may have been on track to have a better year than Bregman. And then you make a deal for Correa, and you got Correa over there, so yeah. I think that'll silence the critics a bit no matter what. But yeah, there'll always be somebody that when a performance like told you so.
Yeah, told you so, Dana. Sitting over there, had to trade Correa. Wouldn't have to trade all that stuff. You'd have just paid him. Now you're paying Correa anyway. By the way, someone texted in, if I said Nnamdi Asomugha.
You did.
Did I? Mm-hmm. I apologize to Kerry Washington's husband. Nnamdi Madubuike.
I thought you meant Madubuike. That's why I followed up with it.
Yeah, okay.
But you didn't. You looked at me like I was cross-eyed or something.
I don't know.
You said Asomugha because I wasn't real sure that's who you were.
When I get Nnamdi, it could go either one here.
Well, I forget Madubuike. We left A&M and changed his first name.
Yeah, from Justin. Yeah, Nnamdi Madubuike. When I hear Nnamdi, I don't know. My mind says Asomugha. I think maybe 25% of the time.
Understandable.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder on the text line.
That text line will always keep you right now.
I know Greg's out there keeping notes right there. I know he is. All right. But yeah, that's the latest as we'll continue to follow Major League Baseball playoffs off and running.
5 o'clock fire.
Long
long throw by Tagovailoa. Concern is obviously Tyreek Hill has made a big impact tonight. Picked up, it's not something that anybody wants to see. Tyreek Hill loaded on a cart, went at the Jets sideline. The Jets trainers very quickly rushed over there, made the catch, and his left leg came down awkwardly. It's an uncomfortable looking injury here.
Uncomfortable, my ass.
Uncomfortable.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you've listened to this show over the last 5 plays, I can't do injuries. Can't do it. Won't watch it, and I'm not proud of this, but I do, for my job, would like it explained to me what happened, so my wife and child watch it. And they give me the explanation on what happened. And the explanation that Courtney and Trey gave me of the injury sounded awful. I watched Courtney sit there and watch it, and she jumped off full.
Right.
I'm like, oh, good. Yep, can't do it.
Well, how did they?
The way she described it was like somebody was holding his leg as he was still trying to move forward. I know Tyler watched it. And then that leg went the opposite way.
A way it shouldn't have.
A way it shouldn't have. And did it get stuck? Did it stay there? They had to pop that sucker.
They dislocated it.
Yeah, they had to pop that sucker back into it. Sounds very much like the Gordon Hayward injury, Dak's injury. Dak's got stuck up there. Oh, I can't do it, Doug.
Old Bridget did that back in the day.
Who?
Bridget
Falcone?
Former producer of The Drive / Clint Stoerner in the show.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
that's gross. I can't.
What the hell was she doing?
I'm not even sure, but she dislocated.
You didn't think to ask that?
Well,
hey, you dislocated your neck.
She told me, but I can't remember. That was forever ago. But no, she dislocated and tore like 3 or 4 different ligaments all at once.
Wow.
Yeah. By the way, it's dislocated. He has also torn an ACL. I think it sounds tank-like almost. The amount of ligaments that he may have torn, and that's an interesting one to watch because Clint, he's built on his speed and quickness. He's 31, right? I mean, you look at that, it's probably, I mean, we're looking at maybe seeing him again at 33, something like that, and you wonder, you know, with the element that is his game, how different that looks when he comes back. There's a serious question of, is Tyreek Hill going to be anything close to what he was when we last saw him? And he was playing his best game of the season.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much stacked against him, right? I mean, when you look at it, it's a gruesome injury. It's hard to return from. Yeah. As you mentioned, his game is just predicated on twitch and explosion, and then also you look at it. I don't know. I don't know Tyreek Hill, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that he's probably not the most disciplined fella out there, from a standpoint of making sure that he's doing everything right and he's eating everything right and everything is on time and is good. So I mean that at 25, 26, an injury is a little easier to overcome for a guy like that.
I think he's a little loose with the condoms, but I think he does get after it with the. I think he's kind of got that T.O. in him, where T.O. is
right,
but he works.
Yeah, well, where I was going, you can return from injury and recover from injury a lot easier at 25.
Yes,
when you're 31, you better be disciplined. You better be doing everything you possibly can, and none of that includes condoms.
Yes, and he doesn't use it. But I've covered him since he entered the league. I was literally doing draft coverage the night he was drafted. Is that very unusual, the way he was reacting? Like, yes! I don't know if he's like laughing. He's got to be the toughest son of a bitch in America. Right? That injury, the way that looked, my man
clapping, smiling at the crowd.
Did he say thank God? Like it was like, and he's on the phone and he's getting in the wheelchair. They're trying to get him, and clearly we see he has to have somebody holding his leg at all times. And this dude just on his phone, man. He's just chilling. Like, what is he, Wolverine? Like, does he not feel pain?
He was regenerating.
It was amazing. Right afterwards, like it was.
Yeah. No, it threw me off immediately.
I was like, hey man, what the hell's wrong with Tyreek, man? He on that good stuff.
Well, that's a trick question.
Yeah, we better go to break. because they could have got you.
Speculate and recollate.
All right, the Texans had a great fourth quarter, not just because from a Texans point of view, they had a great fourth quarter. Did that fourth quarter Sunday against the Titans, did that fourth quarter get you to a place where you're starting to believe, all right, I can see a potential playoff run being made by this team? We'll discuss that next.
All right, how do you
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive and Play.
Texans had a hell of a fourth quarter. In that fourth quarter in Sunday's game against, yes, the Tennessee Titans, and I think you take that all into account. They outscored the Titans 20-0. Got a turnover in that quarter from Derek Stingley. C.J. Stroud had 2 touchdown passes, including changing to a play in which he saw the matchup that he wanted, and then they were able to execute that for a chunk play over 20 yards for a touchdown to Higgins. Woody Marks was sensational throughout the game, but in that fourth quarter, he had a touchdown catch, and he had a touchdown run, and I'll be honest, I don't know that I've seen a Texan, really have a run like that. We've seen Joe Mixon, power through people and run and make great cuts, I'm talking about cutbacks at the line of scrimmage. We've watched Dameon Pierce just run away from people with his size and speed, but that cut and move he made, again, on number 18, I'm not sure who he is, but his homeboys have got to be killing him, and then got into the end zone. That was big time. And as I sit there, Higgins got involved with the chunk play there. A big time for this to you and the people, 713-572-4610. You can text in your thoughts, YouTube and Twitch. Did they find something enough for you? Because I think they found something. Did they find something in that fourth quarter that gives you maybe a new level of belief that this team can make a run in the playoff, make a run to the playoffs?
No. Not when you couch it like that. I mean, this game in no way, shape, or form moved the needle for confidence in the offense, confidence in this team's ability to win the division, confidence in this team's ability to get in the playoffs and compete with the top teams in the AFC or even the NFC. No, I mean, it just didn't. Are there some things that I hope transition, and if I see them transition into Baltimore this week, yeah, maybe we can have that conversation. But right now, no. I think I think the offense pushed that defensive line around, with the exception of Simmons a couple of times. I think the pass rush was suspect. I think the pass coverage was suspect. So I think it was a good day to go out and beat up on a very, very piss-poor football team, and the Texans did that, and it took them 4 quarters to do it. So no, it didn't move my needle much at all. No, not much. It didn't move my needle at all relative to beating playoff caliber teams.
Text line coming through. One good quarter against an unbelievably bad team is not enough to convince me that the Texans can spot. Another text. They gave me enough to hold my interest till next week with a loss to the Titans. I was done for the season, but playoffs, hell no.
I like that. I like that one right there. You held my interest. You held me on for one more week of this Nick Caley project of can this thing work? That is exactly what you did, right? I mean, I was just about out on the Nick Caley project. I was just about out on the Trying to Be New England 2005 or whatever the hell it was. And that I think this keeps me around a little bit longer. But playoffs, nah. Yeah, I'm with that one.
Text line, it took until the fourth quarter against the Titans to find it on offense. No, I'm not buying it. All right, this is what I would say for me. I think they found something potentially in the fourth quarter. Do I believe they're going to make the playoffs? I'm not ready to say that yet. Because walking into the game 0-3, then seeing, all right, you got the Ravens still left. You got at Ravens, at Chiefs still left. You got at Colts. You got the Colts twice. You're trying to figure out, all right, playoffs is 9, probably 10 games you feel comfortable with. And you start looking and it's like, well, I don't know. I think they found it because, to me, Clint, with that offense in the fourth quarter, they are going to win a lot of games with their defense. Right? We've talked about their offense doesn't need to be what CJ's offense was. Their rookie year led the league in passing yards per game, and they were able to score points, and that was one of the strengths of their teams. I don't think it has to be that, but I look at it and I think, do I believe that this stuff was flukish? And I don't know that it was flukish or just because it was the Titans, right? Like, I think Woody Marks is going to work. I think Woody Marks was a big thing that happened in that fourth quarter. I think they literally and absolutely found something with Woody Marks, receiving and running the football. I think that works. Higgins getting behind the defense. I think that is something that works. All right, I think what we saw from C.J. Stroud getting more comfortable in the decisions that he was making throughout the game, and it paid off in the fourth quarter, I believe that is real. Right? I don't think a lot of what we saw them put together in the fourth quarter or things that aren't able to be replicated, right? I think Woody Marks can be replicated. I think what CJ did with Higgins can be replicated, and then obviously we know Nico is lurking in there. So I think there is a belief for me, even especially within this AFC, that they can at least put themselves to be in contention for a playoff spot in a way that I didn't believe before, because I think those things are sustainable and things that they can replicate again.
Yeah, I think it's what they want to do. I think they hope it's sustainable. I think they hope that it is something that they can duplicate. I'm not ready to say that line can create that level of space for Woody Marks to be that good versus playoff caliber opponents. I'm not ready to say that Higgins is going to run a slot fade against a playoff caliber defense and it's going to be that easy. I'm not ready to say that playoff caliber defenses aren't going to be able to lock down that underneath stuff and take it away and force CJ to hold it and then apply pressure. Those are all the things. I think it's what they want to look like. I think it's what they hope it looks like. I think it's a good. I think for us, it's a good dry run of like, that's what we're looking for. That's what you hope this offense looks like. That's what you hope. That's the brand of quarterback that you hope C.J. Stroud plays moving forward. I can't look at that Titans team and take them serious.
No, the opponent is very fair. That's why for me it's not even the opponent. Is that real?
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah. Is that real? And again, if you look at their previous games, right? Like when D'Amico says that we're close, I thought that was all garbage. Because they weren't. They were close on the scoreboard. It almost felt like the other team was helping them get close. But offensively, they weren't close to anything. In that game, and particularly in that fourth quarter, like, I didn't think they really had any. They had shown to have any of that in their bag, right? Like Woody Marks is showing, hey, I don't have to have it all blocked perfect for me to be able to get plays, right? I can win one-on-one match. Obviously, we know what Nico is able to do. So I think that they didn't show they had any of that in the bag. And for them to do that, I think it's something to build on. Again, I'm not saying now, I'm telling you they're going to the playoffs. But my thought of them having the ability to contend for that, for a playoff spot, I do have a different level of belief after that fourth quarter. Coming up, as we continue, I know Clint did a little tape drop Tuesday. The offensive line, that's been the number one thing we've been watching, as he just talked about, his confidence in the offensive line. I know his confidence in this group would change a lot if that offensive line could play the way they did against the Titans the rest of the way. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw from maybe the O-line's best performance of the season. That's next.
All right, y'all. Synergenics and Low T Center, man, they've been changing the lives of men across this country for over a decade now, and it's not just talk, y'all. It's true. In fact, I got a buddy that's I got a couple of buddies that have taken my lead, and they've got on with Synergenics and Low T Center. It's absolutely changed their lives, man. I mean, completely changed every aspect of their lives. Fellas, if you've been thinking about testosterone replacement therapy, you notice that you're getting a little older, more tired, less motivated. It's not just getting old, man. It's a physical and mental change to your body. Testosterone can actually help. You want to be better at work, better with
281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. You're drinking the Kool-Aid too early show. Maybe. Again, I guess it kind of reminds me of CJ's rookie year. You remember the second half against the Colts? And it seemed like at that point, like with Slowick and them, they kind of found, like, all right, hey, maybe we're settling. This is who we are. And they kind of unleashed CJ and let him do his thing, and kind of they seemed to find, they lost the game, but they seemed to find something in that second half against the Colts a couple of years back. And I don't think at the time we thought anything of it. We're like, well, hell, they're 0-2, and then they went to Jacksonville and beat the Jags, the favorite to win the division at that time. I'm not saying they're going to replicate that and go on to the playoffs. I'm just saying from what we were watching before that quarter, held the game, but really that quarter, we saw explosives. We didn't see that unless the Jags accidentally gave it to you. We saw real success in the run game, right? We saw tight end usage. We saw CJ at his best. I think maybe they found something. Now, did they find something to it enough with their schedule and the hole they dug to get them there? We will see. Not sure. But I compare it to that. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Linebacker E.J. Speed will join the fellas, as well as, we just talked about it, wide receiver, Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins, he just got his first touchdown catch. He will also join the fellas tonight. So stay tuned for that. Higgins and EJ Speed coming up after us on Texans All Access. And then your favorite sports night show is back, Area 45. They get going at 8 p.m. and they go until
with Creighton tonight.
There you go, and they go to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago. They will hold it down coming up here after the fellas get done with Texans All Access. So stay tuned for that. If you missed it, a little bit late, but there are two games left. If you haven't gotten already, Tyler did his best bets. He did a couple on the Yankees-Red Sox game, and then he did a couple on the Reds-Dodgers game. That has not started yet, but you can go to @TMillRealDeal to find T-Mill's best bets. All right, you did a little tape drop. It dropped, and I know you checked out the film. And still, up to this point, the offensive line is still a big problem, right? Everything that I said about them finding it means nothing if, they go back to struggling. What did you see when you watched the film on the offensive line from the game?
Big focal point, the offensive line. Before I get there, Ron, real quick, I do want to say to your point of what this game means, and this doesn't change my belief in whether this game moved my needle or not relative to the playoffs. But I do want to emphasize, per my studies here, my tape drop Tuesday, I do want to emphasize that they scored 6 points in the first three quarters. But if you watch the film, there were opportunities to put more points on the board. C.J. Stroud missed Dalton Schultz with a throw one time. He missed Dalton Schultz with a read on one was a touchdown, one was at least a chunk play. They missed a field goal. So there were a lot of points left on the field. And I only say that to say Nick Caley was dialing some things up that should have resulted in points, more consistently, not just the fourth quarter. So take that for what, make up what you will. That's fine, but I do want to emphasize that relative to having watched the tape. Now, the O-line, Ron, was really good, and I do think this is promising. the double teams actually got push, which is why you saw a lot of the space that Woody Marks was getting up to the second level. Woody Marks was getting to the line of scrimmage with some space. Even Nick Chubb was getting to the line of scrimmage with some space. The double teams, I think, really stood out. I think the offensive line, like literally moving people instead of just shielding defenders, I think worked out in a major, major way. And it made it easier for the O-line when they got to the second level. They took one step and they were in the lap of the linebackers versus trying to get out and then block smaller defenders in space when they did get off of double teams. The double teams were noticeably better. I thought they handled 98. Simmons, he's one of the best in the league, best interior defensive lineman in the league. There were a couple of plays when he just flat out beat them one-on-one. One of them that everybody remembers, the quickest sack in 2 years or whatever it was. The right guard went right, the center went left, and they just parted it right there for the quarterback. It was a mess up by, I believe, Ed Ingram that allowed that. That was not a oh my gosh, man oh man, somebody just got whooped. But to keep 98 from just wrecking the game, even with the quick game approach that they had, to me was a big time accomplishment. That's the first time that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but he's by far the best guy they've seen, right? I mean, Armstead's pretty good in Jacksonville.
That would be Armstead would be,
but he's the one that I mean, for 4 quarters has the ability to wreck a game. He's in his prime. I thought they handled him well and didn't allow him to wreck the game and cause a bunch of disruption and create a bunch of chaos in the backfield. He got to him a couple times, no doubt about it. But I was impressed, man. I thought the offensive line showed some promise. Again, I'm blown away every week when I watch film of how the lack of physicality with the offensive line play. Now, I don't study other teams the way I study the Texans, so I don't know if it's the league or if it's just the Texans. But I can't really describe it without just being really critical. Like, there is very little effort put into, all right, me and you, Ron, we're going to get shoulder to shoulder and we're going to move this other guy back. It looks like we're just going to hold this guy off. We're just going to hold this guy off like we're guarding the front door of a bar or something. and then I'm going to try to get off to this quicker linebacker that's got a running start and a two-way go on me. That's what it's looked like a lot of the time. This was one where guys were literally, you could tell by the effort that they were giving and the violence that they were using at times, that they were trying to move that linebacker, move that D lineman, put him in the lap of the linebacker, and then peeling off on the linebacker and really doing a good job there. So I just thought overall the offensive line, and when I say O-line, I mean tight ends as well. I thought the tight ends did a good job. Now, this is a much more blockable group than most teams you play. They handled it well.
I think the two things that I was seeing a lot from people about the Texans offensive line going to this game is, what does Ariante Ursary look like in this game? I would say maybe the mere fact that you didn't hear about him a lot is a terrific sign of how he played. And so people, I think, were wondering about what he looked like, 79 looked like on the left side after his tough game. And then what should we make of this this rotation they're doing at the left guard spot? And has Juice Scruggs done enough to go ahead and take the thing over from Laken Thomas? I think those are the two things with the O-line.
I don't know if that's – I really don't know if that's what they want to happen. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the end game is for D'Amico and Nick Haley, that is, at that left guard position.
Surely they want to just get somebody to take it, right?
I don't think it's a competition. I think it's a we want to keep an extra interior offensive lineman ready to play and get in action and engaged in what we're doing and learning the system. I can't for the life of me think that they are letting a competition literally play out on Sundays in front of C.J. Stroud. Like, that's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. I gotta believe there's more. There's a different method to that madness. I could be wrong. Hell, I probably am wrong. But I've told myself multiple times that surely these guys on Nick Haley's watch, first time play calling, they're not going, hey, by the way, let's get an extra guard in the rotation here.
Let's have a good time.
Competition. We can't decide who our best left guard is. Let's let these guys fight it out on game day. Like that just doesn't.
It doesn't look like, all right, hey, you got the first 2 series, Lakin. You get the next one, and then we'll see who's the. It feels like they're doing that.
That can't be. But I don't know, Ron. I think both of those guys. Look, I mean, Simmons did Olay Scruggs one time.
Oh yeah, God, yeah. He was.
There was a couple of times
power was coming, and then he's.
Yeah, there's a couple times that he got, and so I don't know, man. I think it's 6 one way, half a dozen another. If you really want to talk about these guys' play, I think they're both pretty impressive when they get engaged in the run game and they can move guys. I think, but their misses are just brutal misses, and if they come at the wrong time, it can win or lose a game ultimately. So I don't know what's going on at that left guard position.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. And Ursery. Yeah. Again, we didn't hear a lot from him, so I think that sounds. And they don't. That's a team that doesn't have Josh Hines out.
Yeah, they don't have edge. They don't have edge rushers of any kind that should scare him. But look, let's be honest. I mean, Ursery is a guy that when you watch him play, there's a lot of thinking. There's some tiptoeing around. There's some not real sure of who he has and when he's supposed to have him. But I mean that he's the one you expect that from. Right, he's the one that things are moving really fast for right now, and so, me personally, when I watch film, I don't watch it with the critical eye of Ursery going, "Boy, you're screwed this up," or "Man, what is that step?" or "Who do you have?" Like that concern now. My concern with Ursery is the game plan. Does it start with we are always going to have multiple answers to help our left tackle if he gets in trouble?
Yeah.
That's all I'm concerned about with Ursery.
Yeah. But they did play. There were a couple of misses, and you're going to have some, and Jeffrey Simmons is going to get certain people. But all in all, I think they played pretty well.
Stay plugged in tomorrow. We got D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud meeting with the media, as well as I do have a couple of concerns, Ron, from my tape